the God in Genesis 1 never once said that it was good after humans. Have y'all noticed that? What's up, Nancy? You know how believers will say Adam and Eve fell from grace because they were perfect? Yeah. Not once does he say it is good after he created the humans. And so, of course, I had to look deeper into that. Yeah. Because the Hebrew word is ketov. Ketov. Hold on, I'm trying to get logged into the YouTube. So, let me show y'all what I'm talking about here. I love that I get to like dig off into this stuff now. Okay, so this word here, ketov, means it was good, right? And that word is used throughout the Genesis narrative. Why is all these red lines on them? And after like the God creates the light, he says it's good. When he divides the night from day, it is good. He divides the waters from the land, it is good, right? When he creates the animals, it is good. But when he gets to the humans, that word is not used. And so I researched it and I'm like, like, is there any significance? Like, is there any theological significance to the God not using ketov when he gets to the humans? And there's one theological concept is that the reason the story in Genesis 1, the writers of Genesis 1 wanted to show that the humans were not perfect when they were created, that humans were not a finished product, and that the God did not decide for itself whether the humans were good or not, and that it was up to the humans to decide whether they were good. Ain't that interesting? Because if that is the fact, right, then how does one fall from grace? How does one, yeah, it makes the fall kind of irrelevant, does it not? And I think that conversation can go so many ways, honestly, right? I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. What's up to the YouTubers out there? I hope I'm not getting sick from my granddaughter. Oh, I like it. As soon as I go to my YouTube live, there's Anna. Anna says, that's a lie. Well, Anna, come show me where in Genesis. Actually, Anna, let's read it together. Since I'm lying, Anna, let's read Genesis 1 together, and let's see if I'm lying. Okay, here's Genesis 1. And let's go to where he starts creating. Let's see. We're going to go to the first day. Let's see. Then God said, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the darkness. He called the light day. The darkness he called night. And that was the first day. So he saw that it was good. God said, let there be a dome in the midst of the waters. Let it separate the waters. He separated the waters from the waters. He made the dome. And it was so. And the evening and the morning was the second day. God said that the waters under the sky be gathered together at one place. And it was so. He called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And he saw that that was good. Then God said, let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed and fruit, trees, every kind on earth that bear fruit. Let's see. And he saw that that was good. And God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night. Let them be for signs. And it was God. He made two great lights. The greater one to rule the day, the lesser to rule the night. Let's see. And God saw that that was good. And God said, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let the birds fly above the earth across the dome of the sky. So he created the great sea monsters and every living creature that moves about, every winged bird. God even saw the sea monsters were good. The sea monsters were good, Anna. He blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply and fill the water in the seas. That was the fifth day. And then God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures, every cattle, creeping things, wild animals of the earth. And it was so. God made the wild animals of the earth, every kind of cattle. And God saw that that was good. Then God said, let us make humans in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, of the birds of the air, every creepy thing. So God created humans in the image. He created them. He blessed them, gave them, said to them, be fruitful, be multiply, have dominion over the earth. God said, I have given you every plant, every seed, blah, 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 every beast of the air. And God saw that everything that he had made, and indeed was very good. And there was evening and morning in the first day. He does not say that the humans was good. He sums up everything in 6 days. He does not use this verb or this now adjective when it comes to the humans. So Anna, am I still lying, Anna? Am I still lying? But here's the thing, Anna. Like why would you feel like that is a lie, right? When at the end of the day, you yourself know that humans are not just inherently good, right? Like humans have to work every day to do good, to be good. Humans, right, have to choose to do bad, right? Like, you know that we're not inherently good. I don't know, like, does it upset you that humans didn't fall from grace? That humans, didn't make themselves not perfect? Does that upset you? Has not going in depth about humans. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. No, like the context of what? The context of what? Like after he created everything he created, he said it was good except for the humans. What's the context? Like what word am I missing, Anna? I didn't say he went into depth about the humans. What he did not do, right? What the author did not do is imply that once the God created a thing, that it was done. Light, what can change about light? What else does your God need to do about light? Or separating the waters? Or putting the sun in the sky and the moon in the sky? Like what else needs to change about that? Like when you think about it, Hannah, what the author is trying to convey, right, is that these are finished creations, right? It's nothing else that God needs to do. And so what the author is saying is that humans are evolving creatures. They're not a finished product. So they're not good. The God at this point doesn't know whether the humans are good or not. So the God did not say, oh, I've created the humans and now they are good. That's what the author is saying. And I did say, Anna, that is one theological concept. So for you to just call me a lie, I didn't say he said humans are bad, Anna. Y'all say humans are bad. You, Anna, as a believer, will say that humans are evil. You will say that you are wicked, Anna, because a snake told you so. Hey, Simone, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I think I'm getting sick.
Me too. My throat's
Ugh,
hurting now, and I'm like, this is for the birds.
I can tell a cough is getting ready to come. Um,
Okay.
yeah, my granddaughter had RSV, and I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna come down with it. Oh my gosh. But I know how to get ahead of it though. But yeah, Anna is upset because I said that I was studying uh the Hebrew, of course, and practicing reading Genesis 1, right? And as I'm reading down, I get to Genesis 5, and the word for it was good is ketov, right? I'm sorry, Genesis 4. And I just asked a question to myself. I'm like, okay, does this word apply? Because I wanted to know what ketov meant. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and so I looked it up and it said, oh, it means that it's good, and it's used throughout the Bible in several different ways. And so there are different ways that ketov is used in the Bible. One of them is to mean that it's like a functional goodness, right? And that's how it's used in Genesis 4:1-4. So it's a functional goodness, right? Something is working as intended, which would also kind of prove, right? Like the author's intent. Like humans, who the hell can say that humans work as intended?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't know.
Right? So like, oh guys, yeah, thank you, the realist. I am on Red Note. Just to let y'all know, same username, Thinker and Ingrove. So go ahead and follow me on there as long as we have access to it. But also there has been a bill submitted to extend the TikTok ban for 270 days. Not sure if that's going to go through, but I am on Red Note. But so you have the functional goodness of ketov. Then you have the aesthetic goodness of ketov, which is used in Genesis 2:9. Okay. And so when it says the trees were pleasant to the sight, they were beautiful. So that's another concept of ketov. Then you have moral goodness, which would apply to who? Who would the moral goodness apply to? No, us.
Also God.
Yeah,
Also God. That's what.
us or
Also
God.
God.
Yeah, but in this sense of creation, right? It would
Yes.
apply to the
Well, in
humans.
creation. Yeah.
It would apply to the humans, and so why would a God be like, oh, they're morally good? Like, why would a God do that? Why would the author imply that? Right? Because
Wow.
as humans, like honestly, like as you know, society evolved, morality is something that we are still learning to this fucking day. Like we get people on this app every day who will justify slavery
Yep.
for the, you know what I'm saying, for the sake of a God, who will justify grape. Like there's no reason that I would expect that the author was writing to imply that humans had reached the ultimate level of morality at the beginning of creation,
Right.
or that a God there, or that they're writing with the intent to say that a God believed that he created the superior moral human at the beginning of creation. And if you think your God gave you free will, friend, then that would be no reason for your God to call you good. Think about that. Like, if your God gave you free will when he created you, then he most definitely ain't gonna call you good because he don't fucking know what you gonna do. Do y'all realize the circular argument there?
Yep.
I swear y'all not gonna like me learning Hebrew because the shit is just starting to like unlock so many more questions. Huh?
I said, listen, they're gonna be sick of us. Prepare to be sick of us.
Yeah. And then the last usage for kitov is purposeful goodness, which is used like it's like things that you do that are good or not good. And so those are the four concepts for this kitov. And so in the Genesis 1 creation, when the God is using kitov in a functional sense to say, oh, I've created the lights, let me hang the lights in the sky, it's good. There's nothing else I need to do to the sun, right? To make it shine. There's nothing else I need to do to the moon for it to function the way that I want it to function. When I divide the waters, right? There's nothing else I need to do to these waters. There's nothing else I need to do to the plants of the field. There's nothing else I need to do to animals. Like, but when I get to these humans, I don't know if they're good or not. I don't know if they're going to function the way I need them to function or not.
Wow.
So it makes the fall like the fall to me just seems like such a human concept later on. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's what after
Yeah.
at that point. It's nothing.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. I know some believers are not gonna they're gonna want to cry and scream about it. We did fall. It was Eve's fault. The snake talked.
That's hilarious.
Let's see. Song?
Okay, to the last lady that was speaking, yeah?
What?
Yeah, to you.
You was how were you
You don't
talking
believe in
to
God
me?
at all?
How were you talking to me and you weren't even on the stage? Like, were you talking to me while you were waiting in line?
Someone invited me up. I was already requesting.
But were you already talking before you were brought on stage?
No.
So what do you mean? What do you mean you were already talking to me? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying to the last lady that was speaking.
What last
That's
lady?
it. You.
What about it?
Were you the
What are
last
you?
one talking? Okay, you don't believe in God? I was about to
No.
ask a question. That's why I said
No, I
that. That's
don't.
why I began with that.
No, I don't.
You don't believe in
Why?
God?
Do you believe
Okay,
in
why?
God?
Yes, I believe in God.
Okay. Now, should the serpent go to hell?
The serpent?
Wait, are you a believer in the Christian God or
Okay,
Muslim?
forget all
No, not forget.
denominations.
Because, hey, I'm going to
No,
tell you this now.
I
If
believe
you
in a
don't answer
God.
my question, I'm going to take you down. Okay? Are you a believer in the Christian God?
No.
Okay, so this is for Christianity, okay? Have a good day.
The nerve.
I don't know why they think they can control shit. Get out of my box. I said no. I said N-O. I don't know. I've never talked to him. He must have been on Mezzo or Joel's live this weekend.
Something, because he came up there.
I cannot get the box open.
He came up there on 100. Let me see. There's only one person, and they got a child's picture in their profile.
It's you are dunce, enlightened, or you're dunce, not you dunce. Fathil, are you a Christian?
No.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Wait. How are you? Good
I'm
morning, everyone.
good morning. I'm doing good. Are you a believer in the Christian God? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Hey, Gaslight.
I am a Muslim.
Okay, so this conversation is about Christianity. Okay, I don't know much about Islam. So we're
Oh,
talking about the Christian God. Okay, so I'm gonna take you down. Okay.
it's okay.
All right. I hope you have a good
Okay.
day.
See, that's how you do it.
Exactly. All right. So if you are a believer of the Christian God, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, or if you want to chat with me about this new development or this new thought, oh my God, I can feel the fucking headache, the cold head. Uh, the guest box is open. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. I think I have on wolf's clothing, and I don't have to fight. I'm not gonna hide the fact, right? Like if I act like a wolf, I'm gonna dress like a wolf. I don't have to lie and say that I'm a sheep. I not once enlightened told you as a Christian that I am here to bring you enlightenment or to bring you Jesus. Not once. Like one thing that you need to understand is what that phrase means. That phrase, right, was termed for fake pastors, for false prophets, for people pretending to be sheep, right? But they are actually wolves. I'm a wolf, enlightened, and I look like a wolf. I talk like a wolf. I dress like a wolf. Not once did I tell your ass I was a sheep. Hey, Dudette.
And that's that on that.
They whine and they cry about coming here and listening to our conversations, right? Like you're whining and crying. Like you literally showed up at the beginning of my live, which means that you were probably sitting there hitting refresh because you were Anna and Enlightening. Y'all were on YouTube before my ass was. You were on my page before I signed into the bitch. Like you do recognize that, right? Like you realize that nobody makes Anna or Enlighten do anything that Anna or Enlighten don't want to do. You come here because you want to be here. And if I were you, if I were you, right? Think about the fact that Isaiah said that the wolf and the lamb will feed together because your ass is making that prophecy come true.
Oh man.
They just don't like what? Masked mom.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get
I
your
was just
age for
listening to
TikTok
you.
purposes?
Oh wow. 54.
Okay.
Dang.
And are you a believer? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I
Huh?
gotta say my age. I think I'm gonna get off of here. Thank you, ma'am.
Wait.
Oh
You're
wow.
ashamed of your
That
age?
was
Are you ashamed of your
Yeah,
age?
no, I just don't feel like I should have to tell my
We
business like
did.
that. Just to get
Well,
on
we
your
don't
thing.
know
I
your
didn't.
we don't know your business, and you see that host note up there at the top that says 25 plus.
well dang.
God damn it, Christians. God, like what is wrong with y'all? Y'all don't want to tell y'all business. You don't want to tell your age, but y'all be all up in everybody's business.
That was so odd.
And then honestly, like you don't want to tell nobody that you 54 and then say you not ashamed of your age. Yes, the fuck you are. Like who?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we gonna find out about you by you saying that you 54 years old?
That is hilarious. How
I
are you
don't.
ladies doing tonight?
Hey Nelly, I'm good.
Great.
How
How
are
you
you?
doing, Nelly?
I'm doing good. I saw. Is that Lala up there?
That's Selena.
Oh, that's Selena. I thought I saw Lala up
Right.
there last night.
She was.
Oh yeah, she was here last night.
Okay. Well, okay. How is she doing?
She's doing good. She's getting better. She said that she still gets tired a little bit, like when she walks up the stairs and stuff, but she's getting her breath
Hmm.
back and all that.
Well, that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, I'm gonna sit and we will wait on the next guest then.
I don't know. They might not come have this conversation tonight. So I was talking about what were you in here when I was talking about what I noticed in Genesis 1 in the Hebrew about the God. Like, have you noticed that in Genesis 1, the God, when he gets to the humans, after he creates the humans, he doesn't say that the humans were good?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We've talked about that before.
No, we haven't, because I just recognized that today. I
I
ain't,
thought I brought that up.
uh-uh.
That he never said they were good.
No, he never said they were perfect. Like we always talk to the Christians, they said that the humans were perfect, right? They were in the Garden of Eden, it was paradise, they were perfect. And I always say it doesn't say they were perfect. But
No.
good here, right? In this sense. Good and perfect to me are two different definitions, like two different words, two different concepts. But like even here in this sense, good is used like in the creation story is used in a way to say that, okay, it functions the way it's supposed to function, right? It's good, it works, right? There's nothing else I need to do to it, that is complete. But the humans don't get that when you get to like the end. And then like when he, after he like creates the humans, he blesses them, he gives them like the blessing, the command to go out, be fruitful and multiply. Then it says, after it's all said and done, everything was good. He saw that everything was good, and then he went on about his way, right? Like, and rested on the
Right.
seventh day. But like after every creation, he looks at it and he goes, okay, this is good. And then he moves on to the next thing, but he doesn't do that with humans. And so I researched to see if there was like any theological discussions about why. Like, has anybody asked this question about why? And there is one theological concept that says that it's because of the fact that one is the use of the word there is a functional goodness, and humans, the God did not see humans as functionally complete because humans are a work in progress. And so the God didn't want to put the name of good on humans because he didn't know if humans were going to be good, because the theology said that God gave humans free will, and so it was humans' choice to decide whether to be good or evil, and that was what the author was trying to convey. But
Huh.
it's so odd to me that believers will get upset at that when they really believe that they have free will, but they will argue, right, that they were good, that the God saw them as good and perfect in the beginning, even with the free will.
Right. Yeah. That. Hmm.
But free will
That.
is the thing that they believe that allows sin, right? That makes them sin. Like how can they in their mind say, "Oh, we were perfect in the beginning with free will, but now we're not perfect because of free will"? It doesn't make sense.
Right. Well, I mean, I look at it. Of course, I'm pretty sure we look at it as two different creation stories too, as well. Um, but I don't know
But even
why
in
that seems like I've said that. I don't know why it seems like because I've noticed that. Maybe I didn't say exactly that. Maybe I remember saying about the go out, be fruitful, all that stuff, and I said that wasn't told to Adam and Eve. That was in the first creation. I remember saying all that, but I did recognize that though. That he never said that humans were good.
yeah, like he never. I just recognized it. Like I just assumed that when it gets to the end, because like hold on, let me read this $20 super chat from Sabito. Sabito says, thanks to you and the mods and the co-hosts for all the hard work. I live in a highly religious area and appreciate this space for people who are similar to me. You're so welcome, Sabito. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for the super chat and the love. Hell is hot. You've been there, L. Jones? You've been to hell?
Oh wow.
How the hell did you get out?
He must have took the tour over there for $750.
I think it's 850 actually. It's actually
Oh, it's
850.
$850.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like here, I just assumed right here where it says God saw everything that he had made, and indeed it was very good. I assumed that was about the humans, but that's about everything. Like not like it didn't really just dawn on me that he said it after this, he said it after this, he said it after this, he said it after this. He doesn't say it after this, but then it's summed up with everything. You see what I'm saying? So I just assumed.
Right.
And for me, good and like when the Christians argue and say that humans were perfect in the beginning, I just assume that they mean that they were trying to say good meant perfect, and I would just be like, they're not the same thing. He never said they were perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
I
And so,
agree.
yeah. But not only did the text never say that humans were perfect, the text never says that humans were good either. And so that's the thing that I realized today. And then just like researching the Hebrew word that I was telling them, like this Hebrew word here means ketov. And it has 4 different concepts, right? And it's being used here in Genesis 1 as a functional goodness. So like if you were to, put together a vacuum cleaner, right? And you're done and you say, okay, that's good. That means you put it together correctly and the vacuum cleaner is going to work and there's nothing else for you to do or add to the vacuum cleaner for it to serve its purpose. Right?
Right. Right.
So with that concept, right, with Kitov being used in this narrative of the creation story, there is no reason to assume that the author was trying to convey that human beings were created and functionally put together completely. Does that make sense? So like,
Right.
because
I
humans
understand what
are a
you're
work
saying.
in progress. Yeah. And so that's what the theological concept was saying, that the God knew that the humans were not necessarily like inherently good. And so he did, when he created humans, he intentionally did not say that creation was good. Another thing that he was saying, it was because, so like in the beginning, the God like subdues chaos, right? And it makes order out of chaos, right? By dividing the water, creating the dry land, bringing light to the deep. And in doing so, he's conquering Tiamat to home, right?
Okay.
Here to home. He's conquering to home, which is the Babylonian version of Tiamat. And so he's bringing order to chaos. And the human, right, the creation of the human brings a complex disorder back to the creation, complex chaos of disorder back to that order. So the what the writer was saying, it was like the God did not know whether the human was going to be a good addition to this order, because the human has the potential to bring chaos. Right?
Yeah, I've never really thought about it that way.
Well,
But that
think
makes
about it.
sense, though.
Yeah, like, because humans, like, we're unpredictable. Like, as like I say all the time, that believers feel like they need to believe that this God has like this force field around them, because humans are unfucking predictable, and it's other humans that do evil, it's other humans that do good, right?
Right.
No, not free will, not free will. Just the fact that we are humans, we are a species that evolves. We are like, we've learned over the centuries, right? And so we have the potential to disrupt shit, right? We have the potential to bring stuff into order, right? Just like we just have the potential to do that. And so the author in Genesis 1 seems like that they're trying to convey that type of idea. Now, Genesis 2, of course, we know is a different creation story. It's a separate creation story that I wonder if this is just like some written later by the priest in the priestly source, because it's all about the Sabbath. Like, it's like, oh, remember the Sabbath day. God rested on the Sabbath. Like, it repeats the Sabbath like 3 times. So I wonder if this is an interpolation. Don't quote me and say, Thinker said it was. No, I didn't. I said I can tell that it's written by the priestly source, but I wonder if it's a later like interpolation to the Genesis 2 narrative, so that the priest in Judah could emphasize how important the Sabbath day was. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
following you.
Benny Boy said it is. Benny Boy said it. Yeah, one is Yahwehist, the other is priestly. Oh, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about just this section right here. I think that was written by the author of the priestly source, to like emphasize the Sabbath, because it repeats. That's what I think. And then you get the separate creation story, Genesis 2. Ooh, Bert said 100% is the priestly source. Thank you, Bert. And then you get Genesis 2. Hold on,
Right.
Bert, can you come up here right quick? Can you come up here right quick? So Genesis 2 is where the Christian theology takes. Okay, thank you. So we know we've talked about Genesis 2 a lot, right? We understand what the Yahwehists meant when they wrote this, but this is where later Christian the narrative of the fall of man is created, right?
Right.
And so, and then given the fact that Christians don't look at Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as 2 separate creation stories, so looking at it and eternally critiquing it that way, from how Christians see Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as 2 consecutive creation stories, if the God is not calling the human creation good when he's creating, then would there actually be a need for a fall of man if they were never really considered functionally good and complete in the God's eyes? Does that make sense?
Am I connected? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Because I missed the first 10
Yeah,
seconds of that
you're
while I was
connected.
connecting. So I'm sorry. I might have missed the first half of the question.
That's okay. So I'm gonna tell you where this is gonna be long. I'm gonna try to go really, really fast. So I was studying Hebrew, of course, and I came across Kitov in Genesis 4.
Oh, Ketov. Yeah.
Kitov, yeah. And I wanted to understand what it actually meant, right? And I researched, and there's 4 different concepts for it. Functional goodness, right? Like the lights were hung and that was good. There was nothing else for the God to do. It was complete, right? There's no more growth for the lightness, for the sun, no more growth for the moon, right? Or evolution for the sun or evolution for the moon. The dividing of the waters, that was functionally good, right? The seas are complete. The Hamashiam,
Hashemayim.
Hashemayim, yeah, that was complete, right? The trees, the plants, the animals, complete, right? But the human is an evolving thing,
Right.
right? And so the
There's no
ketov,
ketov. Yeah.
there's no ketov, exactly. So I'm like, was that done on purpose?
Of course it was.
See, see, and that's my point. Okay, and so with ketov, with the God not saying that humans are good, and leaving room for the human to decide whether they're good, right? Or for the God to kind of like sit back and be like, oh, are humans good or bad? Are they going to add to this chaos, right? Are they going to disrupt the order? Or are they going to add chaos, right? Look internally critiquing it from a Christian perspective, right? And how Christians see Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as a consecutive creation story, right? In Genesis 2, they believe that this is where the human failed. This is where the God realized that the human wasn't good. But if there's no ketov written into the original text, the fall of man, the way Christians said, you are inherently evil. You are created wicked, right? You are created sinful. To me, and this is what I want to explore tonight. To me, it seems like it does not fit. It falls apart there because the God not once said that the creation of the human was functionally good or morally good, because there's another concept for ketov, which is moral goodness, and it's just not, there's no ketov for the human, right? So the God is not even saying that humans have reached moral goodness within the 6th day of creation, right? And so and so just wanting to explore that whole fall of man, you are inherently wicked, inherently evil, from this new discovery, because I never really paid attention to the fact that the God does not say, and it was good after creating the human, until like everything is said and done, and he's like, oh, everything is good.
Can I offer 2 fun Tov facts in this?
Yeah.
So the 3rd day is ketov twice. I think Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. The 3rd day, I think it says ketov twice. And then also Moses, when he's born, his mother says, for he is good, ketov. And so the rabbis say that Moses' name was actually Tov.
What?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Wait, where is the other ketov on the 3rd day? Right here. Let's see. Hold on. The 2nd day. Okay, so I see this one.
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing the 2nd one? In the second,
It's either the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th day. My memory might be failing me.
oh, right here.
Yeah.
No,
Mm-hmm.
there's ketov. That's one day. I mean, that's once.
Yeah, 3rd day. I was right. Okay. Whew.
Yeah, there it is right there. And then here's the other
So
one.
Jews get married on Tuesdays because it's a doubly good day.
They get married on what day?
On Tuesdays, the 3rd days.
Oh, because that's a double good day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
The things we come up with.
That is very interesting. But yeah, so I want to discuss that from the Christian perspective of the fall of man, because they believe that humans were created perfect and that humans fell from grace, and thereby we now have to work hard to no longer be these sinful people.
That should be fruitful, no pun intended.
Okay, let's see who's
If
on.
I'm,
Oh, go
let me
ahead,
ask.
Nelly.
I was going to ask a question. Because I'm trying to remember Genesis 1. Genesis 1 is 15 years ago for me. But I'm trying to remember. If I'm not mistaken, didn't wasn't chaos considered to be the water?
Yeah. So like, so chaos is, it is the water, but like it's also dualistic with the deep, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or like in Genesis
It's like
1.
it's untranslatable. Tohu vavohu is this like primordial soup. Is how we kind. It's like the building blocks, the stuff that preceded the stuff.
This right here, tohu avohu,
Hmm.
that right there, like
Yeah.
the void
I
and the
want.
darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make a. I want to make a restaurant called Tofu Vavohu.
But it is a like a feminine, it's dualistic, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you have the waters, which is chaos, and then you have Tihom, which is symbolic of the Babylonian Tiamat. So it's kind of it's talking about them as if there are entities, almost, right? In a way where the God is like subduing these things and getting them under control and creating order out of them. Oh, he on a phone call.
And and that's what I was going to say. I mean, because of course you took it a lot deeper than I did, but I remember saying for some reason that was the only thing that God didn't create was water.
Yeah, he
He
didn't.
divided the waters.
The chaos was there already. The chaotic water was
Was
there already. So like it's like an entity. So like if you look at the Babylonian creation stories, right? They talk about the chaos, like they're gods, right? They're other gods.
right,
And so these other entities already existed, right? So in the Hebrew creation story, the God is conquering chaos and conquering the deep, right? And
okay,
yeah, and creating order out of it. This is why I said yesterday, like if you notice, he also within the rest of the text, he uses it to his advantage. So he conquers them, but he keeps them and weaponizes them for his own will. Like
right.
he
I
shut,
mean,
yeah,
I agree because I mean, chaos is considered to be the water. He used the waters to flood the earth. Uh, I
yeah,
mean, that's how I look at it. But I remember something like that. But yeah, you took it a lot deeper than I did. I didn't know, the deep um, was considered to be something different. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to write that down because that made me think about something else different now. But I do remember specifically, you know, talking about this issue and this, that, and the third. And I used to try to make Christians prove to me that God created water because He created everything else. But when it came to the water, it just says He divided the water, so the water had to already have been there.
yeah. No, he doesn't create water at all. And then if you notice, like when he flooded the earth, all he did was undo the order that, like he just released chaos, right? Like he talks about chaos as if like he swallows it in the blanket, like with and feeds it a baby like a bottle, right? Like he
Right.
brags in the story about how he subdued chaos in the beginning and created order out of it, how he releases it whenever he needs to. And so in the flood story, all he did was just release the entity of chaos and undid the order that he created in his anger. When he shows up to Abraham, he shows up when he shows up to Job, when Job is questioning him, right? And he
Hmm.
shows up to answer Job, he shows up in chaos, like he shows up in the whirlwind. So he brings chaos with him when he shows up to answer Job.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's why I said so. Like I tried to have this conversation yesterday, but I think this might be a more interesting conversation that they can participate in because of the fall of man, and that's kind of where they are, where their mind is. I'm gonna go and make me some tea. Nelly, if you want to go ahead and get started with the first guess with the Genesis story, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a shot of red wine vinegar and make me some tea, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, not a problem.
All right. I'll bring up the first guest. Oh, there's Dr. Kip. Dr. Kip can help as well.
Oh yeah,
Hold
I would much rather listen to Dr. Kip.
on.
I learned stuff.
Hey everyone, what's
Hey,
going on?
Dr.
Are we
Kip.
reading the Bible?
Look, digging deep into the Hebrew, taking it one step at a time of what I'm learning, and then the questions that's coming up as
Nice.
I learn these
Nice.
words. Yeah, but I'll be right back.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Nelly. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay,
Good
I
stuff.
can't see your
Hey guys.
name. Can you tell me what your name is? Are you there?
Hold on. I'm glad I didn't walk off. I don't think they're there. Let me bring up somebody
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, I'm not able to see their name.
Well, tornado. The text says whirlwind, but like I mean, a tornado is a whirlwind.
Does this pop up purple in the sky ever respond?
I don't think that he's in there on purpose. I think he's in there on accident almost every night. Bree, are you asleep? Yep, she's knocked out.
Hmm.
Let's see. Angel Eyes.
Yes, good night.
Good night. How are you?
I'm good. I just come across your live and I'm trying to understand what's the discussion
Okay,
that we
Nelly,
talking
go
about.
ahead, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Angel Eyes is his name.
Okay. Angel Eyes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
I can barely hear you. Can you speak up?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
There we go.
Okay. Yes, so I was asking about I'm reading the thing on the screen. It says, "Should the serpent go to hell?" What are we talking about? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think your
Hello?
service is a bit low.
That's- oh,
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit. I can't hear you.
Dr. Kip, you want to go ahead and start this one while Nelly gets situated?
Sure. I've never done this. Did you sorry, I didn't catch your name.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
We can hear you, Nelly.
yeah.
Yeah, my signal's going bad, Dr. Kip. Can you help me out here?
Yeah, I think so. Um
All right.
so
Thank you, sir.
are you good? All right. Sorry. I didn't catch your name.
Angel Eyes.
Angel Eyes. Okay. Awesome. Did you are you a Christian, an atheist, or are you deconstructing?
I could say I'm a Christian for the most part, even though I haven't gone to church in a while, maybe a couple of years. But from foundation, that's what my mom and my grandma have been Christian.
Okay. Did you did you have something? Did you want to talk about something in
Well,
the
I'm trying to
Atheist story?
understand what's the discussion about. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I I just hopped on. I think we're somebody else might have to someone who was here from the start.
The main topic, I'm sorry, Dr. Kip. The main
No,
topic
no, go
is,
ahead.
should the serpent go to hell? And also things that give the host a headache when talking with Christians, when they are slavery apologists, when they have delusions of grandeur, when they're disingenuous, and when they go into fear mongering, when people don't believe.
Okay. Should the serpent go to hell? Is the serpent from hell, though?
Well, I don't think there's a text for that. As far as I can see, when I read the Bible, I don't see that.
Okay. So,
That this
from
is.
where did the serpent come from?
I think that very much depends, again, on which text you're reading. If you're reading Genesis chapter 2 and 3, the serpent is in the garden of God. There's some equivalency provided by later prophets, such as Isaiah and Ezekiel. Although he's the figure there, there's no serpent actually in those texts, but scholars do suggest that stories there do reflect similar themes or features from this ancient story of creation in Genesis chapter 2. Most of the information we get about the serpent, though, in the Old Testament is from Genesis chapter 2 and 3.
The thing is, I don't even have a Bible. That's the
Uh-oh.
thing. Yeah. I need a Bible.
That would be useful, I think.
Yeah. So the serpent is, you could say, it's a part of God, or God has an ego.
What do y'all
How
need
would
me
you
to bring
put
up?
it?
What do y'all need me to bring up? I just got back. I saw a comment saying y'all need me to bring up something on the screen. Do you need a scripture on the screen? I just saw it in the comment. I just got
Yeah, the
back.
text would probably help.
What scripture is it?
We should maybe look at Genesis chapter 3, where the serpent is first introduced.
Okay. Where did Nelly go?
He's got some audio issues, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Here y'all go. All right.
What's going on?
There you
Can't
go.
say that's a lie.
There
First
it is.
punishment. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord had made. He said to the woman, "Did God say, you shall not eat from any tree?"
Do you need me to
The
read for
serpent
you?
made.
Do you need me to read it for you?
I was reading it,
Yeah, but you're reading like
but
really
it's okay.
silent. Like I'm saying, like you're reading to yourself, and there's 300 people in the room. I'll read it. Right. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God say you shall not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that's in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you should die." But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Is that all you needed?
So that's basically knowledge, right? That when you eat it, your eyes will be open. What's the context is this speaking about? It's knowledge, right? Knowing and not knowing.
Knowledge of good and evil.
Right. Or knowledge of a higher self. Which is it?
It says good and evil. It doesn't say higher self.
But good and evil is in one person, right?
What do you mean?
Meaning you could do good and could do evil. Right?
That's probably the best understanding of it. The capacity to know and to recognize good from bad, what's right versus what's wrong.
You may have to bring me up on like what your stance is. I wasn't here. I went off to make some tea and honey, so I don't know what you're like proposing right now.
I was just trying to understand the conversation. I just jumped in and I wanted to understand what the discussion was about.
Yeah, because it says, "Should the serpent go to hell?" Is that why you asked? Why we're talking about that?
Yeah.
Okay, and what was your answer to that?
I was asking Kip if the serpent isn't from hell, and he was saying like, not quite.
Okay, so you can continue that part of the conversation with Dr. King. Go ahead.
I would say not at all, but there's no hell in this story.
Okay.
So, and when you say this story, Dr. Kip, you mean Genesis 2 and 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm talking about Genesis 2, because I think we're trying to establish as well, even how we know and what we know about the serpent, and certainly texts from the Old Testament are quite limited.
Okay. Just to let you guys know, I'm learning. I don't know much about the Bible, okay? But I want to learn.
Okay. And so right now, do you have the concept that the serpent in the garden is Lucifer or the devil? Is that your belief?
But I could say, from my opinion, it sounds like it's part of God.
You said the serpent is part of the God?
Yeah.
Oh, why do you say that?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the one that made it, right? So it would be like the bad side. So if I choose to do good, that would be the God side of me. And if I choose to do bad, that would be the serpent side of me. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think that it makes sense in like a human concept type thing. Because like you would be associating good with the God and be associating bad with the serpent. So like if you see the serpent as doing something bad, then it would make sense because that's what you see and what you believe, right?
So you're saying
for example, I don't see the serpent as doing. I don't think the serpent did anything bad. I can give you if I was to give an interpretation, because I can look at this story and I can see a theological tale, but I could also see where the Christians get their interpretation, but I can also create my own interpretation, right? And so like when I read the story, I see, the serpent giving information to two brand new humans who are enclosed in this garden, in this land, right? They're naked. They are in this enclosure, and they have no knowledge of they don't have the ability to determine between whether an action is good, or information or a thing is good, or a thing is evil. For example, if Adam and Eve are in the garden, right? Looking at the story, we don't see Eve say, yes, I want to be this dude's wife, right? Adam could touch Eve in a place that Eve doesn't want to be touched. But because Adam doesn't have the knowledge or the ability to determine whether that action, right, is morally good or evil to continue to touch Eve in a place that she doesn't want to be touched, he continues to do it. Right? And Eve might knock him upside her head, right? She may, respond in a way that she herself don't know whether how she responds is a good way to respond, or a bad way to respond, because they lack that type of knowledge, right? So the serpent, who is in this garden somehow, we don't know how he got in there, but the serpent
Well, that's
walks up.
It's funny that you
Let me
say
finish right quick.
Sorry.
Let me finish right quick. So the serpent, well, I take that back. The serpent was created in the garden, and the serpent had the capability to think too, right? So the serpent is another entity in the garden who talks to the woman, because the woman was created after the man. She was created to be a little bit stronger than the man, a little bit more wiser in some sense. So she had a little bit more capability, to be able to do some critical thinking. And so she's talking to the serpent.
Talking.
Huh?
I was gonna say, I think someone's been talking to Dr. B about this text.
Has been talking to who? Dr. B?
Dr. B about this text.
Oh. No, yeah, we talked about it the other day. Because I was studying and I saw the word azer. No, I had given my interpretation about the text, and that's when he told me about azer, because he was like, he started laughing, and he was like, everything that you said actually matches with the word azer and how she was created. But because I said that, I was talking shit to a dude on the stage, and I was like, the man was made out of dust, and then the guy was like, I gotta get a better product. But anyway, and I was like, the woman was made out of bones, something that can rejuvenate, but I was talking shit and my interpretation, and Dr. B was like, you're not too far off because of the word azer. But and then of course I went and studied the word azer even more. But so the woman had, capability of talking to the serpent. She talks to the serpent. The serpent's like, hey, did your dad or did your God tell you that you can't eat from this tree? And she tells them, yeah, we can't, blah, 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 right? But if the serpent is this evil entity, right? So from the Christian perspective, if the serpent is this evil entity, right, then your God would have left them in a place without the ability to protect themselves and against the evil thing, right? He was a father that basically didn't stranger danger his kids. That didn't teach his kids stranger danger. He gave them a command without expecting them to understand, right? The full consequences, or to be able to comprehend, right? That command. He just expected them to comply without comprehension. And so here is the evil thing, right? Or this thing that's going to cause them to disobey him, right up in their face, giving her, the information, the knowledge to acquire the knowledge that he didn't want them to have, right? And because she has a little bit more ability, right, to desire things or to make decisions, where I like to say also that Adam was created to take commands. But she does what this God didn't want her to do, because he didn't. She didn't have the ability to know whether or not, right, she was talking to something that was good or bad for her. But I think the serpent actually was like, y'all need this information because this God got y'all in this fenced up gate, and he doesn't want you to know that the commands that he gives you is whether it's good or bad, because he's going to have you enslaving people. He's going to have you genociding people. He's going to have you oppressing people, or he's going to have you doing things, right? And you're just going to say, okay, because in your eyes, he's good, or the actions are good, because he defines good for you. He doesn't want you to be able to buck up against him and say, hey, why are you getting ready to destroy that whole city without seeing if there's at least 50 people in there? Well. I don't know. Did I go too deep?
Is he gone?
He's gone. Did I go too deep?
Did he? Oh dear, maybe.
Look, I love the Christians saying, yes, you went too deep. He said he wanted to learn, did he not?
Guys, it's pretty tough.
Did he not say, I'm here to learn?
He did say that. Maybe he didn't want to hear it from an Azer.
Yeah, I think so. Especially when I made the jokes about the men. It's just jokes, guys. I don't think y'all were made from dust. It's just jokes. Raven Wolf, how are you? Raven Wolf? Okay, I think they're asleep. Johnny Crump, does that change? Is that supposed to change anything that I say in here? Like y'all come in here and type, Jesus Christ is Lord. Like, what is that supposed to do? Is that like some magical phrase? It's your truth. He's your Lord. That's your truth, not the truth. I think you're right, Parbs. Like that, it definitely seems to be the thing that they scream out when they're like afraid or uncomfortable. Fred, how are you?
I'm doing well. And yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you're a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist?
No, I'm a believer. I'm 67 years old, African American male.
Oh, I don't need to know that you're African American. So can you answer the question on the screen? The topic tonight is, should the serpent go to hell? Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah, that's where he is.
Wait, what? Say, hold on.
Prophetically speaking,
Wait.
that's where he is.
Wait, what is his name? Is this Larry?
Yeah.
Larry.
When you say Larry, you mean,
is your name Larry?
Yeah, that's my name. I don't know why Fred came up.
You don't know why Fred came up?
Nah.
You don't have an account.
Why that happened?
You didn't intentionally name yourself Fred?
No, I didn't do that. It just came up, so I just said Fred for argument's sake. How do you know Larry?
So, Larry, you said that the serpent is in hell right now?
The serpent is not. I shouldn't have said that. He's going to hell. He's not in hell right now.
And why would the serpent go to hell? Why does the serpent? Why should? Let me say that. Why should the serpent go to hell?
You mean Satan, also known as Satan?
The serpent in the garden.
Right.
Why
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Well,
Satan has
not all believers. Not all believers think that the serpent in the garden is Satan. Right.
Okay. I'm just going with the Bible, though.
The Bible doesn't say that the serpent in the garden. The Bible does not say the serpent in the garden is Satan. It doesn't say that.
Yeah, it says Eve actually spoke to the serpent.
Does not say the
When we,
Where does it
serpent
say
in the
that?
garden.
no, never said that he
Or
was, never said per se, but we know that the serpent, the devil took on the form of a serpent, as you read clearer through the scriptures.
like where in the scriptures does it say that?
All right, so you want me to find it? Let me look in my Bible. I don't have my Bible open.
Oh, did I only do one?
It says the serpent was a. It says the serpent was the craftiest beast in the garden.
Do you know
So
what
when you look
the
in the garden, it was Adam and the serpent, who was the craftiest beast. That's what the
yeah?
text says.
So he's an animal,
It
right?
says beast, yes. The animal to some degree. He has transforming capability. He could
Where does
change
it
to an
say
angel
that?
of light.
And where does it
What?
say
That he
that?
has transforming capabilities?
Yes.
He's it's it says that, and you can look. You have to look through the scriptures. I can find it, but trust me, if I
Well,
say it's there, it's there. I have to get my Bible. I'm just going off the
you,
top of my head. What's the sound
you'll
all about?
forgive me for not just trusting you on your
It's
say
okay.
so. I've read the Bible a few times, and I've not seen where it says that the serpent or the devil has the capabilities to transform himself into animals. I missed
No, I didn't
that.
say animals. An angel, he can transform himself to an angel of light. I didn't say animals. And if I
Where
did,
does
I
it
shouldn't say
say that?
animals.
Okay, so where does it say he can
I have to
transform
find it,
himself
but until I
into
find
an
it, let's
angel of
continue to
light?
talk. I'm going to start to look through the scriptures, but it's in the Bible.
Okay.
Everything I
So do
say
you
is in the
know,
scripture.
can I tell you something neat about that word crafty? You said that he was craftier than all the animals in the
Any other
garden,
beast?
all the other beasts. So in the verse right before that, hey, thinker, can you put the text up on the screen?
Yeah. Do you want the NRSVUE or the Hebrew English text? Which one? Are you getting ready to show him
Can
something
you
in the
do
Hebrew?
you had both up earlier, didn't
Okay.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you do that again?
And you want Genesis
So
3?
and let's look at Genesis 2:25 actually. Let's start
225.
there because that's the last verse in chapter 2. The sorry, excuse me. Chapter 2 ends this way. So the two of them were naked, the man and his wife, and they were not ashamed. Now, that word, naked, in Hebrew is adumim. Now let's go to chapter 3, verse 1.
Go to which chapter?
Chapter 3, verse 1. There's
Chapter.
adumim, very good. Yes.
Okay.
That's a plural noun or plural adjective from the word adum. Now in chapter 3, verse 1 here it says, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that Yahweh God had made. In the Hebrew,
Oh, let me
that
do it
word,
let me go to the
yeah.
Hebrew.
Yeah, it's a pain, I guess.
I know. Oh my
You
God.
have to scroll up and 3. There we go. Okay. Now look at this. The serpent or the snake, he was Arum,
Oh
more
wow.
crafty than all the animals of the field. That's an intentional play on words there.
Why?
The man and the woman were Arumim. They were they were naked. The snake is more Arum, more crafty. Now, I think that part of this story, part of the deep meaning in this story is connected on this point, on this hinge, where and you'll notice too that what happens as the story progresses, the snake, talks to the woman convinces the woman that she should eat from the tree of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. She does so. She gives it to the man, and he eats. And the moment they eat, it says their eyes were opened. And the very first thing that they saw was that they were naked, and they were ashamed. So it's sort of it's a coming of age story. It's a story of realization and self-discovery, but there's something connected here between their nakedness and their capacity for knowledge, or it's signaling something about the attainment of this knowledge. And I think the reason why it says this about the snake, that the snake is more clever or more naked, maybe, than the man and the woman, is probably because snakes will shed their skin seasonally, right? So this is just a natural observation that people noticed in antiquity, and they wrote this into this very clever little story here. So that's all. I just wanted to point that out.
That is interesting. Interesting wordplay. Yeah, I agree. But Fred,
Did you find it yet, Fred?
Larry, did you
Yeah,
get
I'm
it?
here. I'm here.
Did you
Okay.
find where the serpent changes into an angel of light?
Oh, you want me to look for that?
Oh, I thought you were looking. I thought.
No, I was listening.
I
I
thought
was
that's
listening to what you said here,
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
but I can look it up. I can look
Sure.
it up. I'll look it up in a minute. So what is the question, or is there a debate or a discussion on a
Well,
particular
remember,
topic?
we already asked you, we are discussing it already. Remember, you said that the serpent is in hell, or the serpent should go to hell, and you're
Right.
answering why, and you're saying because the serpent shapeshifted, right? That it's what is he looking up right now? That the serpent
Consider
has
the
to be,
devil.
yeah, and you said that it says it in the book that the serpent is Satan,
Yes.
and that's what you're looking up, right?
Well, when the devil spoke to Job, right? The devil told God that when God talked to Job, and then God talked to the devil, God asked the devil, "Where have you been?" And he said, "I've been going to and fro," meaning I've been going different places.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning he was walking. Like, do you shapeshift when you walk?
Yeah, to and fro. He was going different places. I
No,
mean,
do
he's an
you
angelic being, so
shapeshift when you go to and fro? Do you
do I
shapeshift?
do what?
When you go to and fro, are you shapeshifting?
I don't know what that means. Shape shifting. I don't know what that means.
Like,
Well,
you're
what do you
saying
mean?
that?
What do
Yeah.
you mean to?
Go ahead, Dr. P.
What do you mean when you say that the devil was going to and fro? Why
Like
is
to and
that
fro. It's an old.
significant?
I can tell you, it's an old English term, meaning that he's going back and forth different places
Okay. Why is that
around the
significant?
world, around the
Okay.
earth.
But what's your point?
Sure.
What is
What's
the
your,
point? I'm just telling you what he
no,
said.
what does that have to do with proving that the serpent is Satan?
But I just explained that he goes to and fro. He's Satan. He's also can disguise himself into other beings.
It sounds like you're making this stuff up.
Not making it up.
Well, I'm waiting for you to provide some information from the text which shows us this.
Okay. Have you ever read any of the scriptures?
I've read
I have a
it
question. So you
several
never
times,
read the
actually.
scriptures at all? I have a
No,
question. So you
no, I've
never.
read the.
I have a question for you.
I
Have
answered
you
your
ever
question.
read the scriptures? Okay. I'm sorry. I was talking. What was your answer?
I've read them multiple times.
Okay. So in reading the scriptures, you know about Satan, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know that, he was in heaven, he was cast out, right?
No,
You know
that's
that, right?
not what the scripture says about Satan.
Okay, then when you look at Luke 10:6, Luke 10:18, that's what it talks about. How I behold Satan as a lightning falling from heaven. That's Luke
Luke 10.
10:18, I believe. Yeah, 10:18, maybe 17 is in that area. I have to go to it.
But what does that have to do with the serpent in the
Well,
garden?
I'm answering his question. He asked me what scripture was that in. Now, what is your question?
Uh,
Let me go back to that.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, because I thought you were saying that that's why the serpent was Satan in the garden. But you're saying that Luke. You said Luke 17. What verse?
Luke 10:18.
No,
Luke
it's
10:18.
Luke, yeah,
And that
17, 18.
and
Those.
that proves that Satan can morph himself into different.
No. He was cast out of heaven.
That
I said he was.
I don't think we were arguing whether he was cast out of heaven or not. Were we? Like it says.
I mean,
It says he said to them, "I watched Satan fall from heaven like a flash of lightning." Like a flash of lightning. Didn't say Satan was light or anything. Like it just says, or that he could morph, right? It
so
says, I watched Satan fall from heaven like a flash of lightning.
and I think my problem with this statement is I don't know where he's getting this story or this information from. It's just a statement that the author of
Luke 10:18. She
reports.
just read it. It's right there on the screen.
Yeah, so where is Jesus getting this information in this story?
I'm sorry. You said, where is Jesus getting this information from?
Yeah. It's not from the Old Testament, that's for sure.
I don't know. What do you mean, where is Jesus getting the information? He's the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. He's the creator. So everything that's been written, talked about, and will be talked about, he knows it because he's omnipotent, he's omnipresent, he's omnipotent, all those things.
I don't believe any of that stuff. He was just a guy.
You don't believe in that?
No.
Okay. Then if you don't believe in that, then what I'm going to tell you, I don't know how to convince you. That's what the Bible says.
Well, I mean, there's, in terms of Jesus, there's a variety of different perspectives on who he was and what he did just within the New Testament. But this bit here that Luke is citing is not something that is drawn from any story or any text in the Old Testament scriptures, at least. Now, there are certainly much later Jewish folktales that were written prior to the time of the New Testament, which told stories similar to this about this Satan figure. But the Satan figure that appears in the Old Testament is really quite different from those and from the few mentions of him in the New Testament. No, I'm not my own God.
Yes, transforming capabilities. That's why you hear different explanations and figures of him in terms of.
So wait a minute, because later writers put their own spin on these old stories.
This is what I asked you to consider.
Those are proof of transformation.
Can I ask you to consider something?
Okay.
It's not a spin. I hear.
Oh. Hello.
Larry, you're on
did you
mute.
Mute him?
No, I didn't mute him.
Okay.
Okay. Can I unmute and say something? You don't want me to say anything right now.
Don't talk when other people are talking. I think one of the mods muted you because you were talking at the same time. Just remember the rules. That's why you're on your Fred account, Larry.
Okay, sorry. You were saying. What's
It's
going
your
on?
turn, Larry.
It's you asked me. Okay, I'm confused. What you want me to? You asked me not to say anything when someone's talking. He was talking.
And I've stopped now.
Okay, so what is the question so I can answer it best of my ability?
Well, you seemed first. I think you were about to say something about me suggesting that these stories that were written in early Judaism, which inform the New Testament, but are not in the Old Testament. It sounded to me like you were objecting to my characterization of those as spin. Because I
Right,
said
you mentioned
these
spin. You did mention spin. Mm-hmm.
I did.
And what I was want me to tell you what I was responding to now. I was responding to the Spirit of God inspired men to write the Word of God exactly the way God wanted it to be written. It's called the sovereignty of the God of the Lord.
I know you believe that, but I mean, you're not drawing that out of the text itself.
No, I'm drawing out of theology. Sovereignty is something that has been developed in theology, that you know that God is true. He's honest. He's virtuous. He doesn't make any mistakes. He knows what he's
Right.
doing. All those things. He's sovereign.
These are
He
convenient.
don't need anything to create who he is.
These are convenient explanations to dismiss
Okay.
problems.
I'm just explaining to you
within the
what
biblical
sovereignty
text.
means.
Sure.
Larry,
And
you're doing it
I mean, that's
again.
all.
We're having a conversation. It's a decent
Larry,
conversation.
just remember the rules of the live. Okay. Other people have to hear both of you talk. Okay. And whenever you feel like you need to talk while Dr. Kip is talking, just say Fred in your head.
So I think my problem with just hand waving theology is that this is an exploration of the biblical texts, and whatever theology has to say later on about what it thinks the text means is not really that important to me, and I don't think it's that important to Thinker or maybe anyone else on the panel here. I'm primarily interested in what the text says.
Now you may speak, Larry.
He struggles with this part.
Are you going to sit there on mute and throw a temper tantrum?
I'm trying to understand the question. If you could repeat it.
I wasn't asking a question, I was just explaining to you why I don't accept theological explanations for what's happening in the text.
What would you accept? What is acceptable in your mindset?
I would accept some statements or arguments that you can provide to me from the text themselves about, and also with a clear recognition that the texts of the New Testament are providing pretty creative interpretations on these older texts from the Old Testament.
How about John 1:1? Really basic. It encompasses the Word of God in its beginning and ending and where it came from. How about that?
Okay, so what is that? What does John 1:1 communicate to you then?
Okay, I can quote it, but I'm just going to read it just so I don't miss anything.
Sure.
John 1:1 says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was." I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll be quiet. I was just agreeing with you.
Okay. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life of the light of men. That's the beginning.
Okay.
It goes all the way back to the beginning of the creation, far as we can go.
Okay. Now, what does that have to say to us about Satan or the serpent?
Okay, so you want.
Does
Okay,
it?
so you want to. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering why you read like what are you trying to communicate to me from citing this particular text? What do you
Okay,
want me
it
to know
I
says.
think
from
he's trying
this?
to. I think this is his response to the Bible being the Word of God and being inspired by
Yeah,
men
but
and
this
not
isn't about the
right.
Bible.
I thought
Right.
that's what. Okay, I'm a little confused in your
It,
question.
do you think this text is about the Bible?
Do I think this text I
Does
just read is about the Bible?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it says in the beginning was the Word.
Oh, I certainly don't think it is.
I understand you don't, but I explain. It says in the beginning was the Word, right? And the
Yeah, but
Word was
who's the
with God.
word?
The Word is God's thoughts that are literally
No,
written out.
the word is the Messiah who took on flesh.
Well,
If you
he's the
continue to read
walking
it,
Word.
that's
You
what it
asked me a
says.
question. The Word is literally what comes out of God's mouth, and Jesus is the manifestation of His Word.
Well,
I
I
actually,
mean,
No?
like,
I would just say
sorry,
that
was
this is,
somebody else saying something?
yeah, so I was just going to say that I think this is, that John 1:1 is a direct reference to Proverbs 8:22.
Well, what's wrong with John 1:1? I'm trying to understand that one
That's
before we go to any place else. What's wrong with John 1:1?
well, I just don't think John 1:1 has anything to do with, like, I don't think the word in this story, and I've never heard anybody suggest that the word, the logos as it is in Greek, in this particular text of John 1:1 is referring to scriptures or to the Bible.
What is it?
It's referring to
What were you
it's
told that it
referring
was
to
referring
Christ.
to?
It's
Huh?
referring to Christ. It's referring to Christ. This is the incarnation.
Right, right. And that's what I said. And Christ is the walking Word of God.
But that's not the Bible or
It is
scripture.
the Bible. Okay,
That's
okay.
something completely different,
So,
isn't
so
it?
we're in agreement that this is talking about the Word of God when it was made flesh. Now, when the Word is made flesh, what do you think that's talking about?
Well, I mean, this is the rather complex concept, Philo's
Well, let's just look
concept
at
of
it
the
from a basic
logos.
Well,
concept.
didn't it originally
Yeah, no,
come
no,
from
no,
It came
no.
from Heraclitus, right? From
I
Heraclitus.
thought it was I thought it was Philo.
I think
It might be Heraclitus, but
Philo like expanded upon it, but Heraclitus says even though the logos is common and eternal,
yeah,
most people fail to understand it, both before they hear it and after they have heard it. For all things happen according to this logos, and then Philo expands upon it.
right. And then
Yeah,
John is basically putting his own spin on this
yeah,
by identifying the logos with Christ.
yeah, yeah. But I think Heraclitus is saying, like, the way that he's saying it is because, like, I don't know if you heard the beginning of the live where I was talking about how chaos and the deep are presented out like entities that the god had to conquer in order to create order. I think Heraclitus is talking about logos, which is like reasoning and order as well as a divine
Mhm.
entity as well, but not he wasn't saying that it was Christ or like the Son of God or anything like that later comes with John. But I think he's saying that reason and order is something that is in nature, like it's in all pieces of nature. I think that's what Heraclitus is saying. But
Oh, is he
yeah,
gone? It looks like it.
I think he's back in
I
the
think I.
box.
Oh, okay. What's the other guy who's up here? Bert. What's your name? I can't see it all on my phone.
Yeah, Bert Wiseland.
Bert Wiseland. Yeah, and I think you're probably on track here too. I think John 1 also has in mind something similar to what's taking place in Proverbs 8:22 and 23, where the Chokhmah, or the wisdom, is talking about being the first of God's of Yahweh's created works. Yahweh created me at the beginning of his course, at the first of his works of old. In the distant past I was fashioned, at the beginning, at the origin of the earth.
It's just they don't use Sophia or whatever. It's logos.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why they use logos there is to draw that out of some of these Greek philosophical works, like Heraclitus
For sure.
and Philo.
It's definitely a Greek
yeah, you're
text.
Right. Yeah.
Fred, did you understand any of that?
Sorry.
Fred, are you there? Fred, can you comment and let us
Yes,
know?
hello.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. You were kind of garbled. I'm sorry. You asked if Fred. I don't know why it says Fred, but my name is Larry. Just to be clear, you can say
Yeah,
Fred. I'll go with that.
I know your name. I know your name is Larry. I think because I blocked
Okay.
Larry though, so right now I'm talking to Fred.
Yeah, I didn't do that purposely. You blocked me.
I know that when you go from one existence to the next, right? In Yahweh's world, that old things are passed away and you don't remember things anymore. But in TikTok world, your memories stay because you're still on Earth. I know I blocked you, Larry. I know
I'm
that I
not. I'm
gave you
not debating
multiple
that. I'm just saying to you that Fred
but I'm
came
saying
up.
that
I didn't do Fred.
I understand. I don't know why Fred is up, but what I'm saying, right? I blocked Larry, and right now I'm talking to Fred. It's your turn, Fred. If you're going to mess up the show and you're going to like throw these temper tantrums, I'm going to block Fred. And then Fred and Larry will be in
No, I
TikTok hell
politely asked
together.
if you could repeat the question. I'm not messing up the show. I'm being polite to you, sister.
You're not. Like, can you respond to what Dr. Kip and Bert said to you?
I'm asking for it to be repeated.
Well, we were just pointing out some of the literary background of what's happening here in John chapter 1, which talks about the Logos that was in the beginning. It's drawing from this much older Hebrew concept present in Proverbs chapter 8, verses 22 to 23. There's this tradition of the Chokhmah, or the wisdom, that was with Yahweh at the beginning when he created the earth. But it's called, instead of Sophia, which is the Greek word for wisdom, and these are feminine nouns, by the way. So Chokmah in the Hebrew text is a female entity. Same with Sophia. But the reason it's described as logos in John chapter 1 is because it's also drawing in ideas from Greek writers like Heraclitus and the Hellenistic Jewish philosopher Philo, who wrote pretty extensively about the logos as this mysterious agent or being of order at creation. So that's all just the background of what's happening in John chapter 1.
It's your turn, Fred.
No, I heard a statement. I agree. I mean, that sounds good.
So
I
you agree
it
that
sounds
this is
good to
not
me.
about the Bible? Like, so you agree John 1:1 is not about the Bible?
No, I do agree. I believe it's about the Bible. It's about the Word
So
of
then you
God made
don't. So then you don't
manifest
agree.
flesh.
No, it's not though.
It's if you ask me what I believe, it's the Word of God that was made flesh. It says, "In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was nothing made that was made. In Him was life,
But
and life was the light of men." And it
right.
goes on. It talks about how it shined in darkness, and there was a man sent who proclaimed that, John the Baptist.
But it's not the Bible. It's not scripture. There's
What do
another
you? I don't
word
understand
that
when you
is
say it's not
used.
scripture. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that what this text is talking about here, when it talks about the word, the logos, it's not talking about scripture. It's not talking about the Bible. There's another word that's used in the New Testament for scripture, and it's
Well,
not this
the
one.
word for the Bible is biblos, but you got to
No,
remember when
that's not a
John was
Greek word.
writing.
That's a Latin word. The
But
Greek
I'm
word
just
is
saying, whatever
graphe.
Greek or Latin is biblos. But when John was writing, we didn't have the complete text. This is a letter. We're
No,
reading
this is
letters
not.
that's
Well,
been
none of this is
compiled.
accurate. No, you're just. I'm sorry, you're wrong about all of this.
Help me understand why it's not accurate. I just want to understand that.
Because the people who wrote these texts certainly had their own collections of scriptures, and they called them scriptures. They called them graphe.
Okay,
That's
so
not what
where
John
does
is calling it here.
so let me ask a question to you. Where does the
Sure.
sovereignty of God play into the compilation of these scriptures?
I don't think it does.
Okay, then that's the problem with you and I, because I believe God is sovereign, all knowing, and He can take the evil will of men and do good, and He controls what we do, and His purpose will profoundly prevail through His creation. So we have different philosophies, which that's fine. I have a
So
different
so
theological
if your
philosophy.
God is sovereign, right, and you say He takes the evil will of men and do good, all right.
Yes, He
So
can. He can do
so
that.
okay, and so when your God, right, gives a command to men to enslave, right, other people, is that Him taking the evil will of men and doing good?
No, that's man in his self will doing evil.
But no, not if the God,
That's a
if this,
choice. That's a
if
free
the
will.
logos, Fred, if the logos to you is your God's word, if it's Jesus and it's perfect, right? In your God's word and Jesus's body, Jesus, as the God of the Old Testament, is giving commands to enslave other humans. He's telling the humans that they can buy other humans, enslave them, keep them as property for life, and treat them as slaves, and pass them down to their children as inheritance. So that's not
Can
this
I
God
respond to
taking.
that?
That's not this God taking the evil will of humans. That is your God's own words that He's passing down to humans to act out His sovereignty on earth. Because your God doesn't have a body. Your God doesn't have a body. So if in order for your God to act out His sovereignty on earth, He
Now
has
let's
to
talk about the
delegate that.
saving
Let me
people.
finish talking, Fred.
You give me a lot of pieces to
he
deal
has
with.
he has he has to delegate his sovereignty to a human who has a body, who can audibly communicate your God's will to humans, right? Who hear audible voices, to humans who carry out commands, to humans who enforce them commands.
I would just like to point out that in John's Gospel, he actually makes mention of Scripture 12 times, and not once does he use the word logos to do so.
When there is silence, that's when you speak.
You muted me, so I'm only going to speak when you unmute me. You mute me, and then you expect me to speak. So what do you want me to do?
I'm
Either
not
you want
gonna.
me to,
I don't listen. None of my children are in kindergarten.
I'm
None
just
of
saying
them.
you muted
And
me,
Fred,
sister.
like I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now. I'm not your mama, and I done told you this before. I have no interest whatsoever in teaching your 60-year-old grown ass how to have a
Listen, I want
conversation.
to. Well, fuck
Fred.
you then. I told you
All
that
right,
before.
fuck
You
you.
don't
You're
need to
blocked
talk.
now,
Fuck you.
Fred. You and Larry both can go to TikTok hell. Don't bring your ass back. There is not eternal life on my stage.
Oh my god. Wow.
And y'all motherfuckers in the
She
comments
doesn't.
talking about she rude. Like y'all would sit there and watch a man behave the way he behaved on this stage and then get mad because someone enforces a boundary or someone gives them exactly what the fuck they've been asking for.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about you crying and saying that I'm rude. Your ass can go with Larry to TikTok hell too.
Oh, he's. I don't know. That's wild. He didn't notice or realize that he was Fred.
Rabbi Rabbi Kana said the most amazing thing earlier today, and it's vulgar, so I don't know if I want to say it, but it was amazing. Can I just say it?
Yeah. What is it?
Uh, she said, "Do you eat your mom with that mouth?"
Oh my gosh.
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh shit.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I have to see myself out. I apologize. I shouldn't have said it. I apologize.
Rabbi Hana, Rabbi Hana don't be playing. Rabbi Hana is a trip.
Yeah, that was amazing.
All right, let's bring up another guest, and hopefully they're not another drop dead Fred.
Maybe if we say his name backwards, Durf.
I wonder if he considers the words "fuck you" a part of Jesus too, as the word
Does he
top
call that
seed.
the fruit of the spirits?
Yeah. All right, they're not connecting. Let's see. Have a good night at work, conscious one. Oh goodness.
Not to give any credence to Fred, there is a Jewish tradition also that wisdom is equal to Torah. That Proverbs 3:18 through 22.
Yeah.
It's a tree of life to them who hold fast to it, and all of its supporters are happy. And then it goes on to talk more about wisdom. Like the wisdom is the tree of life, which is a nice connection to Genesis also.
Simone,
Yeah, for
can you
sure.
take Gigi to star down? She's not connecting. Selena, are you there? Is that, can a mod take? Oh, thank you. Greenhouse Soul.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Are you guys taking deconstruction? Because I was up earlier today and I didn't get a chance because I had an appointment.
Yeah.
Oh, good, good. So I wanted to thank you guys for the very, very crafty information you've been sharing about the Bible. I'm currently deconstructing. I am 51 years old. I have a 22-year-old daughter who myself and my husband are responsible for miseducating her about religion. My husband is still in it, but I am not. And I don't believe in it anymore. I do believe there's a creator and I believe in the universe and nature and all of that, but I believe that if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. And I don't think that a creator would make things so confusing. Like everything is just so confusing. And it's just every time I dig deeper, it's lie on top of lie. But what I will tell you is my daughter actually discovered your account. And she showed me it, and I've been rocking with you for a while. And this is like the first time. I think
Wow.
I've been on one other time, but I just wanted to say thank you for sharing this. I know it's difficult. And I used to wonder why you would just put yourself under so much duress with, everybody coming on and talking in circles, like Fred Larry was talking about what's the question over and over again, and there was no question. The doctor was just making a statement waiting for him to respond, and for him to end off with that fu, I feel disrespected because I don't feel like he should have ended it like that, especially if he was spitting all of that Bible stuff out. But I just wanted to thank you for all of the information you all have been sharing. Your moderators have been amazing. And you helped me heal the relationship between me and my daughter in terms of religion.
I so love that.
She's still really battling with it because it was a lot of damnation and hell and all of those things, and it was because I didn't know better. I don't use that as an excuse. I take full accountability for it. And that's why I'm so actively trying to heal our relationship. But I just want to thank you for the way you creatively put all of this together and how you spend so much time not only debating, but doing research and asking pertinent questions that people can use to just kind of figure out what they believe in. I think it's inappropriate for us to just believe stuff sight unseen, and I've done that all my life. I grew up in the city of Philadelphia. My mother put me in Catholic school because public school wasn't good back in the, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. So she put me in Catholic school and she tried to do justice by giving me a good education. But I remember being 5 and 6 years old and sitting in the chapel waiting to go into confession and being terrified. And I remember trying to find something wrong that I did so that I could tell this priest that I did something wrong because it was part of an evil, sick ritual. And I remember being terrified. And it really gets me that I put my daughter through that same thing. So I just want to kind of I don't want to get emotional, but I'm really thankful and grateful. And I just wanted to tell you everything you've done, all of that work you've done, you've helped us a lot. We're able to have conversations now. And she doesn't feel like she's going to die because she was just existing. And one day somebody told her she was bad. And I kind of drove that in, because I believed in it. But I don't know why I believed in it. And I don't believe in it anymore. So I so enjoy your platform. I don't think TikTok is going anywhere. I really don't.
I don't think so. Like after the Exodus to the Red Book, like they've got to think this one through. But I thank you so much for sharing that, because it, like I said, when I hear the progress that people are, having in their life, in their relationships, and in themselves, it
Mm-hmm.
makes it all worth the while.
Yes, darling. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And yeah, I also wanted to say, when she first introduced me to your platform, it was like, I guess, a couple days, and this was months ago, it was like a couple days of you debating with people, and I'm like, I don't understand why she's so hard on these people, but now I do understand why you are. And God doesn't give me a headache; it makes me nauseous. That it makes me like, I feel like bile is coming up from my stomach. Because when Fred and Larry were talking both at the same time, to the doctor, I just feel sick. Like, he just kept asking over and over, "What's the question? What's the question?" And I'm like, that's not what he's saying. He's explaining something to you, and then he's asking for your feedback. And I found that
I
narcissistic.
just want to say I love the way you're calling him Fred Larry. I love it.
He's like two people, and then he tried to act like, like such a narcissistic way to act like,
How did that
oh, it
happen?
wasn't me. My name is, or whatever he said his name was, and now it's Fred. And I don't know how this happened. I didn't do that intentionally. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Fred Larry? Like, are you kidding me? And I've never heard the man before, but I do know that you referenced that you blocked the other account, and you're just going to sit here and act like you didn't do that. And it sounds like a lot of the what the men wrote about God, their concept about God in the Bible. Like, I don't feel like that's not God's word. It's just not. I think it's man's word, and they put it in a book, and their chapter got picked, and the book of Enoch didn't get picked, and several other books didn't get picked, but chapters didn't get picked. But you know what I'm saying. And I love you guys. You guys rock over here, like all of y'all.
Thank you, Greenhouse, and I love you too. Thank you for sharing. If your daughter is listening, thank you for loving your mom enough, right, to send this live to her so that y'all's relationship can heal.
And
Because
yeah.
like that takes work, and I talk about me and my mom's relationship and the work that I had to do to heal that,
Mhm.
and how this was the first holiday in 2 years that I've spent with my mom and my family. And I was like a kid on Christmas Day. Like, I was the only one of the adult kids at the adult table with my mom and my grandmother, because I hadn't seen her in 2 years. I hadn't talked to her, and sitting there just like soaking it up. And like, it takes work to heal these relationships that religion destroys. And
Mhm.
I'm just so excited for you and your daughter to rebuild that and grow, and just I love it. Thank you for sharing that with
Yeah,
me.
and I also wanted to say really quickly, I know you said something, and I hope I don't get all of this wrong, but I know you said something about being married to a narc before, and I can relate to that. I just realized that my husband's a covert narc. Um, and so I've been gray rocking like a motherfucker, girl. Let me just tell you. I've been, I got a shirt. I make shirts, and I put gray rock on my shirt. And he's like, "What does that mean?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing. It's just, something that I've seen before. You know how you gray rock." So I love your approach in when you tell people, this is my fucking boundary and don't you dare step over it. And I just send you all the love and peace, and so happy that you got to spend time with your mom and your aunt this holiday, and that you healed that relationship. But I'm grateful. If you were never on here, my daughter would have never heard you, and we would have never had these conversations, and I would have never been able to take accountability for my role in scaring the shit out of my child. Now my 14-year-old, she's good. Like, she was kind of raised in church in the beginning of her life, but I stopped going after a couple of people sexually harassed my daughter, verbally. These nasty fucking men at church, and my husband didn't burn the church down, and he still goes there. So
Oh wow.
I just appreciate everything that you present and all of the points you put up, and you're putting the scripture up and you're giving us line by line exactly what you're talking about and where it's coming from and the interpretation and the origin language and all of that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for this.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome, and thank you for coming up and sharing your story and your journey. And like I said, I don't think TikTok's going anywhere either. So I look forward to hearing more about the progress.
Yeah, we owe China too much money. We ain't putting
Yeah, yeah.
well, you rock on, and I'll be listening. I'm up all night, so I'm listening with you guys.
All right.
May I
Have a good night.
recommend a
Uh,
May I
Go ahead,
recommend
Bert.
a book? Sorry, Greenhouse. You reminded me of a book that I read during college called The History of it's. Am I allowed to, I don't know what I'm allowed to say. The History of Sexuality by Michel Foucault,
Mm-hmm.
where he uses. It's not really. That's not really what it's about, but it's. He uses the Victorian era Catholic confession system as a case study
Mm-hmm.
for systems of power and control,
Mm-hmm.
and he basically turns the idea of power inside out. And for me, it helped me realize that power is about relationships and the perception of relationships.
Yes, yes.
And so how you perceive those relationships dictates what the power is, or if
Mm-hmm.
there is any to begin with.
Mm-hmm. You said the history of sexuality?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat real quick.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I also want to say I've been able to, I'm talking about from maybe, I turned 51 in December. So I've been listening to you since my mid 50s, since about June. I've been at 50. And I will tell you, I've been able to look at all my relationships and turn them inside out. Like, okay, this is what I think this relationship was like, but this is what it's really like behind closed doors, and set a lot of boundaries with people. Because I'm an extroverted, I used to be energized by people. I stay to myself now. I can't stand people, like none of them. My two daughters and my puppy and this parakeet we have in here, that is about it. I don't really like anybody anymore. But thank you guys. I don't want to hold it up. I want to hear some other people talk. I just wanted to give and share my gratitude and send you guys love.
That's
Well,
brilliant.
thank you.
All
Yes,
right.
thank you, and have a good night. Okay.
You too. I'm listening.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. To those in the comments that's wondering why we say we don't think TikTok's going away. So like there are several things happening right now, and then two senators have issued a new bill, have presented a new bill to Congress to extend the ban for 270 days. And so I think they have to vote on that. And then like a lot of us moved to the Red Book app. And I think that's something that they did not account for, right? So like there are so many Americans who are saying like, I control my data, right? Like you can Red Note. Sorry, people keep correcting me when I say Red Note. They say it's Red Book. So it's red. The red. I just say the Red app now. Red Note, Red Book. But I think like they were not expecting that. Like for a lot of people to just say, okay, to go to an app that is even more controlled by China than TikTok is. So they kind of have to take that stuff into consideration now too. So we don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, so I am on Red Note. I'm on YouTube, of course, and then the Discord. If you are a subscriber, even if you are a new subscriber, we've been giving access to the Discord this week as well. So yeah, we are here, and we ain't going nowhere, no matter how much the Christians want us to. I think it's crazy, like how many believers have come in here and said that they prayed for TikTok to be taken away, simply because of the deconstruction that's happening on TikTok. It's kind of like, I don't know, insidious. Sirius, hi, how are you?
Good. How you?
I'm doing good. see, Public said that his Mandarin tutor said Red Book is the more accurate translation. So I don't know. Red Note, Red Book. I know on the actual app they don't want either. They don't want you to call it either. They rather you call it by its actual name. Xing Hao Song. I said it earlier, but I done lost the translation. But they would rather that you call it that instead of Red Book or Red Note. Series. So you are a believer. For TikTok purposes, remind me what's your age?
31.
Okay. And what should the serpent go to hell?
Like the actual serpent, the beast, the animal.
The serpent in the garden that we're
Yes.
discussing.
So, no.
Okay, tell us why not.
I mean the serpent, the actual animal, the beast, received this punishment. The serpent wasn't. Well, we don't have any context of how sentient the serpent was. We don't have any context on that, so we can't go to any extreme extent on the punishment of the serpent.
I think it's interesting, like what Dr. Kip brought up, the Arum concept, right? Because it literally means that the serpent was intelligent, right, and wise. And so I think that does gives us an idea of how sentient it was, right? That's what you were saying, right, Dr. Kip? Like that word for crafty,
Yeah.
like it means that he was intelligent, wise, perceptive. And while you were talking to Fred, of course, I went and did some, research on that word to see like the reference text to it. And I think there's a proverb that talks about how a prudent person ignores an insult, and it uses a room as well. So is that intelligence isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I
No.
agree. I agree. But like as far as being
Also,
sentient, having a will to do, or having a will to be, I don't think the serpent had that.
I was going to, because you talked about the serpent's punishment, I was going to mention that now this is quite late, so this is medieval. There's a midrash, rabbinic Jewish interpretation of this story, in which part of the punishment of the serpent is that his arms and his legs are cut off, and he has to crawl around on the dirt in the
It's not a
dust.
midrash, it's in the text.
It's in which text?
That he has to crawl that in Genesis 3, where it says
Yeah,
that
but
on his belly
his
he will go.
arms and there's no mention of his arms and legs in there though.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's not. I think like it's implied.
It
That
kind of is.
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing directly within the Genesis story that indicates that he's got arms and legs. But in the midrash, he actually shakes the tree with his arms and his legs to get the fruit to fall.
Oh wow.
And then God is angry and he cuts his arms and his legs off. It's fun.
Fun fact that snakes have vestigial legs.
True, right?
They have what legs?
Vestigial legs, so they've evolved to lose their legs, and actually some boas, some pythons, have a little remnant of that leg that they use for tickling during, what have you. Mootsie mootsie.
Coitus?
Yes.
Oh my God! They use their leg to tickle.
Yeah, it's a little claw
Their vestigial leg.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. But seriously, you said that, like, you said that there's nothing in the text that points to how sentient the serpent is, and I would say that the word arum, the Hebrew word used, right, to describe how crafty the serpent was, and saying that the serpent was more intelligent, more perceptive than any other beast. So I would say that is a good indication of how sentient it was.
I mean, I wouldn't agree. I would, chuck that up to being, intelligence amongst, the animal kingdom. Because we still see that today, how, wise or how wise certain animals are compared to others. So I would chuck it up to that. I wouldn't chuck it up to the serpent having a will, like I said, the will to do or be, more than what it is, or, to be something greater than a beast of the field. Like us humans, we are sentient. We have a desire to be greater than what we are.
Yeah, but Proverbs 12:23 says that it applies to people as well. So it's the same word. So that argument doesn't hold water at all.
Yeah, because it says that he was more, right, that than any beast in the field, and that would include the humans, right? So the serpent had, a higher level of intelligence than the humans, and I think what Dr. Kip was pointing out earlier is like the wordplay, right? The fact that that word is used also for Adam and Eve's nakedness. So it's like they, I guess, the absence of intelligence, they were naked in that sense. Like they were not as smart or intelligent or wise as the serpent.
There's some other it gets complicated, but there's some other ancient Near Eastern traditions which connect the lack of need for clothing with divinity. So being naked was the gods walked around naked, and there was this was sort of a sign of something that just this was a thing that separated gods from the humans, and I think that's playing into this as well. It's
Like
kind of a
Gilgamesh
nod.
and Enkidu. Like
Yeah,
Gilgamesh and Enkidu sort
exactly.
of thing.
That's a good example. Um, the Gilgamesh epic is a story that informs this one, and Enkidu is the wild naked man, out in the woods before he's tamed by Shamhat the prostitute. And once he is, the first thing that she does is, you know, puts clothes on him and takes him into the city.
Yeah, but wasn't
So,
Enkidu? Didn't Enkidu see himself as an animal though, not necessarily a god when he was naked?
but he was like, yeah, but I mean, not a god per se, but like a divine creature. Because yeah, in antiquity, the
In
cosmic realm
contention.
is,
In
yeah,
contention with the gods. Yeah.
yeah. I had a question though for series. You said that you said something about you thinking the serpent wanted more?
So no, I said, attributing the serpent being more wise than any beast of the field, I wouldn't say that equates to the level of sentience that the serpent had.
He said that he don't think the
Oh, okay.
serpent could have a will. Right? He
Right.
said that he don't think that there's anything in the text, but the serpent would have had
Mm.
to, like, and I don't know what doctrine of Christianity you subscribe to, if it's like the original sin or the concept that the serpent tricked them into disobeying, and that he, you like, is it which, like, if you believe that the serpent tricked Eve into disobeying, or that he seduced her, right, with knowledge to get her to disobey the command of the God, then you would have to, in some way, see that the serpent had a will to seduce, right, for that to be the goal.
So, like, if we're talking in terms of how the serpent did it, we know that to be. Well, I don't know. I know you guys are atheists. We subscribe to Satan. That part of it, the seduction. We know animals. You know, they can't seduce human beings on any level.
So then you do think that the serpent in the garden is either Satan or was possessed by Satan. Like is it so like
Correct.
so you do believe that that Satan can possess an animal and make the animal talk to a human, and then a human can understand the animal?
So yeah, given the context, we can't say that. I can't say that the actual beast didn't exist, like the snake, because we do see that the actual physical animal received judgment. So I can't just say, it was all Satan, and then there was no animal, that the Satan was at the serpent was actually Satan himself.
It just feels like you're adding a little bit to the text, and then refusing to accept what the text is saying, right? Because the text all on its own is saying that this serpent had these capabilities, right, at this point in time in creation, to be able to communicate with Eve, not necessarily Adam. Like, it doesn't say that the serpent communicated with Adam at all, but to communicate with Eve without needing a outside entity to possess it, right? And so it sounds like, in order for your faith, right, or the doctrine that you have been taught and believe, you're needing to not accept what the text says and then add a little bit of your own.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't see that, because by the text we do know that this serpent knew a lot about, well, knew of the creator, knew the contents of eating the tree. He knew what would happen. He wasn't present when God gave Adam the commandment not to eat of it and what will happen. He even, throws the question back at Eve. Did God say, thou shalt not eat of the tree? You shall not surely die. You shall be as gods. So, that with that context, we can see that is, there's more than just a snake at play here.
No, we can't see that, because you don't know, like, one, who the, like, what the serpent, would have known. Like, the animals were created, right, right after Adam was created, right? Like, if in the story the serpent, right, is expected, the writer is expected to read it as the serpent had these capabilities at this point in history. For example, they were talking about Enkidu, right, in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Enkidu saw himself as an animal. Like, he didn't necessarily see himself as human until he met this woman. He had sex, and then she, like, took him to have beer and food, and then
She
all of a sudden,
domesticates him.
yeah, and then he starts acting like a human. And some people say, oh, that part of the story is for humans to kind of see themselves above animals, right? One could look at this as being a way of saying animals at some point in time were the primary life force on earth until humans came. They had capabilities of being intelligent, and then this happened, so humans rose above animals, and then humans began to have dominion over animals, right? It just depends on what the intention of the author was in writing the story. I don't necessarily see a need, other than your Christian faith, to read in that some spirit came in and possessed the body of the serpent. There's no, like, it's like you're doubling up the character, right, in order to fit your narrative.
So when I read the text, when I read what happened in Genesis, we see Adam and Eve get judged, and we see the serpent, the physical animal, get judged, and then we see the serpent get judged again. Like,
Where does the serpent get judged again?
so not again, but it's the serpent get judged, and it's one for the serpent and one for who I would say is Satan, because it says,
Where are you seeing that? There's no break in the judgment of the serpent. Like, there's no break there.
Correct. Like if the
So
Bible was just Genesis, I wouldn't be able to say that. But when you read the entire Bible, I'm
where do you see the other judgment for this for Satan then? Where else in the Bible do you see the other?
so when he said, "I will put enmity between thy seed and her seed; he shall crush
But
her
that
head."
you realize there's no break there. That's all one, right?
Correct.
But
Correct.
where do you see the break? You see what I'm saying? Like he's talking to the serpent. That's the subject, right? And then every you in here, right? Your. They're all to the serpent. There's no break. There's nothing in the text, right, to insinuate that it's switching to a different character.
So what I'm saying, given the context of the full Bible, do we not see this fulfilled
Where do you see it fulfilled?
throughout the entire Bible? It's not just the New Testament; it's the Old Testament as well.
Like where? Because like first off, who is the offspring of the serpent? Because some of the Hebrews might say that the serpent's offspring might be the Philistines, and it's the contention between the Israelites, right, or and the Philistines. Some people say that it's just humanity in evil. Right? Some people might say that it's like the serpent's offspring could be anything in this.
So, like in context of the Bible, we see it's the enemy nations of God throughout the entire Bible.
No, like we don't see that it's just one nation. That's what I literally just said. But where does that, right, show that that's Satan? And where do the Israelites crush the head of their if you want to say that it's the enemy nations, where do the Israelites crush the head of the enemy nations?
So, in terms of that verse, that was speaking about Christ.
So you can't here you're doing it again. Like you're saying that the enmity, the enmity is the enemy nations of the Israelites. The serpent's offspring is Babylon. It's the Medes. It's the Syrians. It's Egypt. Right. It's the Canaanites. It's the Philistines. But then you say, oh no, never mind. This is a prophecy about Christ. Right, like just like you're doubling up the serpent character, you're doubling up Genesis 15 for it to mean two things, actually three things.
So, no, I mean that's not what I'm doing. My understanding comes from the actual context of the Bible.
Sure, show me where this is at. Like it says, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers, and he will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. So show me where this is a prophecy about Christ in the rest of the Bible.
So, the enmity between the woman and the serpent we see throughout not the entire Bible, not just the Old Testament.
I said, show it to me. Like, who is the woman seed? Like, you do realize the word here. Hold on. You do realize that the word here for offspring, right, is plural.
Correct.
Right. It doesn't mean one person. Right. So it can't just mean Christ.
So,
right. So show me where Genesis 3:15 and the rest of the Bible, right, refers to the woman seed being Christ, and then the serpent being the devil.
So the first account we see of this, and you're right, it's the whole point of it is reconciliation back to God. So that equates to Christ. But we see this all throughout the Old Testament. Our first account is not too far. We see it with Cain and Abel. The first account of the enmity between two brothers, between two seeds.
Nope. That has absolutely nothing to do with your Jesus. Nothing.
So I'm not
And then on top of that, right? In your Jesus's time, in your Jesus's writing, Cain's seed, right, is the seed of the evil one, right? But in the Hebrew scriptures, your God gives Cain a special protection of Talion. So in the Hebrew scriptures, your God will be protecting the seed of the evil one.
So God doesn't allow anyone to kill Cain.
He gives him a special rule. Instead of eye for an eye or life for a life for Cain, it's life for seven
Because
for Cain.
because he doesn't, he's not a God of violating double jeopardy. He already judged Cain.
Not double. Do you understand? Right? Like the Hebrews get life for a life, right? Like in their law, right? Cain is the only one that when your God says if somebody kills Cain, right, then Cain shall be avenged 7 times. So it's no longer life for a life. So it's not life for a life for Cain. It's life and 7 lives.
and
Right.
that's
So that's the special protection that your God gave Cain after Cain killed Abel. So that would be seen as your God, right, protecting the evil one's seed, not crushing his head.
I mean, I wouldn't say that because he already judged Cain and sent them out, exiled him.
I didn't say anything about him not judging him. He's still protecting him, right, by giving him this special privilege of talion.
I mean, I wouldn't say it as a privilege. It's just he's already been punished.
Do you understand what I mean when I say that? Like even like Lamech later on in the chapter, Lamech says Cain venges sevenfold. He says I killed a young man, and he said Cain venges sevenfold. I venge 7 times 70. Right? Like so, Lamech's like I'm gonna kill even more people if somebody hurts, if somebody kills me or strikes me or kills one of mine. Right? So when I say like your God gave Cain this special rule, right? Like you're going to be venged 7 times if somebody kills Cain. He gave him the special protection. Now, I didn't say anything about judging. He still protected him. If he's supposed to be the evil seed.
It was so that no one would exact their vengeance on Cain, being that God, being the supreme being, already did that. He already took care of that.
I don't think you quite understand what it is that you're saying. Like if is he the serpent seed? Is Cain the serpent seed?
I mean, there's no context that indicates
You
that.
literally just said that is the first instance that we see Genesis 3:15 played
Right.
out.
Of the
You said
enmity.
two brothers, right? The enmity between the seed, Abel, right, and Cain. Who's the serpent seed in that?
We could say Cain.
Okay, and then Abel would be the woman seed, the righteous seed.
Yes, we can say that.
Okay, whose head is supposed to get crushed?
The seed of the serpent.
Actually, no. It just says he would strike your head and you would strike his heel. I don't think anybody's head is supposed to get crushed. I think that's in Romans where Paul says that. Bert, is the word is one of the words here? Does it mean crushed? If I'm not mistaken, I know the King James says
In
crushed.
Genesis 3, no.
Huh?
In Genesis 3,
Bruised.
yes,
Bruised. Okay, not crushed. But Paul goes on to say that
yes.
the serpent is crushed under your feet, and that's why believers take this. So, like, there is no crushing here, right? And so they're just like fighting back and forth, right?
Right.
That's one thing. That's one thing too, right? Like when they say that this is a prophecy about Jesus, they're taking what Paul said in Romans, right? And kind of reinterpreting Genesis 3:15 to say that Jesus crushes the head of the serpent, but that's not even what it says in Genesis 3:15.
So, do you lean toward the sentiment that Jesus is not in the Old Testament or the Torah or the Tanakh?
I don't think that even matters right now because what we're talking about is whether this is a prophecy about your Jesus.
Yes.
And it doesn't like right the reason why right Christian theology claims that Genesis 3:15 is a prophecy about Jesus is because Paul says that the serpent that Jesus crushes the head of the serpent or will crush the head of the serpent, right? And they think that is referring to Genesis 3:15, but it's not. One, Genesis 3:15 doesn't say anything about the neither of them crushing the head of either one. They're striking each other's heel, like they're going back and forth. Right? It's about contention, like a consistent um battle back and forth, right? And one could say, right, like I said, that the serpent seed could be the enmity between the Philistines and the Israelites, right? Like we know that this was written during the Babylonian exile, right? When we look at the story about Abraham when he was in Gerar, right? And that's what's the word I'm looking for? An anachronism about the Israelites, their ancestors in the land of the Philistines, because at a time that Abraham would have lived, Philistine wasn't a nation, right? And so it's putting it talks about the wells and the deception that went back and forth between Isaac and Abraham, and then the people of Gerar fighting about the wells. Isaac names one of the wells enmity, contention, right?
Also,
So
the word Akev, the word heel here is also a nice reference to Jacob. Also, Akev and Yaakov are, what do you call that when you can jumble the words? Acronyms?
and so the serpent seed could definitely be, the author could be thinking about the Philistines and the contention between the Israelites and the Philistines, or any of their enemies.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. It's a lot of controversy around it, mostly up to everyone's interpretation. But I take for what I see in the scripture.
But I keep asking you to show it to me in the scripture, and you haven't. You brought up Cain and Abel,
So,
right? But
as far as
but you would have to be saying that your God is protecting the seed of the evil one. Like for you to say that this is a prophecy about Jesus, and then use Cain and Abel, your God isn't protecting the righteous seed; He's protecting the evil seed. If you go by what the New Testament says, that Cain's seed is the evil one.
so I wouldn't say protecting as in God is on the opposing side. That we don't. I
What did
don't.
he do when Cain said, "What if somebody kills me on the outside?" What did he do?
And he honored Cain's concern,
And then by doing what?
making sure that no one would kill him. So you
Which
can
is called what?
you can say he protected him, but it's not saying protecting as God is on the opposing side now, or he's playing both sides.
I mean, however you want to look at how the protection, that's on you. All I said was he protected him. And if you're saying that Cain, right, was the evil seed, your God protected the evil seed.
So if we're saying he protected the evil seed,
I'm not saying it. The text says he did.
if the text says that, then what's the overall conclusion?
I don't know. You have to decide that for yourself. All I'm doing is saying what's in the text, right? Like it literally says that he even put a mark on him, right? Let's see, hold on. He says, and the Lord said, so whoever kills Cain will suffer a sevenfold vengeance. And the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who came upon him would kill him. That's protection.
For Cain and anyone else who tries to kill him. Because if he didn't have the mark, someone would, and he was said something out the way to somebody, they would have probably unalived him and suffered that sevenfold punishment unknowingly. So
Maybe
it's a protection for anyone trying to unalive Cain as well. It's protection for them too.
you would have to argue that the wandering is a worse punishment than being unalived. That living is worse.
Living as Cain is worse than.
That would have to be your argument.
No, I wouldn't say that's my argument.
Yeah, I know, because you're not thinking. Never mind.
According to you, I mean, you haven't brought up a verse. You want to? I mean, you want a dialogue? Because I was talking to Thinker, but
You're first off, Bert is a expert here, and he is a Jewish rabbi who understands the Hebrew scriptures. But like your argument is that the reason why your God allowed Cain this 7 times vengeance is because he did not want double jeopardy. He had already judged Cain. And your judgment is that he sent Cain out, right, out of Eden into the wilderness to wander. And so what Bird is saying is you would have to argue that wandering is worse than death.
I wouldn't say wandering. That's not my. I can't. I don't understand how he's getting to that conclusion. That's my argument. Because we don't have any context on that
What
wandering.
was the judgment? What was the judgment that your God was protecting Cain from not getting judged again? What was the original judgment that your God gave Cain?
Let me go.
For
Let me go to the actual scripture, so I'm not missing.
I'm pretty sure that wandering is the punishment, that you shall wander all your days.
I'm confused as to how he don't see that though. Like,
Also, while he's looking it up, fun fact, Abel's name is actually Hevel, or Havel, which is the same word that's in Ecclesiastes that's translated as futility, which is really just a breath, a wisp of air that hangs for a moment and then dissipates.
oh wow,
So yeah. So he. You guys hear me?
we couldn't hear you while you were away.
Oh, my fault. So
What were
he.
you saying while you were gone?
No, I didn't say anything. I was wondering if you guys
Oh,
heard me when I got back. So he cursed Cain so that the ground wouldn't yield anything to him,
is that
and
it?
cursed him. He exiled him to the wilderness
To do what?
to wander.
Okay, right. To be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, right? So that was his judgment that you were
Correct.
saying, right? And you said that your God protected him because he did not want him, right, to be judged twice, correct?
Correct.
So Bert is saying that you would have to argue, right, that dying, right, is not worse than wandering. That wandering the earth is a far worse judgment than being allowed to be killed.
No, I wouldn't say that.
But so then your God protected him from being killed so that he doesn't get judged again?
So had not God put that mark on Cain, he most likely would have been unalived by someone.
And why would that have been a bad thing? Why would being killed by someone not been a worse judgment than wandering on earth?
So the judgment was from the Most High God. So can't equate someone else unaliving him and compare their judgment to God's judgment.
But your God did not want him killed, which is why he protected him.
Right.
So what Bert is saying is by you saying he didn't protect him, he just didn't want him judged twice. Bert is saying you would have to argue that wandering the earth is a far worse punishment than allowing him to get killed.
So correction. I did take back and I did agree on the protection part. Because I said not only did he protect him, but the person that would eventually try to unalive him, et cetera, et cetera. So we do know with the context that he wasn't wandering forever. So it wasn't an endless, aimless wandering of Cain. He did have a suitable life.
Are you saying that the Kenites were not nomadic people? That they did not wander from place to place?
I mean, they did. They did.
Hold on, Dr. Kip, are you asleep? I think Dr. Kip is asleep. I'm gonna take him down.
Happens to me all the time.
Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, his wandering wasn't aimless. They did wander from place to place, but he did have, so to speak, a life. He knew a wife and he bare children, and he had some quality. He had some quality of life.
Yeah, where did he settle down? What was the name of the place that he settled down in?
So I'm not claiming he settled down.
Well, he did. And it was in Nod, which means wandering.
What I am claiming though is that he did have a quality of life. So it wasn't an endless, aimless wandering. So when you say that what I come to conclusion is that death or wandering would be a far worse punishment than the death he would have got had God not put the protection on him, preventing it, is what I was speaking to.
I think you may have forgotten like your initial response is that this is the story of Cain and Abel is the first example, right? The first instance that proves that Genesis 3:15 is a prophecy about your Christ, about the enmity between, your Christ and the serpent seed. And my point is that here, in the Cain and Abel story, your God actually, protects the serpent seed so that nobody kills it. So either like your God wanted the seed of the serpent to grow on the earth so that the contention and the enmity would grow, and that would be why he gave the serpent's seed a higher talion allotment than humans, right? Like that do life for life. The serpent seed got life, 7 lives for 1 life.
I mean, again, I wouldn't say that. And we know, if I'm not mistaken,
What do you think being avenged 7 times mean? Like if somebody kills Cain 1 time, he shall be avenged 7 times. What do you think that means?
like you said, I agree with that. The
Oh,
sevenfold.
I thought you were disagreeing. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
no. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Like I
So
agree.
what is it that you're disagreeing with right now?
So what I'm disagreeing with, it has.
Can somebody block Albert's whining ass? Like, I never understood why people sit in the comments and whine about how boring the conversation is or how they're not learning anything and they just don't fucking scroll. Go ahead, Siri.
So the enmity between thy seed and her seed, I said we see that first with Cain and Abel. And you know, I see that. That's what I see. I see it throughout the Old Testament as well. When it gets to, and he shall crush thy head and thou shalt bruise his heel. If we're taking in context the whole Bible, we see that also fulfilled.
Where? Like, you haven't even proven that you see it fulfilled in the Cain and Abel story. That like, where are you seeing it fulfilled?
So when it says he shall crush your head and thou shalt bruise his heel, we know it's not talking about the serpent and Eve, or Eve's seed and serpent, and her seed having enmity with snakes, etc., etc. When I say we see this filled throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament, we see this come to pass in prophecy.
Who is the serpent seed and who is the woman's seed? Like, that's what I'm asking. You're just repeating over and over again that you see it fulfilled, but you're not showing where.
So we would see instances of that with, like I said, Cain,
We don't see it with Cain.
Babylonian kings. We see it with we see it in Daniel with the Grecian Empire. We see it with all the enemies of Israel throughout the
What
Old
does that have to
Testament.
do with your Christ?
When we get to the book of Isaiah, we see it in prophecy. Christ. We see the prophecy of Christ and how Genesis chapter 3, I don't know the verse, but how that's going to get fulfilled. We see that.
What are you talking about? The virgin. Go ahead, Bert.
Which just sounds like he's saying that Jesus is the serpent in Isaiah 53.
No, I didn't say that. Isaiah 53 is clear on what it's talking about. Some people think it's Israel, saving Israel from Israel, but that can't be so because Isaiah 53 is clear that
I
someone
think
is
what you
dying.
and I are both struggling with is that you're not providing any connection between the serpent, its seed, the fate of the serpent in Genesis 3 with anything else. Like the next phrase that, like, when you say we see it in this, like, I think what I'm looking for is a verse next
Okay,
the serpent, its seed, and its fate.
so let me take you to. I heard you talk about this verse. So can we go to Ezekiel 28? You spoke a lot about this, I think, a few lives ago, where you believe it's completely talking about the king of Tyre.
I believe, or the text says that it's talking about the king of Tyre.
So,
Like, I don't believe that's what the text says.
okay,
Like, you're about to do the same thing with Ezekiel 28 that you're doing with Genesis 3:15 that you have yet to resolve. I just want you to know that. But go ahead.
okay. So there's verses 1 through 10, a word is sent to the king of Tyre. There's a break. We can clearly see the break in verse right here. Moreover, the word sent the Lord and the word of the Lord came to me. So we see a break, and there's another word given. And if
And
we're
it's also to the king. Now this one is a lamentation to the king of Tyre. You do see
correct,
that, right?
yes.
Okay.
So
Where is there another break?
So no, so I'm not saying that it was. This is addressed to Satan. So what I'm saying is when you're reading this second word and it says that was in Eden, the garden of God. Are we talking about the king of Tyre?
Yes, because it's poetic language. It's still talking about the king of Tyre.
So what source?
And Eden, like, you understand, like, the garden was inside of Eden, right?
What? I
The
agree.
garden was not named Eden.
So when he's comparing, because it says it mentioned things like anointed cherub, that was perfect in thy ways when I created you. That is, you saying that's poetic language?
All of it is poetic language. It's a lamentation. Like, it's not talking about, first off, the serpent in the garden wasn't a cherub.
I mean,
The
so
serpent, there's nothing in Genesis 2 or 3. I mean, and nothing in Genesis 3 that says that the serpent was a cherub.
okay, so let's gather the entire context of the
Hold on
Bible.
for a second. Let me say thank you to let me see who sent the dinosaur. I can't see. Mr. Curtis, thank you so much. And then I also want to say big ups to Royce. I do that messaged me yesterday. The gift that Royce gave me yesterday was 15,000 coins, and I didn't know it. That's the biggest gift I've ever received at one time on this app. And Royce, I just want to say thank you so much for that. That means a lot to me. Go ahead, Siri. W Royce in the chat. Go ahead, Siri.
So when we take account the Bible, we know that whether you believe it or not, we know Satan, the devil, is a character in the Bible, correct?
That Satan is a character. There are multiple Satans, multiple Satans in the book. Yeah.
So, and most people would say Satan is just another word for adversary. That Satan be someone being an obstacle, and that would make you a Satan, so to speak.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that is one.
in the context of Ezekiel, we know it's clearly talking about, because if we're gonna say that it's using poetic language, it's clearly talking about a being.
It's talking about the king of Tyre.
So let's say that it is poetic language. Is it talking about a being, an anointed angel? Is that what the
It
king?
doesn't say anointed angel. It just says cherub. Like it's talking about him. It's using symbolic language, right, to talk about what the king of Tyre did. Like, it doesn't even say Satan in Ezekiel.
So when it describes this, so when you're saying when it's describing this cherub in detail, that is just poetic language, and it's just talking about the king of Tyre.
Let me put it in modern language. The king of Tyre had everything going for him. He had all of the greatest riches. He had the newest iPhone. He had all of the coolest things in the world. Everything was right up his alley. And go. Like,
So
that's what.
what I'm not saying is that the king of Tyre is not the subject, right? But there's clearly someone else. He's being compared to something.
It's actually a
He's
really nice setting because it puts the Garden of Eden story as contemporary with this Ezekiel text, because it would make sense to the people idiomatically speaking. Like, this poetry, like, people know where this is going. Like, it's you got to put yourself. Never mind.
So, all right. So can we? So you said a Satan or Asatan can just be an obstacle adversary. If that be the case, we see this Asatan many times throughout the Old Testament. We see it in Job. We see it again. Well, I don't. It's not the lying spirit we see in Kings, if I'm not mistaken. But we see this obstacle or Satan pop up. So are you saying it's different being just an
like
obstacle?
I think it helps to, right, to understand the concept of divinity in the ancient Near East and in Babylon. The Babylonian kings saw themselves as divinely appointed by their gods, right? And the Hebrews wouldn't have thought anything different either. When they were in Babylon, they worshiped the Babylonian gods, right? So, like, when it talks about him, like, I think in Ezekiel, I think at the front of this, it says you say that you are a god, right? Because your heart is proud and you have said, I am a god. I sit in the seat of the gods and the heart of the seas. Yet you are but a mortal and no god. Though you compare your mind with the mind of a god. So a cherubim, a cherub, is a an angel, right? That is seen as something that's divine, right? That yeah, I think it guards the sacred places, right? So it's the reason why he would compare him, right, to something divine in this lament is because the king, basically they're saying that your God is bringing judgment on the king of Tyre because the king of Tyre sees himself as a god. He's successful. He's beautiful. I think in this, he even says that he's more intelligent than Daniel, or more anointed, or something than Daniel.
Yes, than Daniel, which is great because, like, it's kind of like that Daniel is fan fiction for this text, which is, I think, pretty cool. And also, like, the idea you were saying, like, the cherub is such an important reference here because, like you were saying, it's close to holiness. It literally means kruvim, means like karov, which is sacrificial language. That's what's on top of the Ark of the Covenant, the throne of God. Like, it's regal language that's
So
being paralleled with this king.
So poetic language would be like saying you're the apple of my eye, or your eyes shine like 1,000 doves. We don't see that here.
What?
So when we're being
Literally, he says, you are an anointed guardian cherub. Like, that's no different than saying, you are the beautiful apple of my eye. That's the exact same thing. It's symbolic language.
so when I'm so can I ask you this? Do you guys, when you take into account the Bible, are you not taking into account the Satan described in the New Testament is just an Asatan that
For
has this
the Hebrews
diabolical?
didn't have a concept of this enemy that the Christians have until like the Hellenistic period. Like there was no King Satan, right?
Is he saying that, just a clarifying question, is he saying that this text is about Satan? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see the word Satan here or anything to indicate.
He's saying that the word cherub, the fact that the Ezekiel called the king of Tyre, he's saying that because in the lament, Ezekiel says, you are an anointed guardian cherub. I placed you, you were on the holy mountain of God. You walked among the stones of fire, but you were filled with violence and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and the guardian cherub drove you out from among the stones of fire. So he's saying that this is proof that what the Christians believe, that Satan was an angel in heaven cast down to earth. He's saying that the lament that Ezekiel wrote about the king of Tyre is actually about Satan.
But then he'd have to be able to explain why the cherubim are also waiting outside the gates of Eden as guardians there.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean?
So you said I would have to explain the guardian cherubs that are. I'm not saying that Satan was the guardian cherub in Eden. So like he wasn't the one guarding, like keeping way of the tree of life as explained in Genesis. I'm not saying that that was him.
Are you saying that Satan
I
is a
am
cherub?
saying
Is
that
that what
he
you're
was
saying?
in the garden.
I don't understand what he's talking about, Thinker. I'm sorry. I don't have any idea what he's talking about. Like, is he saying that like Satan was a cherub? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, that's what Christians believe, that he was an angel kicked out of heaven, and they believe that because of what Ezekiel wrote about the king of Tyre, the poem, the poetic
Well,
language.
how do they know he wasn't a malach or a seraph? Like, how do they know which kind of angel he was?
We have the context. It's not like I'm making it up. I'm taking what the text says. It says a cherub.
I'm asking. Yeah, but like, do you see Satan hak karuv? You know what I mean? Like, how do you like? I don't understand where you're getting that information from.
From the text, the Torah, the Tanakh.
Okay, you'd have to show me. I mean, am I thinking? Let me know if I'm overstepping, but I really don't understand how he's figuring out that Satan means angel means
No, he doesn't
cherub.
think he doesn't think Hasatan means angel. They believe that because of the Garden of Eden language, right? Because it says, you were in the Eden, the Garden of God, right? It has it mentions Eden, it mentions garden, right? It's being it says you were cast down, right? So they're attributing, they're finding words, right, and attributing it to the serpent in the garden and saying that that is Satan and it's connected to the fall of man. They're just finding words and like confirmation bias.
Yeah, okay, got it. Just free associating words.
So no, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is wrong, that means the God of the Bible is lying. That there was no, because the God of the Bible doesn't use poetic language. If he said
Your God, this is Ezekiel talking, right, and saying that a God is saying this to him.
correct, so it's
That
God's
you do
word.
realize that it's no different than me telling you that a God gave me this poem. That like the God isn't talking here. This is Ezekiel saying, "This is what God is saying to me."
So there was no. So this was poetic language. There was no cherub in Eden, the garden of God, that iniquity was found in. So if this a word of God, that means God is lying.
I mean, like, this is not saying, this has nothing to do with the Genesis 2 narrative. This is Ezekiel basically using poetic language about an enemy of Israel, right? An enemy of Judah, actually. And then the Genesis 2 is an etiological tale. Like, you take it literally. So because of that, and because you're trying to read this as a consistent univocal text, you're coming to the conclusion of, is your God lying?
So when I come to the conclusion that it's Satan, it's because of not only what I read here, but what I read in Isaiah, what I read in Kings, what I read in the New Testament. Every encounter man has had face to face with this evil or anything the Bible has spoken about of this adversary or Asatan, whatever you call it, it's consistent across the
Name
text.
one. Name one. What has Hasatan done in this book?
In the story of Job,
Who told him to do that?
God allowed him to do it. I'm not saying
Did he ask permission to mess with Job?
he had to. Yes,
Well,
The
then let's
opposite.
see.
God did. Or he said, "Have you considered my servant Job?"
But
God,
who? So that's not your God allowing him to. Your God wanted him to. Your God presented Job to be accused by the Satan.
that's what the text states.
Yeah, so it's not that your God allowed the Satan to mess with Job. That's what your God wanted. And then when Job asked your God, when Job was questioning your God is the one who showed up in chaos, not the Satan. Your God showed up in a whirlwind and bragged, right, about how he uses chaos at his whim.
I wouldn't say he bragged,
What did
but
he do?
he did
When he
check.
said, did you hang the stars? Did you do this? Go ahead and speak. Tell me how I did it. Were you there?" Like, he used very egotistical, narcissistic, unempathetic language.
I agree. He checked Job for questioning him. Now, I'm not saying I know the end all be all of the why of what happened in the story of Job, but we do know it happened. And there's no Christian on earth that can deny the events of what took place in the book of Job.
I think, like, the fact that y'all don't like your own book, right? I gotta be, I'm not talking to you. Like, I gotta be evil, right? Because you don't like the fact that y'all have added shit to this text, and I'm not letting you mind fuck me.
What did I add?
Not you. I'm not. You didn't hear me say I'm not talking
Oh,
to
my
you?
fault, my fault, my fault. I thought you were talking
Okay.
to me in the comments.
I'm talking to the tip 28. As a matter of fact, are you the one that got blocked like 4 times yesterday and now you're on my YouTube? If you are that guy, never the fuck mind. Continue. I don't care what you say. Go ahead, Sirius.
But yeah, like no Christian can deny what happened to Job. No one can deny that God said, "Have you considered my servant Job?" So it wasn't the topic of conversation. The Almighty made it known by saying, "Have you considered my servant Job?" You can't deny that.
Yeah, so why are you saying he allowed the Satan to do that? He didn't. The Satan didn't ask. So what other instance did the Satan do whatever you said he did to humans that you're talking about? I forgot your claim now.
So we see it in Genesis, we see it in Job, we see it
We do
in.
not see it in Genesis. There is no Satan in Genesis.
We can
Then we do not see it in Job. Like, listen, you keep naming stuff that you cannot prove. Like, I'm not gonna let you, like, take credit for some stuff that you have not proven. Where else in this book is this Satan fucking up humans?
So the being Satan cannot just go out and just destroy
Where
because
is he doing it?
I'm not saying that he can. he has to get permission. He has to get the go ahead, the green light.
He didn't get permission in Job. Your God put Job on the table. So where did he get permission?
God didn't give him the green light, and he did. Even though,
Where else other than Job? We already know that was your job, your God's doing with Job. Where else did this Hasatan go to your God and say, "Hey, please, can I fuck up the humans?"
there's no other story like Job, but we do see it in the temptation of Christ. We see it in Kings where the lying spirit was sent out. God asked, "Who will
Your
go?"
God sent those lying spirits. The Satan. Why are y'all putting Hasatan in some shit that your God did? Your God made the decision to send those lying spirits to those prophets. Satan didn't do shit.
So that
Why
goes
he
back to
getting credit for the decision? Your God held a whole ass meeting,
so what I
right?
was,
He held. Hold on, listen. This is the crazy thing. This is why I said y'all don't like y'all God. He held a meeting, right, on his throne. I'm sorry, y'all. I fucking hate when people chew in my ear. I am so sorry. But the people, the spirits are around his throne. Like the spirits gather around. Okay. And then he's like, I need somebody to go and convince Ahab to fight against Ramoth Gilead so I can kill him. And then a spirit walks up and goes, I'll do it. I'll go and be a lion spirit. And he's like, all right, bet you'll succeed. And then your God sends the lying spirits to those prophets. There was no Satan there.
but we gotta get the context, thinking. You know what? You
What?
know,
Give me the context then, series.
he
What? Give me
said
the context. I don't listen. And when you say context, what I would like, right, is for you to do the same thing I do. Stick to your Bible. I don't want what's in your head. I don't want what some theologian made up. Show me the context.
no, the context is there when he said, "I don't want to hear anything from a prophet because they never have anything good to say about me." Right? That was the reason that God gave the go ahead to the lying spirit.
Listen, I'm not asking you why your God did it. I'm asking you, where is the Satan? Where did Satan do this thing that you are claiming Satan did? Because your God did this. Like, you shifted from proving to us that the Satan wants to fuck y'all up to justifying why your God did a fucked up thing. That is a completely different conversation. You do realize that, right? That's a completely different conversation.
I'm. We can say that. Yes, that's a completely different conversation. And let me clarify: there's nowhere in the Bible where Satan just has the green light outside of God giving him the green light to go and do what he does. There's nowhere in the Bible where that happens. So anywhere where you see that, you will see God giving the go ahead to anything, a lying spirit Satan himself, to go and go forth and do what he do.
What?
No,
What?
he's right. There's nowhere in the Bible where this Satan is doing the things to humans that Christians believe Satan wants to do to humans.
Agreed. Agreed. That's why I was so surprised to hear it.
Surprised to hear what?
Well, I think what I'm hearing is that you're saying that you don't have anything to support what you're saying aside from your own theological presuppositions.
So no, what I am saying is, like I said, there's nowhere in the Bible where Satan takes it upon himself without the green light from God Almighty to go out and do what he does and just do it. There's no record of that. What we do see is God giving the green light for Satan to go out and do these things.
Mm-hmm. And suggesting it too.
He didn't suggest Satan to do anything that he did. He asked, "What are you gonna do?" Just
No,
like
he didn't.
I mean, in terms of the in Kings, he asked, "What was the lying spirit? How was he gonna persuade the king?"
It was he needed a plan to kill Ahab.
He greenlit his own idea.
I wouldn't say that because it was the lying spirit's plan. God gave the green light, so I wouldn't say it. He needed counsel on how to deceive the king. I mean, if that's the case, then he wouldn't be all knowing. And
Who sent the evil spirit to Saul to make Saul have go mad and want to kill David?
God did. It states in the
Yep, your
scripture.
God did. Was it? It wasn't Satan, was it?
I mean, he sent the lying spirit and
No,
said,
the evil spirit. The evil spirit that drove Saul mad, that made Saul have headaches, made Saul want to kill David. The spirit of jealousy, the sickness, all of that. Your God sent all of that to Saul to make Saul want to kill David. That wasn't Satan.
You're
he
very
did.
close.
I'm not denying that. It's in scripture. I can't deny what's already in scripture. So, and that goes to the point I said, he gives the green light, but that doesn't mean that
They be
he's
his plans.
he's
He ain't
playing
green lighting
he's
it. They
playing the
be his
role.
own plans.
How can we say that they're his plans?
Whose plan was it to undo the order that he did in Genesis? In Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Whose plan was it to release chaos on the earth and kill every human on earth?
You talking about as far as like the flood? That was his plan. Yes, that
That
was.
was his plan. So in the beginning, he subdues chaos, right, and darkness. They are under his control, right? He has them chained up, right? He's controlled them. He's turned the chaos into order. Okay, and then he unleashes it on humanity, right, to wipe humanity out. That wasn't Satan. That was your God's plan. That was your God's doing.
We do know the flood was judgment on the earth, though, correct?
It doesn't matter. Your God uses this chaos, right, that you believe is Satan. He uses it, right, whenever he wants.
When you say whatever he wants, it's not as if he's misusing it.
The same wind, the same storm that you say Satan used to kill Job's family, right, to kill all of Job's servants and all of that, right? The same chaos, right? It's the same chaos your God unleashed on humanity in the flood. It's the same thing.
I wouldn't say it's the same.
What's different? Please explain to me how weather is different. Is there a good weather and a bad weather? Is there a
No,
holy
no,
weather and an evil weather?
no. I'm not saying
So
that.
it's the same thing. They're both they're both considered chaos.
Well, in that aspect, yes, we can say they're both considered chaos. We know one
No,
is
the Hebrew words that are used there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like in the beginning, right? When your God subdues chaos, there's a Hebrew word, right, that's used there. And Bert, can remind me, right? Because I don't have to go to my notes. What's the word there for chaotic waters, for the chaos?
Oh, tohu vavohu.
Yeah. And so that same chaos is used, right, when your God unleashes the chaos. He undoes the order when he floods the earth, right? The storms that go and kill Job's family, right? Your God shows up in the world when he shows up when he talks to Job. He shows up in chaos. He shows up with it wrapped around him.
so
Can
when
I
you
ask?
say he subdued chaos in the beginning, what do you mean? I'm not understanding when you say that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the actually series? What's the question that you want to ask right now? Like, doesn't this make you pause and like make you want to ask a question?
No,
Like,
I see you guys' standpoint from how you interpret the Bible. So it's not foreign, what you guys are saying. I've heard it before, the explanations. So how you
yeah, but
guys
you
interpret the Bible, I,
should
I
just say
understand how you
that
guys do.
right in front of your face. That is both conflicting with your worldview and backed up by the text. Like, I don't understand why you don't have more questions than
So
answers.
it's backed up by the text according to how you guys interpret the Bible.
It's not interpretation. There's no interpretation. I think that thinker is largely emotionless on what the text says or doesn't say. I think that thinker is looking at the text exactly what it says and saying, here's this, here's that. I don't really see what you're seeing because you're adding extra words that aren't on the page. In fact, I don't think thinker has referenced words that are outside of the text, aside to maybe make a point about what it's saying. But you're the only person that's just adding other words.
So when I said you guys' interpretation, and I told you guys from the beginning that I'm taking into account the entire context of the Bible. So when I say Satan and when I mention God and the things thereof, I'm taking into the entire context of the Bible as it is written. You guys are taking into account, you know.
No, you're not taking it as it is written. You're bringing extra biblical theological narratives into it because there's nothing in this text that says that the Satan, right? Nothing in the that you've been able to show us where the Satan is doing the evil shit to humanity.
Thinker is doing something called exegizing from the text, doing comparative analysis to see how the text is in conversation with itself and demonstrating semantic ranges of words. On the other hand, what you're doing is superimposing your preconceived notion onto the text, which is called eisegesis. And you know that it's eisegesis because you see Jesus everywhere in the text.
That's not what
I
I'm
like
doing.
that.
That's not what I'm doing, which is
They need to
why.
get like a necklace with Jesus with a lot of ice and be like, yeah, I know how to icy Jesus.
I
Okay, that
see
was corny.
Jesus.
So that's not, that wasn't corny. That's not what I'm doing because that's why I asked you guys. How do you see? That's why I asked you guys: is Satan the actual character in the Bible according to how you guys understand the text? You guys says according to the Old Testament. I've heard that view is Asatan. If you take into account the Old Bible, Old and New Testament, you would know that Satan is an actual character, an actual being in this text. It's not just something I'm making up. That's what I've been trying to get you guys to understand when I say I take into context the entire Bible.
You're not though, friend, because you like there's nothing in this Bible that supports anything that you've said. You've not been able to, and you're not even acknowledging that.
So, can you answer these questions if I'm right or wrong? Is Satan an actual character in the Bible?
The Satans, there's multiple Satans.
So, according to the Old and New
Lucifer
Testament,
is not. No,
according to the Old and New Testament, when you take into account both,
Lucifer is not a natural character in the text. No,
not in the New Testament either.
in the New Testament, you said a natural character. In the New Testament, he's an evolution of a character, and I don't even think his name is Lucifer in the New Testament. I think they just call him Satan and then the devil.
Like that's where the disconnect is because when I take into account the New Testament, I take it for what it is and what it says, and I believe it.
But you're applying the New Testament theology to the Hebrew scriptures. And you're like I said, what you're doing, right? You're reading them as if they are one consistent voice, and they're not. You're not taking into consideration the historical context, right? That these New Testament scriptures existed way before they were even integrated with the Hebrew scriptures. They were not one book all the time, right? You're not taking that into consideration.
I do. That's why, I asked you, do you believe that the Old Testament speaks of Christ? That's why I asked you that.
And I told you no, it doesn't.
So that's where the disconnect is. Because
So if I could just jump in for 1 second. So the issue is you're assuming that the first letter indicates Jesus, which is literally what I was just saying. You see Jesus. You're saying I see Jesus from the very beginning. When the reality is, you know how when you get a maze on a children's menu at a restaurant, and like you start off in the maze and going from start to end, it's really hard. But if you begin at the end of that little maze on that placemat and you go backwards, starting from the end to the start, there's only one path. So it's super easy to do the maze. This is the same as what you're doing with the Bible. you're beginning with the end in mind. It's like walking into a forest, finding an arrow sticking out of a tree and painting a target around it and calling it a bullseye. You're beginning with the end in mind, and you're going back to the start to say, look, see, it was a perfect fit the whole time.
So no,
Hold on. I just want to read out this YouTube comment for free. Thinker is going to hell, and she's taking many people with her because she's an overthinker. It's as simple as read. You either believe the nonsense is reality and can understand, or you will fail. Faith is the key to life. All right, go ahead.
so according to what you just explained, Bert and Thinker, that would conclude that nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, 0% chance of anything relating to Jesus Christ or a Messiah via the Torah, Tanakh, Old Testament. It would be impossible.
You added a word. You added a word there. I said it's not referencing Jesus Christ. You can find moments throughout the Tanakh that reference al-Messiah, several wow, I've never thought about Mashiachim, several Mashiachim, and you can see references to messianic hopes and anticipations and prophecies, but certainly no reference to Jesus as the Messiah.
So let me clear that up, because what we believe as Christians is Jesus is God. So let me clarify. There would be 0% evidence, a 0% chance that we would find anything relating to God coming down in the flesh and dying for humanity.
Yeah, that's for sure, because God can't become a person. That's like antithetical to, I would say to the Bible. Yeah, let me just say that first. Happy to pull up a verse if that's helpful. I think I can't. Isn't
That would be
Deuteronomy?
helpful. Can you let us know what verse you're talking about?
Yeah, God is not a man that he should
Oh,
lie.
okay, yeah.
Right,
Numbers 23.
I get that verse. It's a good one.
It's a helpful one in a lot of ways.
Sabito with the $10 super chat says, I'd rather be in hell with Thinker than in heaven with some of you crazy and hateful believers. Touche. Agreed, Sabito. I'd rather be in hell with you two.
That's crazy.
Like, why would I want to spend eternity with people who act like that? Like, I don't like them here. Why do I want to spend eternity with them? Like, you do realize that. Like, if people who don't necessarily have to be good, decent humans on earth will go to eternity, right? What the hell do I want to, like, that is torture for me. This is why I don't understand why, believers, when they find out that the serpent is on the new earth, they don't give a damn. Like, y'all, that's the crazy thing. Like, believers can run from their enemy, can run from the motherfucker that they believe that made their earthly existence completely horrible, and then be okay and finding out that motherfucker gets the same damn reward. That the serpent is sitting on the new earth, still eating dust, and just be like, oh, that's God.
Although the LDS members get a planet for their heaven for themselves, so that kind of sounds nice.
Yeah.
But when back to what I was saying about the 0%. So it would be a 0% chance that anything in the Hebrew scriptures would point to God coming down, dying for humanity.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say there's a 0% chance of that.
So I would ask you to go to First Chronicles,
Okay.
verse 1 through 4.
What was the question? I wasn't paying attention. I was reading crazy ass YouTube comments.
There's zero chance that God came down and unalived God's self. What was it?
First Chronicle. I cannot believe I spelled Chronicles. That God came down and did what?
So I said it'll be, being that that's correct, that the original Hebrew didn't believe in that concept. It would be 0% chance that anything in the Torah, Tanakh, Old Testament would point to God coming down, dying for the sins of humanity.
Okay, First Chronicles what?
1 verses 1 through 4.
From Adam to Abraham?
From Adam
The
to
hold
Noah.
on, hold on. Wait. Adam, Seth, hold on. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalel, Jarek, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Like that was God coming down and dying for the sins of the world.
I mean, you can look up the meaning of the names.
Oh,
I
brother.
cannot.
No, no,
Like,
no.
hold on. Red or human, appointed. What is Enosh? Is it preacher?
I don't even
Is
know.
Enosh preacher? Like none of this means that your God came down and died for the sins of the world.
No,
None of it.
that's why I'm asking you to look up the names, and
I
it'll.
have already done. I've done all of these names.
So what
That
does
is
the
so
names
played
mean?
out. It means this person sees Jesus.
No, like when you look up the names, what do they say?
I just told you that just means Adam just means humanity or red. Seth means appointed. I forgot what Enosh means. Mahalel means until it comes, or like until destruction comes or something. Jared doesn't mean anything. Enoch was something about a preacher. Methuselah. Damn, hold on. I think I got it right here. Actually, hold on.
I guess
Like it
Enosh.
doesn't mean anything.
And
Huh?
context is what I'm asking. Does it
There is
say?
no context here. Like you asked for what the names mean, and you're getting ready to like what Bert said. You're getting ready to see Jesus where there is no Jesus.
No, I'm asking, like, outside of, like, not even. It doesn't even say Jesus. It says, we know what it says if we all
Okay,
look
here
up.
we go. Adam means man, human, red. Seth, appointed a substitute. Enosh, frail and weak. Canaan, to possess. Did it take Canaan out? It did. Mahalalel, praise of God. Jared actually means to descend. Enoch, dedicated. Methuselah, when he dies, it shall be sent. Lamech, powerful. Nod, no, what is that?
Noah.
NAD?
Noah. It's
Noah.
rest.
Oh, rest. Shem, renown. Ham, hot and dark. Japheth, may he expand or enlarge.
So I'm
Like
saying,
none of that means Jesus.
I said Adam to Noah. We know what it means. We know
No,
what.
that's you. I see Jesus. That's you seeing Jesus. And then the fact that you want to stop at Noah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's not that I want to stop at Noah, because it's not only here that we see it in this lineage. We see it another message in other lineages as well. So it's not like something I'm making up. We're taking the literal names and getting the meanings. So it's not
Also
something.
trying to say that the Hebrews who rejected that Jesus actually wrote him into their scripture.
No, that's not
They
what I'm
actually
saying.
named their kids that. Like that's literally what you're saying.
I'm saying it debunks that idea that Christianity was somehow created by the Romans or what have you ever.
Like who said that Christianity was created by the Romans?
Well, you guys didn't say that, but if in the context when you're saying that you account the New Testament to not be genuine, because per the Hebrews,
It was never a part. The New Testament scriptures were never a part of the Hebrew text. They were not even added to the Hebrew text until sometime later.
I agree they wasn't a part of the original Torah, but we do know the Bible was constructed due to the significant facts surrounding not only the death,
Who?
the
Let me ask you
resurrection of
this:
Christ.
who decided? Who put the Hebrew scriptures with the New Testament scriptures? Who made that decision?
It was the Romans, if I'm not mistaken.
Who?
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it the Council of Nicaea? Am I wrong?
Was it the Hebrews?
No, it wasn't the Hebrews.
So then when you say we say, right, that we're trying to say, why don't you say it that it actually is, that it happened that way? We're not trying to say anything.
So I'm not saying that the original Hebrews didn't align with what the New Testament says. As we can see in the New Testament, they're the ones who crucified Christ. They're the ones to push to get him crucified. So that's not something that.
That's what
Nope.
yeah. Yeah. That's a that's what the text, that is what the text say. Let me say the text does say that the Hebrew Jewish leaders took him to Rome. But you've not asked yourself this question at all, serious. Why the fuck would Rome crucify Jesus for Jesus saying that he is the son of a Jewish God? Why would Rome give a damn about that?
Judging for who and what Rome is during that time, they wouldn't have a care in the world, so it didn't have to do anything with their power structure.
So why would they do it for the Hebrews?
More than likely, they were scared of a revolt. More than likely.
A revolt against, the Hebrews were going to revolt against the Roman government?
So we know during that time from historical facts that Pilate, as a governor, was going through some leadership problems. He was having problems subduing or keeping the Jews, Hebrews, under control.
The Roman emperor was having trouble keeping them under control for
Right.
what? For what? What was it for? Was it because of the Hebrew God?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yep, had nothing to do with the
The
Hebrew
fact
God.
that
Had
this,
absolutely nothing to do with the Hebrew God. So the Roman government, and like, just thinking about this logically, right, is not going to execute somebody because they're saying that they are the son of another nation's God. They're just not. They would have executed somebody for saying that you are a Roman God, or for claiming that you are a God that's bigger than the Romans. They're not going to do it for the Jewish people.
so we can see, according to the text, that it wasn't just they made a request and Rome granted it.
You keep saying we.
I mean, if you read the New Testament, you can see, or you can read any historical facts, and you can see that it was a constant plea on behalf of the elders to crucify this man that they said was
What
blaspheming against
historical
God.
text outside of the Bible? You said we consistently see this in historical text. What other historical text do you consistently see this in?
Any document surrounding the
Like, name
life
them, please.
of
They just don't
Christ.
give me vagueness.
Let me see if I.
This has been the journey from Genesis to Revelation.
And hey, y'all, good morning. I'm not
Hey,
going to.
P.
Hey, I just came up. I wanted to ask him a question about his statement about the Old Testament and the claims that he made about Satan doing things, because whose stories is who's the architect of the stories in the Old Testament? Like, I could see if Satan was out here just like wrecking shop and God came and fixed what Satan was doing, then I could see how he was like, trying to sow mayhem and destruction. But the reality is these things that happened involved God's plan. So if it was God's plan to do these things and God utilized Satan to execute them, how is it Satan that's creating the havoc and the mayhem?
Good question. It's his will to do these things, and God gives him the go ahead. It's not like he's responsible for any and all. We take our part in it as well. So
So
it's not
so
like
so Satan wanted to make the flood happen, and Satan wanted. I thought these things were
no.
God's plan in order to orchestrate getting his son to, or getting him to impregnate himself and sacrifice himself to himself. Like, I thought all of this led to Jesus. So it
So
had to happen, right?
no, I wouldn't attribute the flood as a work of Satan. I wouldn't agree to that.
Okay, and Job clearly wasn't a work of Satan because God brought Job up. So I was trying to figure out what was the work of Satan? What was an instance of something that was the work of Satan?
So in the book of Job, that was the work of Satan.
At
God
God's behest.
God gave him the green light to do what he did to Job.
But
He allowed it.
if I say to you, Sirius, I need you to go take out Thinker, because she pissed me off the other day. Are you carrying out your will or mine?
Yours.
Okay, so why is now Job's situation on Satan? Because he's carrying out God's instructions, not his own.
When did God tell Satan to take out Job?
When
Have you?
God presented, I'm sorry, go ahead, Bart.
Oh, have you considered my servant Job? I was just reading the line.
Right. I'm saying, when did God say, do this to Job, do that to Job, take his kids, take his house?
Why was
Do
Job
anything you
even?
want, just don't take his
He said,
life.
all that he has is in your hands, but don't take his life, like as Bert said. But he didn't tell him.
Job chapter 2. Y'all don't ever talk about Job chapter 2. Job chapter 2, verse 3. The Lord said to the accuser, i.e., the Satan, have you considered my servant Job? Again, there is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. Your God tells Satan, you made me do this and to destroy Job for no reason.
And this is
Because
Job.
Satan said, if you, God, reach out your hand and take and touch all that you have blessed Job with, Job will curse you to your face. That got under your God's skin, and your God decided to let Satan fuck Job's life up, or told Satan, I'm giving you all the power in your hands. Do what you want. I'm going to prove you wrong. That was your God's doing, not Satan's.
Have you ever had one ask the question?
Huh?
Have you ever had one like come to the realization and like ask like the critical question, like the first deconstructing question?
Yeah, we've had a lot. We've had a lot of people deconstruct.
It's great. That's so great. I feel like it's so close, and I don't know. I've never seen it happen before. It's kind of like, you know, watching a shooting star.
And Bert, thank you for the mnemonic. Now, because I always would confuse exegesis with eisegesis. I will not confuse it again. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. My pleasure. It's for the world now, you know.
So in chapter 2, what conclusion are we coming to? What are we arguing about chapter 2?
I mean, I don't even understand why we have to get to chapter 2, because I just think, to me, it's just common sense. Like, if I come to you and, I mean, even say that you're out your wrecking shop, like doing your thing, and I'm like, hey, have you considered Thinker? If I am the person to bring up the target, how is it then the fault of the executioner who does the thing? Like, I just don't see how the burden of responsibility shifts there.
Also for a hit,
So that
you
would.
only.
But hold on, serious. But also, right? And I just heard you take a screenshot, right?
Who, me?
Somebody just took a screenshot.
Nah, I ain't taking
Like,
screenshot.
he literally says, you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. That's your God talking to the Satan.
I agree.
I don't understand how much more clear. And I did that on purpose. I don't understand how clearer it can get.
So, what knock are we putting against the Almighty's character for chapter 2? What are we saying that he's doing here?
He took accountability for it. He's saying to the Satan, you made me do this to Job for no reason. It's not the Satan who did it. It's the God.
I don't see that. I'm sorry. I don't see that.
So in the analogy that I used with me and Thinker and you, who's responsible for what happens to Thinker?
Thinker, just so you're aware, if you look up the like the JPS version, it will capitalize the pronouns for God, which I think would make it even more clearer. Like me and him are capitalized in the JPS version.
I
So
keep
he's
trying to
right.
get it, but I think like, is there a free
Safaria.
version? Like,
Oh yes. Do you not know about Safaria?
but is that JPS? Because Justin said that's not.
You can. There's 24 different translations of the text on Safaria.
But how do I know which one is the JPS version?
I will gladly walk you through it.
Okay. I almost bought a hard copy of the. So like I went on to JPS, right? But they have so many different versions of the Tanakh, and I don't know which one to get.
If you just search up at the top, Job 2, and then you'll click on either it'll bring you right to the text. Okay, great. So then if you click on the verse, I think it was whatever 4.
But how do I know? Justin said this isn't JPS. Is this JPS?
Yes, it's JPS 1985. Look under Job 2. It says JPS, 1985.
Oh,
You can probably click there. Oh yeah, that'll give you the translations. And then if you go down to the 4th item, translation 11 options there. I guess I overestimated.
Dang, where is the X to get out of the resources? Why is it not there?
It might be that you're too zoomed in, and so it might be.
Oh yeah.
Do you know that like you can double click on any of the words,
Mm-hmm.
and like it'll give you the definition of those words and the semantic range?
Yeah, you talking about over here in the resources section?
Yeah. It's like the BDB entry and everything, and then you can hyperlink to those other verses. Oh man, I don't know how anybody got through rabbinical school without this stuff.
Yeah, I was using this at first, and I didn't know. Like I've been trying to find the right copy of the JPS because there's so many different ones. But thank you for. But yeah, so hold on, verse 3. Gosh, he still has integrity, so you have incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. Yeah, but I still don't think that he's going to like admit that the God is saying to the Satan, you made me do this for no reason.
So I don't see it as God casting the blame on Satan, saying, "See, he was still good, but you made me do this." I don't.
He literally says, have you noticed my servant Job? There is no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and shuns evil. He still keeps his integrity. So you have incited me against him to destroy him for no good reason.
Right, but
That's
that's
a
not
repetition.
saying you made
That's a
me do
repetition
this.
of chapter 1. It's not just that he's saying it here; he says it twice. It's like
What I'm saying is that he's not saying you made me do this. He's not playing the blame game with Satan here. I don't see that.
Darius, can I give you, let me say it this way. If this text said something along the lines of, God had this counsel, like everything at the beginning of Job was the same thing. And when God spoke to Satan, he said, hey, I see that you have been looking at Job and you want to get him. I can see that. Then I could understand your narrative. But that's not what happened. God asked Satan, what have you been doing? And he's like, I've been walking around on the earth chilling. God brought up Job. The moment that Job's name came out of God's mouth and God pointed Satan in the direction of Job, I don't understand how now what happens to Job is Satan's fault. Does that make sense? Because God brought up Job's name. He pointed Satan. He brought Job into Satan's bullseye ultimately. Does that make sense?
So I'm not denying that the Almighty God brought Job up. Like, he brought him up. Have you considered my servant Job? You can't deny that. Right? But I'm not saying that.
So from there, can you walk me through how the responsibility of what happens shifts to Satan, knowing that God brought him up?
So Satan said he only praises you because you have put a hedge of protection around him.
Why were they talking about Job to begin with, though? Like, I think we're kind of pole
So
vaulting over
I don't
that.
disagree that God brought him, the Almighty God brought Job up.
So from there, talk me through how the responsibility of what happened shifts from God to Job. Because do you agree that because God brought Job up, the responsibility is still on God's plate?
No.
You know what? And then when Job went to God and God responded to Job, did God like blame Satan? Did God say, "Why are you blaming me? I didn't do that. That was Satan."
So no, that's
What?
not
No,
what
no,
I'm
no. What?
saying.
Wait. What was your God's response to Job? Wait. What did he
He
say?
checked Job.
He right. So do you think that he's gonna check Job to defend Satan? Do you think that he was checking Job, right? Because he wanted to defend what Satan had done?
No, he was
Or,
checking
or was
Job.
he checking Job like, don't question me, I do what I do?
He was checking Job for what Job said.
But what did Job say? Why, like the suffering, you have done this to me. Job even said to his wife, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. He didn't say the Lord giveth and Satan taketh away. He said,
So
shall we be blessed by the Lord and not receive his punishment also, or curses also? Didn't he say that? Like literally, if this God was not taking responsibility in chapter 1 and in chapter 2, when Job accused him, right, of doing it, he would have been like, nah, that wasn't me, that was Satan, but I had your back. He was like, man, dude, I hung the stars. Did you wrestle Leviathan?
so
Right? Like he talked cash shit to him.
Job was questioning his sovereignty because of his circumstance, which I'm not saying Job was wrong about, because Job had no eyes on what was really going on. All he knew was everything he had, including his health, went out the window.
Did
He
Job
don't.
think that it was Satan doing it to him, or did he think it was God?
He didn't know who was doing it to him.
So who did God tell him it was doing it to him? At what point in this story did God say, no, that was Satan that did that shit? I don't have anything to do with it. That's
So
all.
I don't think there's a scripture that says that.
I think there's a scripture that says the opposite, though. Right? I think there's a scripture, there are multiple scriptures where God takes accountability for what happened to Job. And he tells Job, you don't have a right to question me about what I do. That would have been a
Correct. I
perfect
agree.
outcome.
He did say that. I agree.
So how is it Satan's fault then? Like the narrative of Job that Christians tell just don't fit. It doesn't fit the story. And
So
Hold
how
on.
would you walk through
Who is
Job?
Job talking to here? What is man that you make much of him, that you fix your attention upon him? You inspect him every morning, examine him every minute. Will you not look away from me for a while? Let me be till I swallow my spittle. If I have sinned, what have I done to you? Watcher of men, why make of me your target and a burden to myself? Why do you not pardon my transgression and forgive my iniquity? For soon I shall lie down in the dust. When you seek me, I shall be gone. Who was he
No,
talking to? Was he
he's
talking to
talking.
Satan, or was he talking
No,
to the God?
he's talking to God,
And when God answered Job finally, what was your God's answer to Job?
who is this that that darkens my counsel without knowledge?
Which means
Who's questioning what I'm doing?
is what I'm doing. You just said it. Bam. There you go.
you answered your own. Like, I don't understand why we're having this conversation because you do
So
not.
is when he says that, are you saying that he's the one wrecking Job's life, or he's the one who gave the green light to? Is he the one doing it, or did he allow it to happen?
Is there a difference between those two things?
Yes.
So if I hire a hitman, Whose responsibility is it that someone lost their life?
It would be yours.
Are you
So why
arguing?
So
is
it's
why
not
is it
about.
not why is
Are
it
you
not
arg-
God's responsibility for what happened to Job when he is the one that orchestrated it? This wasn't Satan's plan.
So God allowed it, but the
God
actual.
more than God more than so if it was Satan's plan, I could agree with you that God allowed it. But if I come up with the plan and I identify the person to carry out the plan and I point the person into the direction of the target of the plan, how is it the executioner's fault?
So at what point did God lay out the plan for Job? Like, how are we coming to the fact that it was God's plan on how Job's life was wrecked?
So are we talking about the specifics or are we talking about the fact that Job was in the sights, period? Like
Like,
you're shifting the conversation now.
so
I'm
I
not
don't.
talking about God. I will agree with you. I will agree with you. God did not say, "Hey, go take his kids." He didn't say go do. He didn't give Satan any specifics of what to do to Job. He just told him one thing he couldn't do. I agree with you on that. We do not disagree on that point.
He told him to, like, the Satan said, if you, God, stretch out your hand and take all that he has. That's what Satan said. God, if you stretch out your hand and take all that he has, he will curse you to his face. And then the God said, better yet, here's the power, you do it. So the God said, you go take all that he has. So that it was the God's plan.
It sounds to me
I
that
wouldn't say that was God's plan. Satan said if you were to take everything that he had.
He said, if you stretch out your hand,
So and that's
if
Satan.
you, he told the God to do it. Your God said, better yet, I'm giving you all the power. You go do it.
So are we saying based on that verse that this is God doing it, not just allowing it, but Him doing it as well?
Let me ask you a question. The storm, you said the storm that took Job's kids was Satan's storm, right?
Yeah, I mean He caused it. He had the power to do so.
Whose power did he have?
It came from God.
While he was still speaking, another one came and said, the fire of God fell from heaven and burnt up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. It was God's fire. It was God's power that your God gave to Satan to carry out the hit.
So I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. That it was His
You
power.
are disagreeing with that. You're saying that your God allowed it. Your God commanded it. Your God told Satan, here is all the power. You go do it.
I don't care how you get it done, just get it done.
So you're basically saying that it was pretty much a hit, but that wasn't. We have the context. It wasn't. I do agree. Yes, Job was out of the loop in this. He was frustrated, and God checked him for it. And yes, I don't have all the whys to Job, but yes, it's an interesting story. But we can't
I don't
say.
I don't think we're talking wise though. I don't think we're talking about wise. I mean, I think you would agree, Sirius, that if this were like a legal case in our day and it went through court, I don't think your God would be found not guilty. I
I
think he
mean,
would be found just as
who?
culpable as Satan. And we're not trying to say that Satan was innocent in this. Like he was absolutely the hand that pulled the trigger for sure. But I don't think that it's fair to absolve God of all responsibility when he clearly played a major part in this story.
Satan is a soldier in
So
this.
what was? So God was wrong for even bringing up Job in the first place. That's what we concluded.
I absolutely think he was wrong. I mean, I think he's wrong for a lot of things in this book, but I mean, I think you and I read it through very different lenses. I mean, I read the words for what they say, and I read the stories for what they are. You're reading them with a specific rhetorical goal in mind. So yeah, I think if you put that rhetorical goal down and you read this story for what it actually is, absent the belief that God cannot do wrong, then I think you would come to the same conclusion, but your belief system doesn't allow you to do that, which is why you're arguing for the fact that God is innocent when Job would not have been a subject at all had he not brought him up.
So my stance on Job is God is sovereign, And
I knew that's where you were getting ready to go next.
so we
And
don't.
that's why your God is wrong. Like when you say like your whole entire thing, this is when Bert was like Satan was a soldier in the army of the Lord. Like I just imagine believers in church singing like little Satan singing, "I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army. I will fight till I die." Y'all just little Satans.
I was rocking. That was great.
I mean, I see this. I can't say I don't see where you guys are coming from, but it's a little skewed. And I would assume you guys say the same about me and how I look at the story of Job, but it's
Can I ask you a
it's
question?
in text.
When you read the book, do you read it as something that like happened in history, or do you read it as an allegory for something else?
What do you mean?
Like, do you think that there was like a guy named Job who like woke up one morning and his life just went to literal hell, and it was because of these two acting agents? Or do you think it's like a story that's meant to demonstrate a principle? Like, do you think this really happened, or do you think that it's a story meant to teach a lesson or something like that?
I mean, I would say both. I know for a fact it really happened. I can't deny and say it didn't happen. Clearly, it happened. It's a lot of detail, so we can't say it was just one big lesson. It would have just been like in a book of Proverbs or something. So it was an actual story. I do believe, and I also do believe that it points out as a lesson. A lot of people have different interpretations of what that lesson might be, but it serves as a lesson to humanity. Better explained in not only Proverbs but Ecclesiastes as well.
On that note, I'm going to go to bed. Thinker, thank you so much for having me.
Like so do you think that the suffering servant tale, the folklore that's older than the story of Job, happened too? Like it's a Babylonian folklore. I think it's called the righteous servant, I'm sorry. Or is it the suffering servant?
You're tempting me with this one. Okay, I'm
It's about
going.
Isaiah 53.
No. I said a Babylonian folk tale, right? That's older than the story of Job. But it's very similar. Like it's a guy who was faithful to the gods of the Babylonians. He was wealthy, had children and multiple wives, and then he started going through stuff, and he wrote about it and was talking about how the gods were testing him, how he didn't understand why, like he got sick, he didn't understand why the gods was allowing this to happen, right? But he would not turn on the gods. He still had faith in the gods. I think it's called the righteous sufferer. It's a Babylonian folktale, and it's older than give me just a second, I'll bring it up here. My bookmark list is long. What is it? What is it called? Is it the suffering? Dang, it starts with a. I don't know the Babylonian name. Hold on. Oh shit, y'all! I'm leaning back in my chair, So I can't even see. My desk needs to come for the keyboard. So I'm typing and not looking. Like my bodies are not, my hand and my body ain't in the same place. So if it makes sense, I'm like bent over in a weird position. What is it called? Yeah, that's what it's called. Lud Bel Nimque. I want to get the actual. There it is. It's called. It's a Sumerian. The Ladal Bel Nimki. It was written around 1700 BCE. So before the Israelites were in Egypt or out of Egypt. It's a Sumerian and later Babylonian poem on the theme of unjust suffering, which is thought to have influenced the biblical book of Job, also known as the poem of the righteous sufferer. The title translates as I will praise the Lord of wisdom and is among the best known works of ancient Mesopotamian literature. And so the guy in this poem went through some of the same things as Job, except there's not a Satan and a God having a conversation before he goes through the things that he goes through. He's just talking about how the gods are allowing or doing all these things to him, even though he's been faithful to them, and then how he will still be faithful to them. It doesn't say the guy's name. Some theologians say that this guy, even the Babylonian guy, is Job. The Bible says that Job was an Edomite. And so some Christian theologians say that even this is about Job. But, like, do you think that this happened too?
Being that it's a historical document, I wouldn't doubt it at all.
But it's a folklore. Like, they don't read this as an actual event. It's a poem. This is a poem.
So it didn't happen?
Nope, this is a poem. This is a poem about a righteous sufferer that was written around 1700 BC as a Sumerian, Mesopotamian poem. Let's see if I can get the text. It says, I advanced in life. I attained to the allotted span. Wherever I turned, there was evil. Evil, oppression is increased. Uprightness I see not. I cried unto God, but he showed not his face. I prayed to my goddess, but she raised not her head. The seer by his oracle did not discern the future, nor did the enchanter with the libation illuminate my case. I consulted the necromancer, but he opened not my understanding. The conjurer with his charms did not remove my ban. This is like, it's not the whole thing. I think it's doing verse 1, verse 5, verse 10. So this is just a summary. How deeds are reversed in the world. I look behind. Oppression encloses me, like one who the sacrifice to God did not bring, and at mealtime did not invoke the goddess, did not bow down his face. His offering was not seen, like one in whose mouth prayers and supplications were locked, for whom God's day had ceased, a feast day become rare. One who has thrown down his fire pan, gone away from their images. God's fear and veneration has not taught his people, who invoked not his God when he ate God's food, who abandoned his goddess and brought not what is prescribed, who oppresses the weak, forgets his God, who takes in vain the mighty name of his God. He says, I am like him, but I myself thought of prayers and supplications. Prayer was my wisdom, sacrifice my dignity. The day of honoring the gods was the joy of my heart. The day of following the goddess was my acquisition of wealth. The prayer of the king, that was my delight. In his music for my pleasure was its sound. I gave directions to my land to revere the names of God. To honor the names of the goddess I taught my people. Reverence for the king I greatly exalted, and respect for the palace I taught the people. For I knew that with God these things are in favor. What is innocent of itself to God is evil. What in one's heart is contemptible to one's God is good. Who can understand the thoughts of the gods in heaven? The counsel of God is full of destruction. Who can understand? Where may human beings learn the ways of God? He who lives at evening is dead in the morning. Quickly he is troubled. All at once he is oppressed. At one moment he sings and plays. In the twinkling of an eye he howls like funeral mourner. Like sunshine and clouds, their thoughts change. Like he's just talking about all his suffering and how he still praises the God. Right? It's just a poem, but it was written in 1700 BCE, about 300 years before the Israelites would have had their exodus out of Egypt. Do you think that because they wrote this that this happened?
So, like when I said, because this was my first time seeing this. If it was an actual historical fact and document based on a true event, then yeah, I couldn't deny it.
Are you saying that that's the case for Job? That it's a historical fact and a true event?
Yes, that's what I say. I can't speak for anyone else.
And you would say that even though his gods are, like he's talking about the Babylonian gods, the sorcerers, the necromancers, like you would say that, yeah, it happened, while your belief is that all other gods are false gods, like fake gods? Like, would by you saying like, yeah, I would have to say that actually happened, like you would be saying that either their gods are real or, like, I don't know what you would be saying.
So
Like,
the Bible doesn't deny the existence of false gods. They call them false
but do they
gods.
have power to do what your God can do?
No.
So then why would you say that this would be real then? That it actually happened? That his gods could do the things that your God did to Job?
So according to the false gods, they do have power. Their power is limited. They do have power to do certain things. I mean, we see it in Egyptian mythology, and we see it in the Bible with Pharaoh and the magicians and the stories we see in the Old Testament. We know that they worship Egyptian gods. We know the gods that they worshiped, and they had sorcerers and magicians, like we see in Samuel with Saul, and he contacted a sorcerer to conjure up what he thought was Samuel, and it was actually a demon.
A sorcerer isn't a god, though, right? I don't think a sorcerer or a magician is a god.
But
Like, I think,
they can be linked to goddesses or gods or deities.
where do those gods' powers come from?
So the powers would come from the powers that be in that realm of wickedness. So I wouldn't say those powers come from, like, God is giving them power to conduct this sorcery. Like, God bestowed these powers amongst angels. They are using these powers for wickedness. So it's not like God is giving them power to conduct wickedness. God gave them power, and they're using these powers for wickedness.
But if that's the case, clearly the story of Job tells you they can't use their powers without God's permission. So if you expand that thought, all the things that happen because God is okay with them happening. Like, I just don't understand how you can say God holds all the power. All power comes from God. Yet there are other gods who use their powers to do things that God doesn't want them to do, but they can't do it without God's permission. Like, do you
So
not see the issue with that?
Right. Like he says, he sent a storm wind to the horizon. To the breast of the earth it bore a blast. And to the depth of his ocean the disembodied spirit vanished. Unnumbered spirit he sent back to the underworld. The og of the hag demons he sent straight to the mountain. The sea flood he spread with ice. The roots of the disease he tore out like a plant. The horrible slumber that settled on my rest like smoke filled the sky. Like he's talking about a creator. And so you're saying that you would say that this is true?
So in terms of having power like the supreme being,
He
God Almighty,
removed their
no.
deafness and restored their hearing.
So no, I would say that is false. We know that. Well, I ain't gonna say we. Based on what I believe and what I read in the Bible, that there's only one creator.
But you believe it in the Bible because it's a story that was written. But then if that's the case, you'd also have to accept the other hundreds of creation stories that are out there. There are Mesopotamian creation stories. There are so many creation stories out there that have been written as well. You just happen to accept as true the one that the society you were born into accepts as true. But
I
that,
And
agree.
theirs are
But
older. Like this is
yeah.
way older.
so I don't disagree with any of the faiths or religions, so to speak, that came before the scriptures. What I do, you can definitely test the scriptures. If the Bible isn't true or the God of the Bible isn't who he says he is, we can use that God's very words against him, according to the prophecies we see in the Bible.
But if you're testing the scriptures and your answer key is also the scripture, then you're creating a circle that you can never break.
So I wouldn't agree, because the prophecies I'm speaking of, not the New Testament, the Old Testament prophecies that were written during the Babylonian era and before anything after the Babylonian era came to pass. God declared prophecies of things to come.
That the New Testament writers had access to when they wrote it.
So by the time the New Testament writers had access to it, a lot of those prophecies had already come to pass.
Like which one?
Like the kings that will rule the earth.
What?
What are we
So
talking about?
in the book of
I don't
Daniel,
know, but hold on. Before you get
that
into the
goes
prophecies, I need to ask you a quick question. Okay, right before you get, I want to go back to this topic of the prophecies, but I need to ask you a quick question. So if I read this law, if a man's wife is caught lying with another man, they shall be tied together and thrown into the water. But if the husband lets his wife live, then the king shall let the man go free. That is a Babylonian law from the Code of Hammurabi from 1754 BCE. Okay. Then we have, if a man lies with another man's wife, it is a capital crime. Both the man and the woman shall be put to death. That is the Lipschitz Hittite law, 1650 to 1500 BCE. If a man is found lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. That is Israelite law, 7th century BCE. So when your God has laws, give laws, right, to the Israelites and say, oh, I gave you laws that I know you cannot live by. But these laws are seen in Babylon, Assyria, Egypt, hundreds of years prior to your God giving it to the Israelites. What, like, and they say their gods gave them the laws, right? What is your thoughts on that? If you say that these people, like, this has to be fake because he's praying to his God, who he believes is the God of creation, the same God that he believes gave him the same law that says don't sleep with your neighbor's wife, right? If you do, you'll die. I find it interesting that in the Babylonian law, the husband could let the wife live, but in the Israelite law, you couldn't. Don't you think that's interesting?
That is interesting. I mean, it clearly makes it the husband's decision. So that I think the misogyny still is prevalent, but they did have a choice. It wasn't an automatic thing. That is interesting.
Yeah, because like the God of Israel is supposed to be about mercy, like that. Like even with the misogyny there, there was still like some avenue of mercy.
Right. At least she had a way out.
Yeah, but there was no way out for her with the God of Israel. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Can you answer that and then go back to the prophecy question with Fee, please?
I mean, as far as the context of the law, there are key differences. Differences. I wouldn't say it's verbatim or one is copying the other. Clearly,
I don't think that was her question. I think her question was about, do you read these laws and think that they also came from a God in the way that you read the ones that were written later in the book that you refer to as the Bible?
I mean, yeah, you could say that. And if we take that into context, if we want to test that theory, we'd have to get all the documents concerning these Babylonian gods, what was taught any prophecies and anything surrounding what these gods done and who they declared themselves to be, and were these guys true gods? Did what they say or what they spoke about, did they actually come to pass?
Well, I mean, I don't even know if, well, of course, your brain processes that the way it does, but yeah, my brain asks a different question. I'm thinking, if we're talking about a God of the universe that knows better and more than anything else that has ever been, why would anything predate this God and give instructions that are basically the same thing? Like, I would think a God would give instruction that has never been seen before. I would think a God would give leadership and guidance that would be over and above anything a human or a lesser God would be able to create. But we see where these directions were in existence prior to the God of Israel.
I mean, a lot of these laws, whether it be from Babylonians or Israelites, were concerning the things that we were doing. So it wasn't anything foreign to, what we have seen. It was laws to
To govern the
restrict us
people.
from doing what we were doing to each other.
Right, and I don't disagree with you. That, like, I think the laws were put in place to govern the people, but my point is that we're talking about a God, and Christians are real quick to tell us that God's ways are higher than ours, and He knows absolutely everything. If that is the case, why would there be someone who knew what He knew prior to Him writing it down? Or is this God, the God that you serve, represented in these previous gods that were giving the instructions to previous civilizations? You get what I'm saying? Like,
So
it's almost as if believers, or specifically Christians, think that the directives in the Bible were never heard of before they were recorded in the Bible, and that's just factually untrue.
no, I wouldn't say that, because we see, the miraculous, the immaculate conception all throughout history, thousands of years before Christ came into the picture. Like we see that. We can't deny that. We see it in Hinduism. We see it in Egyptian mythology. We see it, in all these other religions around the world. That doesn't disprove the God of the Bible, but it does raise questions around which story was the true story, being that all of these immaculate conception stories were heard of across, multiple areas, multiple religions, people speaking different languages, yet everyone somehow has this story about an immaculate conception and a Messiah being born through immaculate conception and saving the world. So clearly that raises eyebrows around the Messiah theory. Like, everyone has the same story about it, just like we could say dragons. Every culture has a theory on dragons or dinosaurs.
But I kind of think that I agree with you. I mean, I agree that it's very interesting that you see this storyline through various civilizations and cultures. But to me, that further indicates the less likelihood of this being anything divine or anything of God, because why would a story of the one true God that clearly everybody believes they serve, why would it be repeated throughout multiple civilizations? And also, what is the goal of that story? Like, to me, and we've talked about this before, religion is man's first attempt at understanding what the fuck is going on around us. I always say this. It reminds me, you remember that scene in Lion King where Timon, Pumbaa, and damn it, Simba were in the field and they were looking up at the stars, and they're saying what they had been told stars were, and Simba was like, "Yeah, they're the kings of the past looking down on us." And I think Pumbaa says something like, "I heard they're big balls of gas." Like, to me, that's what these stories are like. They're accounts of previous civilizations trying to understand or give us an answer as to where we came from. And I think that they've just taken on a life of themselves. And the fact that we see multiple versions of the same story kind of reinforces that, or multiple versions that have been slightly tweaked. And I know that's just the way I look at it as a person that doesn't read this book as though it's the inerrant word of God. And I kind of zoomed out. So I know you and I have a very different vantage point. when we look at this, but that's just how I see it.
I wanna do one more thought experiment, if that's okay. And this time with slavery, okay? With the chattel slavery and the laws from one nation to the next. And you tell me if this is divine or if this is man. Okay, is that cool, series?
Yeah, that's cool.
So, Hammurabi Code 1754 BCE, chattel slavery in Babylon law number 15. If a man steals a slave, he shall be put to death. Slaves were considered valuable property. In the entrenched system, slavery was an entrenched system, but it was not chattel slavery. Slaves could own property, they could buy their freedom, and they could rise in social status. Law number 278. If a slave says to his master, "You are not my master," his master shall cut off his ear. Lifetime slavery in Babylon. If a man is in debt and he sells his wife, son, or daughter into slavery, they shall serve for 3 years, and the 4th year they shall be set free. There was no lifetime slavery in Babylon. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The Hittite law, 1650 to 1500 BCE. Law number 22. If anyone kidnaps another person to sell them into slavery, he shall be put to death. Slavery was hereditary, meaning children of slaves were born into slavery. Slaves were considered property, but the owners still had legal responsibility to provide shelter and protection. Law number 44. If a man or woman owns a debt and sells themselves into slavery, they shall serve for a fixed period until the debt is repaid. Debt slaves were freed after repayment or set period of service. There was no lifetime slavery in the Hittite law. Israelite laws, Torah 1200 to 500 BCE. In Israelite law, slavery was regulated and limited. The laws made a clear distinction between Israelites and non-Israelites. Hebrew slaves were often debt slaves who were freed after 6 years. Non-Israelite slaves could be kept permanently as chattel property. Leviticus 25, 40 through 46. You may buy male and female slaves from the nations around you. They will become your property. You may pass them on to your children as inherited property. Non-Israelite slaves were treated as chattel property and could be inherited. Lifetime enslavement in Israel. Exodus 21 2 through 6. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free for nothing. Hebrew slaves were freed after 6 years unless they chose to remain with their master. If the slave declares, "I love my master, I will not go free," then his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. Egypt, Middle Kingdom, 2050 to 1800 BCE. In ancient Egypt, slavery was less codified in legal texts compared to Babylon, Hittite, and Israel. However, chattel slavery and temporary servitude did exist. Slaves in Egypt were prisoners of war. Slaves could be bought and sold, and their children inherited their status. Lifetime enslavement in Egypt was debt slavery, but temporary servitude was less emphasized in Egyptian records. Egyptian slaves had a pathway to freedom, and they could rise in social status. Okay, so the key differences between these three is that they all had debt slavery. Chattel slavery is movable property. So they all participated in chattel slavery. Only one of them had lifetime slavery. They all had an opportunity to get your freedom. In Babylon, I think it said the Babylonians could buy their freedom. The Hittite laws, they could buy their freedom. Babylon, it was just 3 years. There was no lifetime slavery. Egypt, you could work your way up to freedom. Israel, you were just like lifetime slaves, right? There was no way out of the lifetime slavery in Egypt, but there was the introduction of these people can't be lifetime slaves, but these people can. So I guess we'll call that discrimination, maybe? Discrimination was introduced with the Israelite laws. So do you see that as divine? Like, I know a lot of times believers say that the reason why God allowed slavery to continue and didn't abolish it or condemn it was because slavery existed in other nations already. Humans were already doing it, so he had to work with what he had. But to me, it sounds like he introduced some of the features of slavery, of the slave system, that made slavery, like slavery was already deplorable, but he introduced what made slavery more violent. Does that make sense? Like, it seems like the Israelite slavery wasn't necessarily about working with humans on their level, because he introduced the concept of discrimination in who could be a slave. And he didn't give them a way out like the other nations did.
I mean, when you look at it, you can't argue with, you know, how different and unique it was. Definitely, it was unique than the other nations' form of slavery. Like you mentioned, there was definitely what anyone would see as discrimination, classism. Like, you had a lot of that in there. And yeah, there were a lot of concepts that later nations later took from the Israelite or Hebrew slavery, their methods. So you can't really argue with that.
I highly recommend, and Fee, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you say. I just want to tell. I highly recommend. I don't know why my thing. I'm trying to. Dr. Joshua Bowen's book. This is his second edition. Did the Old Testament endorse slavery? Because it goes into the slave laws, like the legal codes of the other nations at that time, and you can do a comparison, right, of how the institution of slavery was carried out in other nations. And it's hard for me to see what believers see when they say, oh, God didn't have a choice. Like, because for me, if he is the one and only true God, right, if he is this God of mercy, he is the all-powerful God, I first off don't understand that he had to work with humans because all humans were already doing this.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah. And then the fact that he is the one who introduced the concept of supremacy or superiority into a slave system, where the other nations was like, anybody, like everybody can be a fucking slave. Like, if you have debt, you can pay it off, right? It was Israel who introduced the we're too good to be slaves. It was their God that introduced that concept that we later see play out in the antebellum South.
I mean, but we do see the Israelites becoming slaves themselves. So I wouldn't
Where, when, where
like
were they
they
slaves?
became slaves to the other nations. So I wouldn't, you know,
Where, like chattel slaves?
like when they
Their other nations didn't have lifetime slavery. That's what I'm
no,
saying. Like, but your God did. Your God had lifetime slavery based on nationality. The other nations didn't have that, so they did not become lifetime chattel slaves. In fact, like, they went to Babylon and they were treated well. So, like, to the point to where when King Cyrus forced the king of Babylon to release all of their slaves, a lot of them stayed in Babylon. A lot of them liked it there. They didn't go back into the Levant area. A lot of them stayed there and are still there to this day. Their descendants are still there to this day.
Yeah, you can't really argue with that. A lot of them did. Um,
Fee, were you going to say something? I think he's like chewing on that thought.
I think you summed up what I was going to say in that the believers make this God so untenable, specifically when they put in the omni properties, like the God is all loving, omnibenevolent, and things like that. Because as Thinker read through those slavery laws that predate the laws that were given by the God in this book, I do think that would have been a perfect opportunity for an all loving God to say, hey, y'all, this is not cool. Don't do that. Don't own other people. But to Thinker's point, he kind of made it worse and laid the groundwork for some of the most heinous institutions and heinous actions that we still see to this day. Like we see what's going on over in Palestine right now as a result of this ideology, this separation or this sanctification of one group of people over another, which is bonkers to me because according to Christians as well, God created every single human being. So there's so many problematic actions that have been taken by this God that it's just hard for me to see how I can't see through the humanness of its actions. I can't see through the humanness of its intentions and its goals. And yes, those goals are inferred, but when you look at what was done, who's benefited by the things that have been instituted in this book? And I don't see anywhere where this God is doing anything for the benefit of actual humans that he so-called created.
And then, like, for the people in the comments saying they put that in there, like, you would have to produce a different text that shows that it never existed in the text. Fun fact, it did. There is no other text without Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Like, that's your hope that they put that in there just to make it okay. Right? That's your hope. And then to the person in the comments that's talking about 752 entities in here, opening yourself up to attachments. I mean, I think we've all taken our antivirus shot, so we're not worried about attachments corrupting our body. We're good. And you are the one who believes in fairy tales or monsters under your bed.
so I wouldn't go as far as saying that that the God of the Bible is responsible for how far in the concepts we took from the scriptures and the modifications we made to what we see at.
What modifications? Like you would have to prove that there was a different text, right? That says something different. You guys cannot keep making this claim that the text was modified, right?
No,
To
I'm not saying
endorse
that
slavery.
the text was modified. I'm saying the modifications of the events of slavery, like
What
punishments,
modifications are
or
you talking about?
so the things we see in slavery, like
Like what?
the
I'm asking you.
punishments, the
What punishments?
like the things like we transatlantic slave trade, like gator baiting, like hanging, death by noose, things like that. Those are
Like,
not.
so like when David chopped off the hands of his enemies and hung them in the square for everybody to see, that type of punishment. Like when the Levite sent his concubine out in his place to getting raped all night, and then he chopped her body up into 12 pieces and sent her out by messenger to use her as a rallying call. Like that type of stuff.
So what my question would be was that
And you do realize a concubine is a slave woman? A concubine is a sex slave. Like when the men came to essay the Levite to sodomize him, instead he sent his concubine out and said, grape her all night, abuse her all night, do what you want to her, just leave me alone. And they raped and abused her all night, almost to death, and then brought her back, and she was either dead or half dead. And he looks at her and he says, get up, we're leaving. She doesn't speak. He picks her up, puts her on his donkey, goes all the way back to his hometown and chops her body up into 12 pieces and sends her out by messenger. You talking about that type of stuff to their
Yeah,
slaves?
are we attributing that to
To slavery?
an institution? Like we're attributing that to
To
or
slavery?
that an individual or individuals that did that.
Are you attributing that there were laws regarding alligator baiting in the antebellum South that says you shall feed black babies to alligators? Or are you attributing that to individuals that did that?
So no, that was a custom. That that was
That was a
common.
law? That was a law?
It wasn't a law, but we know it was common.
Now, I didn't ask if it was common. It was common for the people to misuse the bodies of their concubines, of their female slaves.
So, and we're saying that these institutions we see today took this, got their concepts from the texts.
Like, you do realize that the Virginia law that allowed, that did not punish slave owners for killing their slaves when they would discipline them. If the slave died, the slave owner didn't get punished because that was their money, their property, right? You do realize that came from Exodus 21:20. That the laws in Virginia, that law came from Exodus 21:20.
So no, I don't agree that. Well, let me say this. I do agree that a lot of the things that they did read the Bible, then they misused it.
But I'm asking you, how did they misuse it? Like, where in this book does your God say, don't, right, have sex with your women slaves? Where does he say that?
I mean, that was common sense. I mean, adultery
No, it's
is
not common
having
sense. Like,
so adult.
literally, Leviticus. Let's go to Leviticus 19 right quick. So Leviticus 19 and 20, I think it is. If a man, oh, I'm sorry, I thought, hold on. If a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave, designated for another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, an inquiry shall be held. They shall not be put to death, since she has not been freed. But he shall bring a guilt offering for him to the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of guilt offering before the Lord for his sin that he committed, and the sin he committed shall be forgiven. So adultery required death. So having sex with another man's slave, female slave, who has been betrothed to another man is not considered adultery because she's property. If we go to Exodus 20, and we look at the 10 Commandments, he says, you shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. The female slave is property. So because this man had sex with this other man's female slave, it's considered a sin because you coveted or you violated your neighbor's property. And then, like, it's not lost on me that even the wife is listed with the property.
So the topic was what? Adultery.
What did they twist? Where does this say that you can't have sex with your female slave? You can't covet another man's female slave, right? That's in the 10 Commandments. But where does it say you can't have sex with your female slave? What did
So
they twist?
what is adultery? That's what I'm saying. Having sex outside of
Men,
the consummation of
adultery
marriage.
is having sex with another man's property, another man's wife. it's not having sex with another woman while you're married. Men could be married and they could have sex with another woman, right? Keep in mind the man here had sex, right, with a woman that was betrothed to another man. That should be adultery, but it's not, because she's a slave.
So that was according to Hebrew customs, that's
Exactly. The same God that you worship. That's my point. What did they twist in the antebellum South?
they twisted it because, for one, they didn't read the entire Bible. We see that God literally clears this up in the New Testament.
Where does your Jesus talk about slavery in the New Testament and
Well, he talks
says
about
that?
adultery. That's what he
No,
talks
this
about.
is not adultery. This isn't adultery. Adultery has to do with married people. Adultery has to do with a man sleeping with another man's wife. A
Adultery,
married man can have sex with a single woman and it not be adultery.
according to who? Hebrew
According
customs?
to the Bible.
If we're taking in context the entire Bible, that's false.
Yes, show me where it says that, because all your Jesus talks about is committing adultery, which is when even in Rome. Keep in mind that they were in Rome, and the Hebrew custom was that a man commits adultery when he has sex with another married woman, right? That's Hebrew. That was Hebrew culture. In Rome, a married man, adultery in Rome was a married man having sex with another man's wife. A married man could have sex with a prostitute. A married man could have sex with a slave's wife and it not be adultery. A man that was a slave could not have sex with anybody but his wife. That, like in Rome, men could get away with having sex whatever they wanted to, and the women were the ones that were being stoned for adultery in Rome. So keep in mind that when your Jesus is walking the earth, he's living during the Greco-Roman period in a Roman province.
Correct, and he clears this up.
Where does he say? Where does he say that even having sex with a single woman is a sin?
He said he goes as far as saying to even look at a woman lustfully, you commit adultery. So obviously the act thereof would be adultery as well.
If you look at a woman that belongs to another man, like literally the concept of Hebrew marriage, right, is that you cannot have sex with another man's property. Like that's what the 10 Commandments says. Adultery is having sex with another man's wife.
And that's according to what they
Leviticus
understood, which is why he
that's
cleared
the
it up.
law. Like what did he clear up? He said you don't even got to go as far as having sex with her. If you lust after her, that is adultery. He didn't say a single woman. So if you lust after another man's wife, that's what adultery is. Adultery has to do with marriage.
So single people can't commit adultery?
No, single people cannot commit adultery because you're not married. Adultery is having sex with another man's wife. Leviticus 20, like literally it says it in Leviticus 20. It's having sex with another man's wife. Like, why do you think there's not a law that says women don't commit adultery, don't covet your neighbor's husband? If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death. It had nothing to do. You can't commit adultery if you're single.
So the even the New Testament doesn't state if you look at a married woman, it says to even look at a woman lustfully, you commit adultery in your heart.
He says he's talking about you cannot commit adultery unless you're married. So he's talking about if you look at another married woman lustfully, you have committed adultery in your heart. Adultery has to do with marriage. If that woman is married, you have committed adultery even by lusting after her in your heart. You cannot commit adultery unless somebody's married.
Yeah, I don't see that.
That's literally the definition. Like, look it up in the dictionary. Adultery doesn't apply to single people. It's only a crime that could be committed by married people.
That's why I mean our. I would definitely say our definition, the American definition of adultery, does support that. But when you
Like,
take
why do you
the
think there's
biblical
not a law in
standpoint,
here that says if a woman commits adultery with the neighbor of her husband, with her husband's neighbor?
so if that's the case, we know in the New Testament the woman they brought before Christ and they wanted to stone her because they caught her in the act. They didn't bring the man because clearly he was committing. He was
He
committing
was
too.
supposed to be there. Do you see what I'm saying? By law, they were both. Do you see the law here? If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death. He was supposed to be there. They did not bring him. They only brought her. And then on top of that, that story was added to the book of John much later, and most likely because people wanted to stop stoning women for committing adultery, because men were allowed to do it all willy-nilly. Like, if you look at the Justinian laws, the marriage law, the adultery laws of Emperor Justinian, like, men could fuck whatever they wanted to fuck, regardless if they were married or not.
So I don't disagree that married people can, but I don't say they're the only people that can commit this sin. That's
Adultery is for marriage. That's why do you think fornication later became known as premarital sex? Why do you think it's called fornication when it's premarital sex and not adultery? You cannot commit adultery if you don't have a spouse.
so. I mean that wouldn't make sense in terms of the verse in Matthew. Then it would just be fornication to lust after a woman, just to
It's
look at her.
He wasn't talking about single people. He was talking about, again, the law was that men, right? Women committed adultery. Like, if a man violated another man's wife, right, then that man committed adultery. If a married man had sex with a single woman, i.e., a prostitute, that man did not commit adultery because he has not violated the property of another man. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just so fornication, premarital sex. That means to fornicate is to have sex outside of the consummation of marriage.
That's what it later became to be known for. Yes, it was not, like, there is no premarital sex concept in ancient Israel, outside of young virgins. The young virgins, like, if you were a young woman and you were a virgin, that you were expected to be a virgin on your wedding night because of the dowry attached to your virginity, and your father would receive that dowry. If you think about the story of Dinah, which is a really hard one to read. Genesis 34, I think it is. Yeah. Says, now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had born to Jacob, went out to visit the daughters of the region. When Shechem, son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the region, saw her, he seized her and lay with her by force. And his soul was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, give me this girl to be my wife. So he grapes Dinah, and then he goes to his dad and says, go and make a deal. I want her as my wife. Now Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons were with his cattle in the field. So Jacob held his peace until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. Just as the sons of Jacob came in from the field, when they heard of it, the men were indignant and were very angry because he had committed an outrage in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing ought not to be done. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, the heart of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him in marriage. Make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. You shall live with us, and the land shall be open to you. Live and trade in it, and get property in it. Shechem also said to her father and to her brothers, let me find favor with you, and whatever you say to me I will give. Put the marriage present and gift as high as you like, and I will give whatever you ask me. Only give me the young woman to be my wife. Right. So the dowry, right, is what that went to the father. And so they had to test, right, the blood on the sheets to test if a woman was a virgin on her wedding night, and if she wasn't, then she would be stoned to death. But there was no test for a male to be a virgin. Like how did they test to make sure a male was a virgin on his wedding night?
There wasn't a test. That was the customs of the time. There wasn't a test.
So there was just trust, like your God and all of Israel just trusted that men were virgins on their wedding night, but there was no trust that women would be, so there had to be a test for women.
I mean, that speaks to the misogyny of that time. That speaks to the custom.
No, I'm talking about your God. Your God. Did your God just trust that men would keep themselves?
No, I don't agree with that. That he would just trust. I mean, he held men accountable just as he
How did
held.
he hold them accountable to be virgins on their wedding night?
So no, they weren't held accountable to be virgins on their
So
wedding
there
night
was
as
no
women.
law. There was no law against premarital sex for men.
No, not that I know
Exactly. And the law for premarital sex for young girls was about their virginity.
of. Correct.
Right. So like if a young girl got divorced, right? Like if they took captives from other nations, right? They didn't have to marry them, right?
Right.
If they had sex with a foreign person, they didn't have to marry that foreign person. They just had sex, right? But it wasn't considered a sin unless they were having sex with another man's wife. And then now it's adultery. There was no premarital law against premarital sex. Like if you look at the sexual immorality sins, I think in Leviticus or maybe Deuteronomy, is it Leviticus 18? It doesn't list premarital sex. I think it's Leviticus 18. Let's see. Yeah. None of you shall approach anyone near of kin to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It's the nakedness of your father. The nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter. Like incest, don't do incest. Let's see. You shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she's in her menstrual cycle. Again, adultery, not have sexual relations with your neighbor's wife. You should not give your offspring to sacrifice them to Molech. You should not relate the male as with the woman. You should not have sexual relations with any animal, like bestiality. Do not defile yourselves in any of these ways. Thus the land, blah, blah, blah. No premarital sex.
No, it's not there.
Right.
So are we saying this is bias on God's part towards women?
I mean, you're the one who believes in this God. Like, these are your God's laws? Yes?
Yes, those are the laws he gave to the people. Yes, those are his laws. But I wouldn't say that this points to him being biased towards women.
What is it?
You're gonna say I'm You're gonna say I'm uncertain, but he does. This does explain the judgment on not only Adam but Eve as well, mentioned in Genesis, that her desire will be for her husband, and he shall rule over you.
So men can fuck whoever they want, and women just have to fuck their husband. Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that this justifies anything
Like,
that
do you see
that.
how, like, does that really work? Like, think about it. Like, okay, so women have to only have sex with their husband, right? Men can have sex with whoever they want. So if women can only have sex with a husband, and they have to be virgins on their wedding night, but men don't have to be virgins on their wedding. Who else are men fucking?
So, do I agree with the Hebrew customs? No. Um, the standard for women, you can see there's clear bias and misogyny, that men were not held to the same standard of purity that women were. We can clearly see that. Anybody that denies that wouldn't be telling the truth.
So why didn't your God take this opportunity to fix that when he gave the laws, as opposed to giving laws that were in line with what was the custom, quote unquote? Like, I just don't understand how there's not an expectation of believers for God to make things better, as opposed to regulating what was already wrong.
So,
He did
what
it
we
with slavery. He did it with misogyny. There was nothing. If the God of this Bible is so much about equality, and there's no bias against women in the way that this God constructs his laws, then why don't we see that? Because I was going to ask you, if you had a daughter, or if you have a daughter, would you be okay with her raised in a way, in a land that's governed by the rules that this God set out for women?
No, I don't think anyone would.
Right. And so these aren't laws. I mean, okay, maybe they were the laws of the culture of the time. Even if I grant you that, God knew what the implication would be for women, and he still let them stay. And he clearly has no problem with instructing his people to not do the things that he does not want them to do, like eat shellfish and wear mixed fabrics. But the things that actually impact people, human beings, people he created and supposedly loved, he constructed laws and gave laws to people that further subjugated them. I would expect the opposite of an all-loving God, wouldn't you?
So I expect from God what he says, what he spoke in Genesis. That was the judgment, and we see that coming into play. It's not like we
What did
don't
he
see it.
say in Genesis? What do you mean?
About how the customs, when, like, what I told you about, when he
What
said,
customs?
your desire shall be for your husband, he shall rule over you.
That's not a custom. That's a curse,
Right.
right? And he didn't say your husband. He said the man.
Well, the man that, like that.
He didn't. Your God didn't call Adam Eve's husband.
And you know
So
what's crazy?
Well, he might. I think he might have in Genesis 3, but not when he created her. I got to
no,
go back and
he
see.
didn't. Not when he created her, but we can equate that to when he said that was a curse that not only Adam and Eve were under, but their descendants, their children as well.
But you know what's crazy about that? I just saw this TikTok and I thought it was brilliant. Even the curses that this God decreed shows that this is a human concept, because my desire is not for my husband, either one of them that I've had, or any other man. The pangs of labor are remedied by epidurals, and the curse of the man to work the field. Like, we have a technology that takes care of that. So it's almost like even the curses that this all-knowing, all-loving God that can see through all of time, even the curses were temporary, because technology has created remedies to that. I saw this TikTok earlier today that pointed that out, and I was like, that is absolutely correct. And it
Except for
further
the
points
serpent.
it. Yeah, yeah, except for the serpent. Apparently, he's going to be in New Jerusalem.
Somebody said take it up with the creator, as if they actually can talk to it.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't listen to y'all or us. I mean, if you got his email, then drop it in the chat. I'll send him a message, but I don't know that communication is actually feasible.
Yahweh at braingame.com. He just talks to their brain domain. Are you there?
Yeah, I was waiting on a follow up question. So where's or any other questions that you guys had or just comments about what I said
I think
regarding.
it's crazy that, like, when it comes to the things that you don't necessarily agree with, you're like, but that isn't God. But then you spent, a good portion trying to prove that Jesus is in the Hebrew scriptures.
I mean, it's no. That's why the controversy exists, because there's proof that the Old Testament does speak of a Messiah.
Like, it's y'all only use the Old Testament because you think it speaks of Jesus, and then everything else y'all deny. Like, if Jesus is the God of the Old Testament and the Old Testament was speaking of Jesus, then Jesus is an asshole. Jesus did all of this stuff. Jesus allowed all of this stuff. Jesus commanded all of this stuff. Like, Jesus literally told them that if they get jealous, that their wife doesn't actually have to do anything. That if another man looks at their wife and they get jealous, that they could drag their wife to the elder and force her to drink a harmful drink that will make her uterus come out. That's Jesus. If you see Jesus in the Old Testament, right, as your Messiah, you have to see Jesus as everything else.
So I'm not saying that I don't. And the story you brought up, I mean, it
You
wasn't
literally said that this wasn't God. You
that what
literally
wasn't
did say
God.
when we were going through the slave laws, right? When we went through, I forgot the first law that I mentioned, the adultery laws, the first time when we were talking about the influence from how the laws were influenced by Babylon. You literally said that wasn't God. Because I asked the question, is this divine or is it man?
So you're saying
And then you say that they manipulated,
I said
right?
they made certain modifications to fit what they added to their customs of slavery, things that they wanted to implement. It wasn't it was free for them. Like,
Like, why does Jesus expect y'all, like, when people say you're attempting to use your intellect to understand it, right? When you understanding, comprehension is understanding, right? And you have to have some type of intellect to be able to comprehend shit. If you don't use intellect to understand something, right?
I
What do
want to
you
understand it.
use? What do you use to understand?
And you know what makes it even more difficult to understand is that y'all flip from the perspective of this Bible being an instruction manual to it being like a biography or a story about what was happening in the time. Like, you have to pick one. The problematic things that this God describes, oh, this is just an accounting of what was going on in the culture. But the things that you agree with, oh, these are the instructions from God, but it can't be both. And if ultimately you're going to choose which lenses you look at a specific scripture through, that's just being intellectually dishonest. Because there's no way that you can say that these laws that this God instructed through Moses that clearly say you can own slaves. He had every opportunity there to say, no, slavery is not a good thing. Don't do that. But he didn't. So I just think that's a cop out, and it's just not. It's being dishonest with not only yourself but with the text as well.
I
What
think
I'm
it's also
asking,
interesting that the response to what you said, Fee, is that that's your opinion and you can't prove anything. But when I asked, like, if you don't use your intellect to understand, what do you use? And their answer was fucking faith. And the very definition of faith is the evidence of the things you hope for,
Hmm.
right? And the things you don't see. While you are saying that this text, right, should be understood through what you hope for and what you can't see, and then you want to tell Fee that's your opinion and you can't prove it.
It makes no sense. I mean, if you're going to say that, if you're going to say that you use faith to understand it, you could read that scripture and then say, oh, so based on this, we understand that cats are stronger than dogs. Because ultimately, faith allows you to see whatever you want to see. It allows you to fill in the blank with whatever you want it to be and completely ignore what the words say. You can take anything based on faith. And most of y'all are making up and superimposing what you want this book to say in order to fit your narrative and completely ignoring what it does say.
And y'all run from human reasoning. Like I don't understand. Like what the fuck are you if not a human? And what type of reasoning are you using? Animalistic? Like yesterday, we literally had to explain to a believer what what pain receptors are in your body, because y'all believe that women before this curse could have babies without pain, and that your God had pain receptors in the body but just didn't turn them on.
Who
And then
said
while
that?
at the same time, I just told you, a believer yesterday on this stage.
A
This is
Holy
this
Spirit
is
led
your,
believer too.
exactly. This is y'all's Holy Spirit faith reasoning. Then at the same time came back and said, and came back at the same after the whole conversation and sat there thinking and talking to the Holy Ghost. Came back and said, "See, God did the first anesthesia surgery. That's why He put Adam to sleep so he wouldn't feel pain." While completely missing that means that the fucking pain receptors was already in his body and they were turned on.
So obviously he wasn't thinking about what he said. So I mean, I wouldn't
No,
say
he
that.
wasn't using human reasoning, which is what Joyce Freeman says that y'all don't use as Christians.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I use it. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody. So, but
I will say this, serious in this conversation. I wouldn't go so far as to say you use it completely. I think you use it more than a lot of believers do in the conversations that we have, and I think at least you're willing to be honest about what the text says. That is not the case with the majority of the believers, but you are still superimposing and kind of seeing through this filtered lens and softening the words of this text. You're telling us we're interpreting it when there's literally no interpretation going on. When you read a word, when you read a sentence and a sentence says a thing, you read above and below that sentence and there's nothing that contradicts what that first sentence says, then you're comprehending what you're reading. There's no interpretation going on.
and so where am I doing this?
The whole Adam and Cain and Abel thing, right? With the prophecy in Genesis 3:15. You
The
did
whole
that there.
Yep, the whole Job thing with not seeing how like this literally was God that initiated this. The fact that you're kind of moonwalking Jesus into the New Testament.
I
I'm sorry,
wouldn't.
into the Old Testament from the New Testament. Like these things are not, they don't logically follow.
So, and that's according to how you guys interpret the Bible, though. If it was
You
absolute,
were not. You were
this wouldn't
unable
be.
to prove anything any claim that you put forth using this Bible. You were unable to back up anything that you put forth using this Bible. You
So
had to go outside and use theological concepts, hermeneutics,
the
eisegesis. Like
the
you did.
so the verse I brought you
You
to in
couldn't exegete
Chronicles,
anything that you said.
the verse.
Literally, you are trying to say that the Hebrew names, right? And it really depends on where you got your interpretations, right? Because a lot of Christians interpret these Hebrew names and put their own meanings on them,
And
right?
the,
Like, but what you literally did is that you went outside of the text, right, to try to prove your point. You couldn't use the text to prove anything you were saying.
And I think if that scripture in First Chronicles was the smoking gun that you think it would be, the only way that would be is if after those names are listed, there was a scripture that said, "Now, O ye son of follower of the God," whatever that, however they speak, go look up the meanings of these names, put them together, and that will tell you how it leads to Jesus. That's not what happened.
No,
Like
You also wouldn't have to stop at
that
Noah. You
that
also
would
would not. Hold on. There was an entire lineage there, and you stopped in the middle of the lineage. You stopped at verse 4. You didn't even finish the rest of the genealogy.
so if that's
You
the case,
you
that would mean
stopped
that.
you stopped where you felt right your bias your was confirmed.
So that would mean that that was a fluke. That means we won't see it again, or we can't see it again, or will never occur again. Correct?
It
What won't
never
occur again? What are
it
you
That
didn't
talking
occur
about?
then.
in Chronicles, if I that means it can't be replicated if it's a fluke. If it's something I'm making up, you can't really replicate it. Correct?
I don't even know what you mean by replicate. Like
So
you
it
have to
won't
first
reoccur. It
wait.
can't reoccur
I
if
know
I'm
what
if I'm
I know what
making it up.
replicate means. I know what but I'm saying that a list of I could take the family members, my ancestors, and list all of their names, look up the meanings of their names, and if by some chance it creates some sort of sentence, then does that mean that it's some sort of divine proclamation? You're you're
Will it create a sentence or something
It
that
doesn't create a sentence.
so it doesn't create a
It does
sentence?
not create a sentence. I'm gonna read the words to you.
I'm saying the meaning of the names don't create a
Yeah,
sentence.
here we go. Man, substitute, weak, possess, praise God, descend, dedicated, when he dies, powerful. You stopped. Rest. What sentence? That's the names.
So can we bring it up and use the actual Hebrew to
I am
translate the
using the.
name?
I am. I literally am using that. Actually, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. There we go. So, and I think you. So it's man, substitute, weak, possess, praise God, descend, dedicated. When he dies, it shall be sent, powerful, and rest. What
So,
sentence does that
so
give?
when you're hovering over the names, are you what I'm saying is where are you getting the meaning?
This is from my previous research, and I went all the way down to Japheth. Japheth. You stopped at Noah. When after Noah, it's Shem, which is renowned, Ham, which is hot and dark, Japheth, may he expand or enlarge. And then I even did Reuben, look, a son, Simeon, heard or hearing, Levi, attached or joined, Judah, praise, Issachar, there is recompense, Zebulon, dwelling or habitation, Dan, judge or be judged, Joseph, may he add, Benjamin, son of the night, Naphtali, my wrestling or my struggle, Gad, fortune or luck, Asher, happy or blessed. Like I've done the whole list. You stopped at Noah.
So what I'm asking you is the
What?
depth of
Tell
the
me this. What
meaning.
sentence do you have?
So we being genuine to the chat. Where are
What
you getting
sentence
the
do you, I
meanings
told
from?
you from the Hebrew lexicon? What sentence do you have?
Let me see. Because I'm not. I want to see where you like the meanings. I want to see the translations that you're getting where you're getting these
What
final
the
results of the
fuck?
word.
What the everlasting fuck? What sentence do you have? Tell me the sentence you have, and where did you get it? What sentence do you have?
Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
No, just say the daggone sentence.
Adam
No, the
appointed
sentence
man.
use the translation. I know what the words mean. Just say the sentence you got. And are they in order, or did you have to like put them
No, no,
in
it's in
order?
order. It's in
Okay,
order.
say the sentence.
So
Are you there?
yeah, I gotta go in and out because I'm getting
You
the.
don't know the
So
sentence?
Adam man.
No, don't. Why do you have to say what the Hebrew word is? Like, I mean, the name. Like we know the name. Just say the sentence. You said it makes a sentence.
Man appointed mortal.
Which are you saying mortal for both Seth? Or are
No,
you saying Enosh means mortal?
yes, Enosh.
Means mortal?
Yes.
And what Bible? What book of the Bible is this from?
It's in First Chronicles. Where did you get that translation for that Enosh means mortal? From where?
Hold on, let me grab my source so I'm not misquoting.
This is a
Like this says Enosh means man or mankind, just like Adam. Means the same thing as Adam.
So the Hebrew word for Enosh or Enos means
Is right here.
mortal
It's
man.
Enosh. Like what do you mean that it's Enosh?
So what
It's
I'm getting, and I
Enosh.
can put it in the chat or I can send it to you, it's saying it's giving me mortal man.
Like literally it means man or mankind, just like Adam.
So
It doesn't mean anything different than what Adam means. Adam means man. Adam means mankind. Adam means humanity. They mean the same thing.
I'm not getting man, just man. I'm getting mortal being
From where?
the definition
From
for Enoch.
where? From where?
Put it in. I'm gonna put it in the comments.
And then a series. What other type of man is it other than a mortal? What are you saying
I'm
Adam
saying the
means?
Antonyms for
definition
immortal.
is mortal.
The
If
word dumb is
Adam means
commonly used
mortal,
as an adjective
Oh
meaning
my
and you're
God.
saying
stupid or unintelligent.
Somebody
Enosh
It can
look,
is
also
mortal,
refer
Siri,
but
to
you're
look,
saying
someone
hold on,
mortal
who is
y'all. Let me
man
show y'all what
influential.
Siri
just
did.
equals man. It's
Siri,
crazy.
This is
hold
from
on. Siri somehow is listening to us, and it's all on the YouTube now. But Siri said, "Stupid or intelligent." The word "dumb" is used as an adjective. Like it's listening to our conversation. But it gave a definition for mortal just a minute ago. But I mean for Adam. But what other type of man would Adam mean, if not mortal man? Like when it talks about
So
humanity.
according to you, that would mean both Adam and Enosh mean the same thing,
But I'm asking you, how
and
is
we know they
Adam?
don't.
How is the man that Adam is talking about, like for Adam to mean humanity, right, or mankind? What type of mankind is that? Is it if it's not mortals?
So let me ask you a question, and please
No,
be
can you
fair.
just answer the damn question? What
I,
if Adam, right?
means
Adam,
man. That means
but what
Enosh
type of
cannot mean
man?
man.
Oh my fucking God. Like literally, you just said it means mortal man. Like I'm looking at I'm
Mortal
right here.
being
I'm right. What
the
the fuck
actual
is a
word.
mortal series? What's a
Mortal.
mortal? What's a mortal? What is a mortal?
So are man the only things that's mortal? You forget that a lot of other things are mortal as well? Immortal
What?
means to live forever. Mortal means it's a lifespan. Do you forget man ain't the only thing that's mortal?
Are
Did
you
that go
fucking
over your head?
serious? Are you fucking serious right
Are
now?
men the only thing that are mortal? Are animals mortal?
Are we talking about animals
Are
though,
we?
or are we
Yeah.
talking about
No,
Like,
just
no,
like,
because
like,
you're trying to
literally, you
equate
just
mortal
said
to
that
man.
Enosh mean like you. So you think that the word Enosh, right? Hold on. Let me go back to here. We go. The root word Enosh, right there. Okay, Enosh. Do you fucking see that on the screen?
Obviously, I
Do you
see it.
fucking see it?
You're trying to say it
Yeah.
equals the same thing as Adam,
Shut up.
and you're wrong.
What the fuck
You're
does that
wrong.
say?
It doesn't equal.
Man,
So is that the
mankind.
absolute definition?
What the fuck does it say? I'm
Is
showing
that the
it.
apple? Is that the
What the
absolute definition?
fuck?
You
I
know
know,
you're wrong. Just
I
admit
know
it.
you have an
They
issue
both can't
fight. I
equal
know,
man.
I know
That's
this
dumb.
whole entire
How
conversation.
can they
Like
both equal
you're
man?
like just
So
ask
that
your
means they
fucking
would mean the
God.
same thing.
Ask your fucking God
That
because
would mean they would
because
mean
the
the same
icy
thing. That's what
Jesus
you're
that you
saying.
did don't fucking work. Don't fucking get mad at me and start disrespecting me because you made up some
You the one
bullshit.
cursing. I
Like
didn't.
you started cursing at me. What the fuck?
I didn't even curse.
Yes,
You're
what you
lying.
started yelling at me. What the fuck is wrong with you? It literally says right here in your goddamn face, mankind. The fuck? You made that shit up.
Did we ever hear the sentence that it was supposed to create, though?
No. No, it don't
Serious?
make no goddamn sense. Like that's why he getting mad.
What is the sentence,
I
serious? Because
can't do the lack of self control. We can't.
Oh, now you want to blame me because you started yelling at me
You
because
started
you got
cursing.
mad
Enoch
that
picked
Enoch.
at you.
You started yelling at me. Shut the fuck up. You got mad
I'm
that
talking about right
Enosh. You
there.
got mad because Enosh just fucking means man or mankind. You got mad and started fucking yelling. You fucking weak ass bitch. They gonna fucking don't fucking message me and ask to come up on my stage no fucking more. You are the one who was begging. Why don't you ever let me on your stage? That's why. That's fucking why.
that was wild.
You are the one who got up here and couldn't back up your shit. This is what happened when you don't fucking use human reasoning. Get mad at your God for telling you some dumb shit.
I think his sentence was about to fall apart at Enosh, and I think he knew it.
And then like he wouldn't even answer where the hell he got the translation from. Shut the fuck up. And as a matter of fact, like get the fuck out of here. Yo, little whiny ass.
I was going to ask who wrote the sentence, if Cookie Monster wrote the sentence, because I don't know that any sentence is structured like that in any language that I'm aware of.
It doesn't make a sentence. Like there are some of the name translations, Christians have created their own translations for some of these names, and so they try to say that Enoch means to be initiated or to preach, right? And so they're saying that because Methuselah means when he dies it will be sent, so they're saying, oh, that means that Enoch preached about the flood, right? That his name means he preached about the flood, he was warning about the flood, and then when Methuselah died, that's when the flood came. So like they try to put meaning into the names of the people. Some of the city names, the nation names, like into when they go into Canaan, some of that stuff means something, right? It's not really a nation that they conquer. It's symbolic of something that was happening in history, but not everything is like that. And he done went and created his own fucking sentence, and he got mad because the shit fell apart, and then he want to take that shit out on me. Y'all got the game fucked up if y'all think that I'm gonna let y'all disrespect me and I'm just gonna be quiet about it.
Did something just pop up on your screen, Thinker?
What did you get? Did you get a strike?
Oh, I don't know. What does it look like?
I don't have anything on my screen. Oh, a strike. It'll say warning, and it'll tell you that you got to drop down.
I don't think so. I've never gotten one before.
Oh,
It says, I think it said something about, I don't know if I made a mistake and touched my screen. It said something about Live Fest. I'm not sure what that was.
oh yeah, it might have accidentally touched the screen. Don't come up here thinking y'all finna disrespect me. I fucking swear. Like it's been chill. It's been chill. I'd rather stay chill. Okay, you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect your ass back. You respect me, it's gonna be a good conversation. Hey Hammy, how are you?
Hey, how's it? I hear how it's going actually. So that's yeah. Yeah, no, I was trying to get in while Sears was there until he just decided to listen, I think the medical term is become a complete douche canoe. But I was gonna talk to him about the fact of one of his issues is the fact of like the same thing when we have the problem with numerology, where like once you start thinking about a number, you start seeing that number everywhere, and that's because humans are pattern-seeking creatures. But he's doing that with Jesus.
Yeah.
It's just that. That's literally all. When he's like, "Oh yeah, Jesus is here and here and here in the Old Testament," and look, all this lineage. When you translate it to this one specific point, it's Jesus, and it's like, yeah, that's because you are creating patterns where there's not a pattern there because you are a pattern-seeking creature.
Yeah, that's what Bert was trying to tell him.
Then he went off the rails.
Yeah, that's what Bert was trying to tell him when he was telling him that that he was eisegesing everything in the scriptures. But like, and when they say that they use faith, that's what they mean. Like, you better believe what I say it is. Mm-hmm. If you don't, you evil. If you don't, you the problem. Like, why? And it's like, why won't you let me mind fuck you? Why won't you let me brainwash you?
Yeah, one of the things that I put in the TikTok chat was something like, especially when he was trying to go after Fee for the whole entire using her opinion. It's like, I put it there. I was like, how dare you use your opinion? And then it's like, man who uses his opinion. It's like, dude, just get the fuck over yourself. Like, seriously.
And then they act like that, like it's like literally it's right on the screen, right? Like, it's on the screen.
That's what cracked me up the most. He's like, where are you getting that? Where are you getting that? It's like, dude, it's right there on the fucking screen. Look at your phone. But where's that coming from? It's coming from the fucking Hebrew. What do you mean?
I also find it interesting that our human logic is sufficient as long as we agree with them. The use of our human understanding is only problematic if it leads us to a conclusion that doesn't fit their narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. It's in the many years that I've been on debating with theists of all stripes, especially the young Earth creationists. Those are always fun, but the theists of every stripe, they tend to have this whole entire mindset that this is the way it is, and they all have this arrogance of how they're going to come and teach you. And it's like, what kills me the most is like, I mean, like, Thinker, you just got done saying earlier about how you were in the ministry for X amount of years, and then we have also I forgot his name, but the rabbi who is currently still a rabbi, who is like, he learned this shit, and he spent a good part of his adult life dedicated to this, and it's like, but I know better than you. It's the complete arrogance always cracks me up.
It's their they put themselves like in the place of their Jesus. It's a weird thing, while at the same time telling everybody to be unintelligent and humble and meek. And the only way that you can brainwash somebody is if they are humble, unintelligent, and meek.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That is the number one condition you need people to be in.
I saw a video yesterday of this lady. She was eating a sausage, but she was like, "Dear Jesus," as she's eating, she's like, "Can you come get your children?" She's like, "I don't like your children, Jesus." She's like, "They are mean." And she's like, "I can't see how these supposed to be my kin. They're supposed to be my brothers and sisters." She's like, "Can you come talk to them, because don't nobody like them down here." And then she ended her prayer with like, "Let me know how you want me to handle it. If you want to, am I supposed to just say I love you, or do you want me to just cuss them out for you?"
Right. Well, one of my favorite songs that I ever came across was the guy who sat there and he's just like, "Try Jesus, don't try me, 'cause I throw hands."
Yeah, that's my favorite one too. Like this is how ignorant that what I'm talking about. So Chris says, "Well, I've learned nothing today," but yet Chris, right, at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m., wherever the fuck Chris is in the world, has sat in this live, right, for an hour or more, learning not shit. But they type shit like that as like to project that they are feeling uncomfortable right now with the information that they've subjected themselves to, because nobody, right, told their asses to sit in here and listen.
Not a
Nobody.
one. Not a one person. And the thing is like, I was going to say something along those lines earlier, but it wasn't from y'all's side. It was mainly from Siri's side. Like, the only insight I gathered from Siri's talking was that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but acts like he does. And other than that, it's just insights about him as a person, as an individual. That's the only thing I learned from him. But as far as like useful knowledge, it was you and Bert, and of course Dr. Kip when he was in.
That's usually what, like, that's what my goal is, to learn about like how their brain works, and why they hear, like, you know how sometimes I'll ask a question and they'll answer a different question, and then I'll say, well, what are you answering? And they'll say, well, didn't you ask? And then it'll be something completely different than what I've asked. Like, I want to understand how their brain does that, like why they hear something different. Like, for example, just a minute ago, and I said that Christians are projecting, right, their feelings of uncomfortability because they've subjected themselves to information they don't want to hear, because nobody is making them sit in here. Super, who is probably a super Christian, responded and said, how do you tell someone don't come in here? Where did I say don't come in here? That's not what the fuck I said, right? They hear shit. They're in it's almost like they're in another world, right?
I think it's defensive listening to an extent. What do you think about that?
I think you're right. That sounds better.
I wonder if
I had their asses, like, I had their brains on like the fourth dimension, some shit. I don't know.
I wonder if I've been kind of chewing this over for the last couple of days. I wonder if they were in a position of offense, if their brains would function differently. So say you told them, had a prompt that says, teach me about the story of Job. And you had them walk you through, but you stopped to ask questions as opposed to going the other way around. Like, if they were teaching and they were trying to, okay, this is how I understand the story of Job. And every single time they get to a point of dissonance and we ask a question, I wonder if that would prompt their brains to process it differently. Because I do think that there's almost this subconscious automatic thing that their brain does, because the way that they answer questions that you have never even asked is insane to me. You'll ask a what question, they'll answer a why. You'll ask a who question, they'll answer how. And there's a disconnect because I think there's a defense that's going on in their minds. And I'm wondering if switching it to the other side would be beneficial. I don't know that it will, because I'm not sure that I don't know that they string thoughts together in the same way that non-believers do, or critical thinkers do. I should not say non-believers.
They don't, because Super just commented and said, well, I got judged when I commented. What? Because you were talking about who, what, when, where. They don't. Like, sometimes I feel like we're talking to a brick wall.
And Lowen just commented when I was in Kentucky, that is exactly what we did when we were out. I was visiting Kentucky for work, and Lowen and I met up for lunch, and we happened upon some Jehovah's Witnesses, and we let them teach us what they wanted to teach, and we asked questions. And it was a very different experience. It was similar to this, but it almost felt like their wheels were turning in a different way. And I don't know if it's the, defensive versus offensive positioning that made the difference, but it's wild to hear that disconnect happening.
I feel like that's what Mezzo does on Sundays, though. Like when he does Atheist Sunday School and he lets them come up, right, and teach him something about their belief. Mm-hmm. And they still act the same way, even on Mezzo's live.
That's a good point. There is not much difference between the things that they say on Mezzo's lives and the things that they say on yours and others. So you're right. It may be a
One
lost
of
cause. You
one
got
of
a
the
lot of
things
noise,
that I've
man.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's
How
just
about
me.
now?
I think I
Is
hear
that better?
music in the background.
Oh, yeah, it's because I'm at work as always.
Okay.
Um, let's see. I came to the back room. How's this? Is this better?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, but so one of the things that I think is a really big issue is it's what theists are kind of trained to believe atheists are, and what I mean by that is like so. Whenever I'm like, I don't hide the fact that I'm an atheist around like family and all that stuff. Certain family, I just don't bring it up. But like, if like we're having a family dinner and they ask me to pray, I'm still going to tell them no because, and I'm going to explain to them why. But I had this one person who I used to have horses, and at this boarding facility, this woman, she was a Christian, and she knew that I was an atheist, and she never talked much about religion around me. But there was another boarder who was a Catholic, who me and her would have lots of conversations about it. And the other girl, like, finally she chimed in on the discussion, and I talked to her about it and all that stuff. And then out of nowhere, she was like, "You're not what I thought you were." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" She's like, "Well, you're an atheist." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "You know that I'm a Christian." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "But you don't make me feel stupid for believing." And I'm like, "Why would I? Like, I didn't gain uber knowledge just because I went from being a Baptist to a Christian to an atheist." And so, like, I think it's that what they're taught to believe atheists are is a real big hindrance to what to their interactions with atheists.
I think you might be right. I think they've already set in their mind that there's nothing that they can get a value out of the conversation. So they come with a very closed off mind, even if they're not willing to accept information. Being able to understand why a person thinks what they think, right, is valuable, but they don't even allow themselves to do that. So I think you're right.
I think it's also problematic for them because as non-believers, I can tell you why I don't believe this Bible is true. I can tell you why I don't believe the God in this Bible is good. I can give you explanations and kind of lay out for you the problematic features that I personally encounter with this book. But they are not able to give explanations as to why they believe what they believe. They can give you answers, but those answers don't give you insight into how they arrived at them. So it's not an explanation. And I think that's the part when they engage in these conversations, that juxtaposition is very, very clear. And that's problematic for them. And when you couple that with the fact that I was taught that atheists didn't know anything about the Bible. I was taught that they just wanted to sin. They were just evil people, like they ate babies. I was taught a whole lot of things about what an atheist is. And the very last thing I was led to believe is that they would be familiar with this book. I didn't think that anybody who read this book would be able to land at a conclusion other than the fact that God is good. And that's only because I was only going by the scriptures that I had been fed in the
Oh,
individual I was indoctrinated into.
I had so being Baptist, I had a upbringing of atheists were just devil worshippers. Like they were really Satanists, and they worshipped Satan. And I was like, and so as a kid, like I've heard of atheists, but I never really met any because, of course, I live in the Bible Belt, so I don't see very many atheists down here, even as an adult now. But I was told so many different things, and then whenever I became an atheist, I was just like, oh, those were all just fabrication and like straight up just not truths about atheists.
I told y'all the other day when my daughter, like, she doesn't even believe in God, and she still thought atheist meant evil. And I'm like, where in the hell did she get that from? Because I know that I never taught that, but she was like, it's just, the stereotype in society, like that atheists are evil.
Now, don't get me wrong. There are some atheists who, like, I would not ever want to be around them. But as atheists as a whole, it's like no, like an atheist isn't a lot of these things. There are some atheists who are just shitty ass human beings, but you get that everywhere you go in every group.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not a
just like
result
there
of
are
the.
some believers who are not, assholes like what we talked to. Like Jess is a believer that like if more believers were like Jess and Dr. Hadia Nicole Green, I swear I wouldn't give like I wouldn't have to talk about the beliefs of a religion. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that all believers are assholes.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so either. I think it just, our belief systems don't create our character. I think they just kind of expose it. Um, and we gravitate towards the things that align with who and what we are intrinsically. Now, I think a lot of that is built around how we were reared, how we were raised, what we were taught, and then what we did with that information. Because a lot of people just hold on to the structure that was built around them and they never question it. They never look at it from an outside perspective. They only view it from an inside perspective. And I think that's what deconstruction does. It knocks down the walls that were constructed around you in terms of the belief system that you were indoctrinated into. And it allows you to look at it from a perspective you never have before. But the vast majority of believers don't do that. And then they vilify us who do. When in reality, I say this all the time, truth has no need to fear inquiry. The true thing is going to be true no matter how many times you investigate it. And this objective truth that they think that they have is, one, not objective because it changes from believer to believer. And two, it's not beneficial for anybody. And I don't know that they're willing to consider that or entertain the impact of what they believe does.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the YouTuber Apologia, but he's an atheist YouTuber who does a lot of content, and he was a Mennonite before he was an atheist, and he was he was a hardcore believer. He had all this, but he said the first step on his road to deconstruction was actually the Ken Ham Bill Nye debate, where it was the Q&A, and the two people were given the same question, which was, what, if anything, will change your mind? And Bill Nye went first and he said, well, evidence, of course. He's like, if all of my currently held beliefs were shown to be false, that, there was evidence that showed that everything I held to be true was in fact not true, like that would change my mind in a big way. He's like, I would then go and find out what is true and figure out how to, go about life after that. And then when Ken Ham goes to answer the question, he was just like, absolutely nothing. He's like everything I believe is true. He's like, because, it's given to me by God, like, and blah, 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 blah. And that was his biggest, he said that was like, that answer from Ken Ham, who he was a big admirer of, just is what caused him to start his road to deconstruction. And I think that if we are always on the lookout for what is true, like I tell people all the time, I'm a philosophical atheist, meaning I don't just hold the position, I believe in no gods. I hold the position no gods exist at all. And so when people are telling me, well, how can you hold that position? I'm like, well, it's based on the knowledge I have. If I come to find out later on that the knowledge I have is indeed false, then I change my position based on new evidence. Like, that's how we are supposed to do things. And I'm not strictly adhering to this because I believe it. I believe it because it's my current knowledge set. It's what I believe is true at this time. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and then I change. And I think that a lot of believers just do not follow that.
I think they recognize it in other areas of their lives. Like for example, every single medicine that we take today, every single advancement that we take advantage of, like the equipment that we're utilizing devices that we're utilizing to access this platform. norm. None of that happened as a result of any religious belief. The religion does not progress. Religion is actually the antithesis of progression. And religion doesn't seek to identify where it could be wrong. It completely ignores where it is wrong and then tries to force you to see it as right. And that's the problem with it, because the reality is that society never progresses with that type of mindset. The only way that we get better is by identifying where we got it wrong. And that fundamental core reality of our society is something that religion just refuses to see, because we see that when people are trying to utilize 2,000-year-old cultural expectations and norms and apply it in 2025. Like, you're telling me in a world where women were viewed as property, I'm supposed to look at this time as a revered and divinely inspired time of instruction and just accept that? That doesn't make any sense. And when you look at who benefits from that is very clear. But I think the fear and the comfort and the community that comes from these belief systems overshadow the damage that have been done by them. And it's sad, because it just continues to perpetuate the cycle of abuse at the hands of religious institutions.
I agree. Go ahead, Hemi.
Yeah, I was just going to say, absolutely. I agree with that as well. One of the biggest things that I know that, the whole entire clergy project is based off of it, is the fact that whenever you have people who stop believing, and they've spent so long in the church, and they've spent so long in the religious community, that once they stop believing, they stay pretending to be believers, because they're like, I have nothing left once this is gone. And that fear, I think, is what keeps them from looking critically at their deeply held beliefs. It's the fear that if I am wrong, like, I don't even, yeah, some of them probably do have a fear of, like, hell and all that good stuff. I mean, as a Baptist, I definitely was instilled with this big, heavy fear of hell. But like, for the most part, like, I think that what really helps drive them to not look at these things critically is because of the fact that they're like, if I do look at these and I come away with the fact that I don't have this faith anymore, then there's the fear of the unknown, the fear of the fact that you might no longer have a community, depending on what religious sect you're in, and depending on how high up in the church or whatever you're in, like, fear of, like, losing your livelihood. And I think that a lot of that helps keep them from actually thinking critically and actually taking a deep, hard look at their beliefs.
I agree with that also, and I think that is the thing that makes it even more irritating, because it adds to their fear. It adds to their fear and their anxiety, and then they begin to start looking at us like we're no longer human, right? We are the demons that they've been taught wants to, like, chase them around the earth. And so it makes it like that, just that fear of if without God, like, they tell themselves, without God I'm nothing, without God I'm not safe.
Yeah.
Right? And so because they can see in us, right, when they're talking to us, they see in us what they wish they could see in themselves, in a sense, which is a sense of security with self, right? We become the demons that they're afraid of, and it just makes it even more frustrating for us, unsafe for the world, right? Yeah, and their freedom. Like, it makes it even more frustrating for me.
And
because they talk to us out of
I said, hence the name I chosen for myself for my online sphere. Frustrated atheist, king frustrated. Like, that's where it came from.
Yeah, and that's why I said yesterday. Sometimes it makes it just, I don't know, and I try my best to have empathy, right, and try to understand where they're coming from. But when they speak from a place of fear, it's almost as if I can, like, it's just like the fear is just so fucking loud. Does that make sense? Like it's
Yes.
loud.
Actually, I learned about this in my intro to philosophy class. There's this paradox that's called the security blanket paradox, where basically what ends up happening is there's a deeply held belief that you hold on to that keeps, because it's safe. It's it's what you know. It's comfort. And whenever there's anything that tries to like kind of slip it out of your hands, like a kid with their safety blanket, their security blanket, the kid holds on tightly to it and grips it hard. And the person who has this deeply held belief that's become their security blanket tends to they tend to grip onto it harder. And you can see it whenever you ask them specific questions, and they start to get irritated fairly quickly. They'll start to be like, well, why do you really want to know this? Like, why are you asking me these questions? It's like, dude, calm down. We're having a conversation. And the thing is like, the reason why it's a paradox is, of course, in philosophy, you need to have an open mind about all beliefs. And whenever you have the security blanket belief, you don't.
And that's why, well, like when they make a claim, like what he was making, right, about the Genesis 3:15, like I literally will ask, like, okay, show me in the text, like, how did you arrive to that? That's me giving them the opportunity, right, for them to explain their belief to me. And like Fee said, they usually can't explain how they got to the belief, like how they got to the thought that they got to, or the understanding. They use shit like, oh, it's just faith, right? Or you can't use human intellect, or you can't use human reasoning because they themselves don't know, right? Or can't explain to us why we should believe a thing, right? And so I try my best to like try to understand them and give them the opportunity to explain it to me, but they usually can't, and then they end up acting the way they end up responding the way Siri's responded.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest difference between some of us atheists and believers. It's that whole entire thing that, like, the beliefs I hold that I don't really know why I hold them. I want to explore that. I want to learn why I'm holding this. And if I have good reasons for holding it, then I keep it. But if I don't, then I just let it go. And so I think that that's a big difference between the two of us, is because they have a belief that they don't know how they got it. They don't know where it came from. They don't know why they believe it. But they're like, but yeah, this is just it. I'm holding on to it. And I'm like, but you're not even at the least bit curious? Like, at all?
I don't think they are. And like they think us saying, well, how did you get to that, right? And then they showing it to us. We're not supposed to, like, if we see a hole in that, right, or if we don't agree, just us saying, well, that's not what that means, right? Or can you show me that what you're saying, that's what that means? They feel like, I don't know, they get on the defense. Like, if I say, hey, explain to me how you got to your belief, and they explain it, I'm just supposed to accept it, right? I'm not supposed to dig deeper in that. You know what I'm saying? Me digging deeper into that, or even pushing back against information that they share, they see that as something to be offended by.
Yeah, they see that as you not accepting their answer, and oftentimes it's not about not accepting the answer. It's about walking you through how the answer doesn't make sense and identifying where our paths diverge. And I think that's the only beneficial way that, I don't want to say they can gain anything from these conversations, because I don't think that we're here to try to teach them. I mean, it's literally a discussion about differences of belief systems. But I think until we see where our opinions diverge, then we're going to be hard pressed to resolve anything. And ultimately, if I utilize a logical system or a method of reasoning that you don't agree with, then tell me that. Like Hammy was saying, I want to know if I'm seeing things through a myopic lens. I want to know where I've gone astray. Like, tell me what other perspectives I haven't considered. But if the perspective you're telling me I haven't considered is the Holy Spirit, which, like Thinker says, is like Vegas, anything goes. There are no standards. There's no metrics. There's no systems. There's no expectations. I can't use that as a valuable perspective because it's ultimately akin to imagination, and anybody can make
Not
up anything.
not only that, but it's the same logic as like the whole entire, like whenever you point out some scientific like inconsistencies with worldviews and whatnot, and their whole entire like they fall back, well, with God anything's possible. It's like, okay, so you're reverting back to magic. Like let's face it. Like if God can do all possible things, even if it isn't possible to us, like it's basically the same as saying, well, he magicked it. And so that doesn't, like, using the Holy Spirit doesn't get us any further along the path. It doesn't of figuring things out. It's just I don't care to look into it. So here you go. This is my answer for you.
Yeah, like that. I saw a video of a young girl she was walking home from work. She had called her boyfriend and she had a feeling like he was telling her to stay at work, don't come home, like where the keys at, blah, blah, blah. So she said like she had a feeling that he was telling her to stay at work for a reason because she felt like that he was going to bring a girl to her house, right? So she walks home from work. She waits in the closet for him to get home. And he's there with a girl. Like he walks in and there's a girl. So she confronts them and then she says, I've already talked to y'all about this. I told y'all that I thought y'all were doing this, blah, blah, blah. Right? She's like, you see my clothes here and whatever. Then at the end, she's like, I knew God was going to show me, or I had asked God, right? I want to know what God has to tell me about this. God's going to show me. No, you showed yourself. You walked home, right? Like you paid attention to the signs. You didn't ignore them. And then when you got there, like even you saying that you talked to them about it before, this isn't something new. Like it isn't something like some entity just said, hey, go home. There's something going on that you need to know about. You had these feelings.
Yeah. I always hate when people use God or like whatever you want to put in place here for like the hard work that you put into anything, and that goes for anything. I've seen people do it for like if they get a job. It's like I've been praying for a job and God gave it to me. I'm like, oh, so you didn't put in an application? Some random employer just called you? No, I put in several applications, but I haven't heard anything back. It's like, well, yeah, statistically speaking, the more applications you put in, the more like the easier it is that eventually you will get a call back. Like no, you put the hard work in. You went and bugged the people. Like God didn't do anything. You did it yourself.
Like that guy that said he got the email. So he was trying to relocate and he got an email and there was a job opportunity in the email for the state that he was trying to move to. And we're like, where's the miracle? He called it a miracle. And we were like, where's the miracle?
Right? Like, hey, you're moving. Hey, there's also a job in the spot you're moving. That is not a miracle. Like it could be coincidental if you want to chalk it up to anything, but that's not a fucking miracle.
Then they get mad if we don't accept that. And then there was a guy earlier tonight who said, I'm here to learn. I want to learn. And so the minute I started sharing my own like perspective on the Adam and Eve story, the one that Dr. B know which one I'm talking about, he drops like it's like it's too much, right, for me to be saying that men, that the story says that men were created from dust, and the God was like, oh, I gotta create another human from a much better, more sturdier substance. Like he didn't like that, so he ended up dropping. He no longer wanted to learn anymore. And so like I think they want to learn. I think that they are not expecting the conversations to be as in depth as they are, because most people approach religious text, unless you go to seminary, unless you have doctor in front of your name, they expect these conversations to be very surface level, right? More opinionated. And I think when they come in here, they're shocked by the level of knowledge that we have, or the level of knowledge that we're seeking.
Oh, and yeah. No. Okay, there. They went away. But no, I've seen this a lot. Like the thing is like there's hold on, someone going up to the counter.
Well, he's holding. I'll just add that I'll never not be shocked when they say, "Why do you read the Bible if you don't believe it?" Knowing full well they believe it without having read it, and that
Right.
concept blows my mind because there's nothing else that I would hope that there's nothing else that they would approach in their lives in this manner, where you accept it as true before you even know what it is, where you build your whole entire personality, or at least what you profess to be your personality and your life, around this concept and defend it tooth and nail without knowing very much about it at all. I just think that's such a dangerous position to be in, specifically one where you then get on a TikTok with people who grew up in this religion, who studied this religion, who tried to prove or tried to find this God on their own and did the work. That's a very precarious position to put themselves into.
Agreed 100%. I don't think I'll ever be shocked either. I don't think I'll ever be shocked by hearing them say that. It irritates me to see that question. If you don't believe, why are you talking about it? Why are you asking questions if you don't believe? Like, those type of things irritate me, but I don't think I'll ever be surprised. All right. Hemi, I am gonna go ahead and drop you down, since
Yes.
you want to go ahead and say what you want to say, and then we're gonna
Absolutely.
bring up another guest.
Go ahead. I'd already forgotten.
Oh,
That's what happens when you try to do this at work. Look, I'm just doing this while I'm going to college, trying to get that education so I can get a better paying job. But
I heard that.
for now, gotta do what you gotta do.
Yes, sir.
All right, but I have no problems dropping down, so you can bring somebody else up.
All right. I hope you have a beautiful day at work. I enjoyed the conversation. Have a great one.
I did too. Do I hit this big X at the top there?
I'll drop you down. I don't know what it looks like on the other side.
Oh, okay.
I'll drop you down though.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Not a problem.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Dr. B, how are you?
Sorry, I thought I hit the unmute button and I clearly did not. Good morning. I am doing well. How about you?
I think I done started some shit by me learning Hebrew, right? I done started some shit. So we started the conversation off because I've been practicing with Genesis 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned, like, in doing so, like, I came to the word key. I gotta go back and look at it. Ketov.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I realized that there's no ketov for humans in the Genesis creation story.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and so I researched it, and I'm like, why is there not a ketov? And realizing that the sense that it's used is in, like, the functional sense of saying, like, this is good functionally, which means it's complete, it works, right? It doesn't need any improvements. The sun, it works, right? The moon, it works. The waters are divided from the dry land, that's good, right? But humans is not a finished product, so there would be no need for the God to say ketov there, right? Unless it's using it in a moral sense of saying that it's good. But then that would be the God making a claim that it created humans to be morally good and complete, right? With no chance of, like, evolving or going backwards. And so I asked the question, and that's just me thinking, right? Like, so I asked the question about, like, looking from the Christian perspective and how they look at the creation stories as if they are chronological, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, and then the fall of man happened. I'm like, if the God never said it is good after he made the man, then that means, like, did the God really, think that man was good? Because Christians believe humans were perfect until the fall. So I'm like, to me, it sounds like this kind of negates the fall of man, because the God never said that humans were good in the original creation story.
Yeah. And, I obviously so much of this rises and falls on one's theological framework. But one of the things that I find to be incredibly problematic for people that hold that sort of more fundamentalist position of the text is that what can it mean in Genesis 2 when Yahweh says it is not good for man to be alone? Like, so
Mm,
God created an imperfect situation. He created a not good situation.
mm.
That seems to stand directly against anything that, like
That it was
this sort of,
paradise and perfect and
yeah,
in the
like
garden.
this. How is it that the deity can do something that is not good, right? How can he create something that is not good? Uh, and of course, then you start to see the theological dances, right? Like, well, yeah, I mean, it's free will, no, but
No, they did. They
but
did go to free
okay.
will a
Oh,
lot.
I'm sure, I'm
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
I'm sure. No,
But
I'm
then I
I'm
went through your book and went through some of the laws, like the evolution of the god from like from the laws from the Hittite laws, the Hammurabi laws, Egypt to Israel with the slave
mm,
laws, and how in Israel the concept of only the Israelites are dead slaves, everybody else are chattel slaves with no pathway to uh like freedom, where in the other nations there were pathways to freedom. And then we did the adultery laws the same way, and learned that in Babylon the man could like save the woman's life,
mm.
but when you get to Hammurabi in Israel there's no mercy. And so like we kind of challenged that as well, and how when we think about like the God's idea of good and just and mercy, why is it that his laws didn't introduce mercy when it came to adultery? Even though like in Babylon the husband still was the one who could make the decision to save the woman's life, like misogyny still existed, but there was still mercy built into the law there, where you don't see that in the God of Israel's laws. Um, and it just, I don't know, like the last conversation ended in a shouting match, so we're about to move on. So,
Yeah,
hopefully we'll have a better conversation.
this is why. I mean, you know this, and I think what you're doing is pointing out sort of the absurdity of this, but by showing these things. But when you go to the ancient world and you say like this group is objectively better than this other group, right? Because they have a deity or
Mm-hmm.
something, or this set of laws is objectively better than this other one because it has divine origin. It's such a precarious position to hold because it's just so easy to pick it apart and say, all right, well, so I think I've probably talked about this here, but in that debate or discussion that I had with Gavin Ortland and Trent Horn, Kip and I asked them, well, is it better to be a slave for a longer or shorter period of time? And of course, they said, oh, it's better to be a slave for a shorter period of time. So then you say, okay, well, then the laws of Hammurabi are more moral than the laws in the Hebrew Bible because you're only allowed to keep a dead slave for 3 years. In the Hebrew Bible, it's for 6. And then immediately, the face sort of scrunches up. And maybe let me rethink this. Maybe it's better to be a slave for longer because you're you're protected and you're part of the family. And then they give all these reasons, and then you say, well, damn, like God really hated the Israelites then because he let the foreigners be slaves forever. And, he said you couldn't be a slave if you're an Israelite. So damn, how can God be so mean? But this is the absurdity of it, right? And I think that's what makes your approach to the text so useful in this context, because it's like, okay, so this is the position that you hold. Here are the logical entailments that follow. Dance, right? And
Yeah.
and that's just what you see. You see him dance. So I swear and I'll shut up, but I like I am really excited to watch your growth here after you learn Hebrew, because it's just going to be like, um, yeah, it's going to be a skyrocketing, I think.
Oh, I want to show you. I want to show you. And I swear I'm not trying to show off, but this is what I've been studying. And so, like, question two, like the God of the Bible is the one pulling the strings when it comes to chaos and suffering. That question came from me studying Genesis 1. Hold on. And learning about chaos and how Tehom is akin to Tiamat, the Babylonian entity, and how the in the ancient Near East, chaos and the deep are entities that the God conquers, right? And so Genesis 1 is like, okay, God is conquering chaos in the deep or taking control of it and creating order out of it. But then he does this thing, like he keeps it, right? And he uses it, he weaponizes it whenever it like suits him. And as I'm studying, the concept of chaos in the deep, I recognize, he used it. He used the darkness in Egypt, and it's not just like dark, which is the absence of light. This was the void again. Like he put them through 3 days of like this eternal dark, like not eternal, but like this deep darkness that like paralyzed them to make them feel like they were back in chaos. He undid the order and released chaos on the world in the flood. He showed up wrapped in chaos when he responded to Job. And I'm like, holy shit, like he is literally weaponizing these entities that he so-called subdue, like these evil entities that are disaster and distress, and he's using it when it suits him throughout the story. And that's one thing that I noticed in my study. Thank you, Mardu, for the $9.99 super chat. That's a cool little dance. But let me show you a little bit of what I've learned to do so far. So let's see. I might stutter, okay? But I have been studying the vowel sounds too. So Berashit et. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Now I'm going to say Berashit bara Elohim et ha shamayim et ve'et ha aratz ve'haaratz hayata yeah
That
ha
is
is it
amazing.
is that hayata
It's
ha
Haita.
haita,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
haita,
Those little nuances you'll pick up. That is. Sorry, go ahead. You're doing
okay,
phenomenally.
tohu vavohu ve
I'm so impressed. Keep going.
vetosh vehoshek vehoshek
The Choshech. Yep.
vehoshek el pene
I'm not looking at it, but I suspect it's Al Panay.
al pene, okay. Te home
To home. Yep.
to home veruach
Yep. Perfect.
Elohim
Yep.
mera
Yep.
hef hefet
So if you look at that word and it's Merachefet, that was perfect.
mera
Um,
hefet.
on that word, is
Mhm.
there a little? Again, I can't see it. at the moment.
So let me
But
let me get it bigger. So like, okay,
is
so
there
I'm
a
gonna
little,
try. I get
is there a little,
confused.
no, it's okay. Is there a little marking that you don't recognize as a vowel on that word merachefet?
Oh, that I don't recognize as a vowel.
I don't know that they,
No, no, I don't. I don't see it
no,
here.
they don't put them in there. Okay.
So
So,
I be getting confused with the fe and the pe,
okay.
and so and this is the fe, right?
Uh,
This right here, that's fe.
yes. Hmm.
Okay. All right. So I gotta remember without
If it
the
doesn't have the dot, if it doesn't
uh
have the dot, then air flows through your mouth. So it's the ph sound, the f. If there
okay,
is a dot, then the air stops. You close your lips, so you make the p, the hard p sound. So if there's a
if there's
dot,
a
it's a
dot, it's
p.
a p.
Yeah, no
Without a
dot, it's
dot,
a
it's a
ph.
f.
Yep,
Okay.
that's right.
And then so with this, how do I know that it's like not to go me ra hefe, or is it mer a hefe?
Yeah. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pause what I'm currently doing on the side of the so that I can look down. I don't want to say specifically what I'm doing. Okay. For TikTok purposes. Yeah. So I mean, you pronounced it perfectly. So that word merachefet, that first shiva underneath of the mem is a vocal shiva. And you know it's vocal because it's at the beginning of a word. Every shiva that's at the beginning of a word like that is vocal because you have to pronounce it.
Okay.
So that was perfect. So merachefet. Um, the reason I was asking about that little, like, is there an extra mark somewhere that you don't recognize? Is because when you read BHS or you read the Masoretic text, they put these little accent marks on every word so that you know which syllable you're supposed to emphasize.
Okay.
Anytime you see two segols like that, see the two segols, one under chet and one
Right
under
here and right
pei,
here. Mm-hmm.
that's called a segolet. We'll talk about it later. But you always pronounce the first, you always put the accent on the first syllable, not the second. So like melech or eved, you remember eved for slave?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why when people say, now you understand, right? When people say
Yeah,
obeyed,
I used to say that
right?
a bit.
Right.
Yeah.
But now you understand why, right? It makes sense why.
Mm-hmm.
But those two segols under eved, that's called a segolet noun. What it means is that it was originally pronounced with one vowel. It's the word abd, abd. So if you think of Arabic, Abdullah, abd, um, or Akkadian ward, wardum, ward. It's there was just one vowel, so you had consonant, vowel, and then two consonants. Melech was malk. Kelev for dog was kalb. But because Hebrew didn't want to have that consonant cluster at the end of each word of these types of words, they put two short E sounds together and then put the accent on the first syllable because that's where you put it when you had the little consonant cluster. You didn't say kalb, kalb or something, right? You said kalb, malk, evd or avd. And so instead of saying avd, though, they put these two E's and they go eved, eved. So every consonant has or every syllable has a vowel now, but they put the accent on the first syllable as opposed to the last one where it normally goes. So anytime you have this, you have merachefet instead of merachefet, merachefet or choshech,
Merachefet.
and choshech is another one, even though it has a hole in the first syllable, it's still a seglet because you see the segol underneath the second. Sorry if that was too much or if it was
No, I
confusing at
think I
all.
get it. So this is where I put the emphasis,
Yep, that's right.
and then this I just only pronounce the fe and
Yep.
kind of like ignore the sagal, is what you're saying,
No,
right? Not.
they originally would have,
Oh,
but
okay.
but they want you to pronounce it now because they didn't like saying like chaft. They want to say chefet. So you would pronounce
Oh,
that
okay.
word mera chefet. Mera
Okay.
chefet. Yep.
Okay.
And actually, if you go to Digital Hammurabi, the YouTube channel, I pronounce out loud Genesis. I think I got through like Genesis 5, maybe. I read it out loud, if that would be of use at
Okay.
all.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Like I still like struggle with remembering the vowels and like I
It
said,
doesn't sound like it at all. It
really?
sounds like, yeah, you're like knocking it out of the park here. Yeah, this is phenomenal for week
Thank you.
week two. No, I'm very impressed. I'm not surprised, but I'm very impressed.
So the takeaway here is everybody in TikTok, make your TikTok name Hebrew, and then Thinker is going to pronounce it correctly. I hope
That's
that's
right.
the
That's
case.
what will happen. You'd be like, okay, welcome, poo face.
I got one more question before we break up our next guest. So,
Yes, ma'am.
well, two questions. So, Al Panay,
Hmm.
this is like the face, right?
Yes.
This is what is, I guess, like in my studies, it says the root of it is panim or something like that, and that's
Panim. Yep.
okay, and that's what is giving the intent that chaos and the deep are these presences, like they're not things, they're like a presence.
Oh, I don't think I would argue that. So al panay is sort of it's sort of not idiomatic, but it's I guess it could be, but um panim means face, but it also means like the surface. So I mean if you like on the face of it is a really good English parallel to this. Like on the face of it, it seems like he's a nice person. And it just means like on the surface level, on the face of
Okay.
it. And so when it says here, Al Panay Hamayim, or Al Panay to home, it means like on the actually on the surface, like the top of the water, the surface of the water. Um, that's what makes these so interesting. I don't know that if you've read the Enuma Elish,
Yeah.
the
Hmm.
okay, like this is one of these texts that, particularly now that you're reading it in Hebrew, uh, like visit it again from time to time because you'll be like, oh my God, uh, yeah, I get it, right? Um,
Yeah. And I think like to home and Tiamat, that's what made me kind of like think about like
yeah.
the conquering of the chaotic waters as entities. And then so what's the difference between Hamayim and Hashamayim?
Yeah. So if you think about that, so Mayim, of course, is the word for water, and then Shamayim is the word for heaven for everybody listening. I know you know that. So Shah, I mean, I haven't looked at like the etymological derivation of this, but I suspect this is where this is coming from. Um, Shah is the shortened form of the word asher, and asher means like it's the relative pronoun who or which or that. So if I say like I am going to go uh, to the house that is white, like the White House, uh, I would say I'm going to go to the house asher is white. The house that is white. It's the relative pronoun, or to the person who is tall. To the person asher is tall. It sets up a subordinate, like a dependent clause.
Okay.
Um, so it basically means the one of whom it could be said, right? Or that of which it could be said is like the really long form of that. And Hebrew has it, Akkadian has it. Like this is the Semitic thing. So Akkadian has the word Shah, and so it'll say like the man who is king would be Awilam Shah Sarim. The Awilam is man, Shah is who, and then Sharim is king. So the one of whom it can be said, he is king, the one who is king. So here, Shamayim probably means that which of which it could be said is water, right? Because
Oh
if you
well,
think
okay.
about the way that the heavens were structured here, you have this, dome, this rakia, this hammered out thing. But then what's above it, right? What's the point of it? It's to hold back the water that Yahweh has, or Elohim here, has separated. So you've got this chaotic water. He separates it just like Marduk splits Tiamat in half, puts half of her up in the sky, and it says to hold back the water. He actually puts guards along the sky in order to keep the water back, right? And
Hmm.
then the other half goes like down under the earth. Same thing here in Genesis 1. So Ma'im is water, and that which is of water is the heavens, which of course, the way they're thinking about it, I suspect, and I'll shut up, sorry. It's like it rains. Where does rain come from? It comes from up there, right? So,
So one
um,
is like more so divine, and the other one is like earthly. Is it
um,
or no? Still not.
I don't know that they would think about it that way, but it would be like, you could probably, etymologically translate shamayim as that which is of water, you know,
Okay.
of water. That's I suspect that's where it comes from. But again, by this point, it's just the sky, right? It's just what's up there. Um, in the same way that I'm sure there was some reason that the word butterfly came about that maybe had to do with butter and a fly, but uh, maybe because butterflies swarm that butter churns. I don't know, so they called it a butterfly. But anyway, like today, it doesn't. There's no association between a stick of margarine and a little thing with big wings. Like there is no association there. It's just etymological. I think I've been really boring for the past like 3.5 minutes.
Why do
Sorry
you?
about
You
that.
no, that was interesting. Okay. And then Wes Huff is he's a Christian, isn't he? He's studying to be a
Yeah,
Christian theologian. Yeah, like so he would not have been debunking the Bible against Billy Carson, right? Like he would have been trying to like prove the Bible against Billy Carson, right?
yeah. That whole situation, like obviously, I think but like Wes Huff is finishing up his PhD in like I think early Christianity at
Yeah.
Toronto, and
I
I may be teaching Billy Carson Sumerian here soon. Um,
I think
like
I just didn't understand that was a Christian in the comments. I mean, somebody in the comments was like, basically, like y'all talking about the same book that Wes Huff debunked against Billy Carson, and I just thought that
you're
was
probably
kind of
talking about the
weird.
Enuma Elish. Yeah, Wes Huff didn't debunk anything. Wes
Oh,
Huff
okay.
knows next to nothing about ancient Near Eastern texts. That, uh,
What did so what are
where
they
this
trying to say that it
language
was
sort of came
debunked?
from. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, if you listen to the discussion that Billy Carson and Wes Huff had, Wes starts off by saying, "Yeah, all the scholars agree that Genesis 1 is a." He calls it an apologetic. I think he probably meant a polemic, but it's like a counter apologetic against the Enuma Elish. But then he goes on to like say, no, it just has these general themes that show up in all these creation stories. So it's not like related to the Enuma Elish at all. And it's like, well, you can't have a polemic against the text. Like Eminem can't say, but you already know who you are, who the fuck you are, Kelly, and have it, you know, not be an association, a polemic, or diss against R. Kelly, right? You can't make some argument against like, oh well, R. Kelly is it's a general word that show up everywhere. No, I mean he clearly is referring to R. Kelly in that diss. So the same thing is true in Genesis 1. You can't say on the one hand it's a polemic against the Enuma Elish and then say, but it doesn't know anything about the Enuma Elish and it's not dependent upon it. It's like, yeah, it doesn't really work that way.
Oh,
So
yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. I that comment kind of confused me, so I didn't understand. If you are waiting to come on stage, can you please comment so that I don't accidentally bring up someone who has left?
Yeah, and that person in the comments that wants to argue that Westhoff debunked, the connections, I guess, with the Enuma Elish, like, come on up and tell me how.
Yeah, that would be a very
Because
interesting conversation.
I feel like Westhoff is the definition, the poster child for stay in your lane.
I kind of feel sorry for. I don't even know who he is. I haven't watched the debate, but everybody keeps talking about him. And then from what I hear from you and Dr. Kip is that he was kind of like pushed into the limelight on accident. And like Christians are all like making claims about him that he right now wouldn't make about himself.
See, that's the thing I don't know, right? If it happened accidentally to him in the beginning, it doesn't seem to be happening accidentally anymore. Like he went on Joe Rogan, and then he went on some other podcast that's apparently also very famous that I don't remember what it's called, but gets like millions of views. And the thing is, people are introducing him now as like an expert on all these different things, and it would be like somebody saying, oh, here's Dr. Josh. He's going to come on and talk to us about like early Christian Gnostic texts, and me not saying anything like to correct that. Because you know me, I'd be like, no, I
Yeah.
am not
Yeah.
that.
Okay, I get it. And but he's young. Is he young?
He looks like maybe he's late 30s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe he's young and the limelight is just like clouding his judgment right now, but I don't know. But the Christians feel that they've, I guess, found another Bart Ehrman. Like you know how Bart Ehrman being an atheist, and then they feel like Bart says like kind of proves some things for them. So Bart Ehrman is a atheist name that they would bring up in conversation a lot. Now it seems like Wes Huff might be vying for Bart Ehrman's spot in Christian conversation.
I mean, that would be very bizarre to me. Like, why in the world? I guess it depends on what kind of Christian is citing Bart Ehrman. But I mean, like, they
Oh,
held,
they
like,
cite him all the time,
I
all
mean,
the time.
maybe against mythicists, I can see that, like, being, but I mean, like,
Oh,
I
they
think
say that he proves that Jesus exists, and I think Bart made a
oh,
statement that,
yeah.
yeah, he said that it's more likely that Jesus exists and more likely that the stories in the Bible are true because they are embarrassing. So they cite him for that.
Right, but that's not what he said. Like
Right.
he's not saying that if it's embarrassing that it's more likely true. That's not like that is a very small piece of a very large puzzle. Uh, so yeah, I mean, and I feel very confident saying that my wife is, as everybody knows, the host of Bart Ehrman's podcast. So like I've been on Bart's show myself. Um, yeah, like it's far more nuanced than that. That would be a really weird way to kiss. Like people at evangelical colleges, like students will hold like prayer meetings, imprecatory prayer meetings against Bart Ehrman, like, like praying against him and the influence that he has at Chapel Hill. Yeah, anyway.
I'm shocked to hear that because they will bring Bart Ehrman up in a second.
I can see that against like again, like mythicist arguments. I can see that. Like if somebody's saying Jesus never existed as a person, well, Bart Ehrman, even Bart Ehrman says, like,
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what they
see
do.
that. Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
they do.
yeah.
They'll be like,
But
even Bart Ehrman says Jesus was a historical figure. And I'll be
yeah, I
like,
mean,
no,
but
he didn't say that.
that's about as much as they will like. Certainly, it's the case, and it's not my field, so forgive me for. But like, I don't think there's any question that from a consensus point of view that there was a guy named Jesus who walked around in first century Palestine. Like that's not really an issue in scholarship. Is it this guy that's being described? Like, did he do these things? And Bart would say, no, like that these miraculous things, these things that are specified in the gospels. Like how much of the gospels are presenting historically reliable material, like that's really hard to say. Um, but you know, that's a weird flex to use Bart Ehrman from like a
I wonder if he
fundamentalist.
knows. I wonder if he knows if he's the Christian's best
Oh
favorite
yeah,
atheist scholar. Like, I wonder if he knows that.
I think it must be like a love-hate relationship then, because um, yeah, I noticed by the way that people people talking all that smack in the comments aren't up on stage yet. That's weird. Weird.
I'm waiting for
Surprising.
like there's 21 people in the guest box. Like if you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment and let me know that you're in the guest box so that I can bring you up, and that I don't bring up someone on accident. Just say, "Hey, I'm here," or I'm in the box on purpose, please. There's 21 of you in there, and I know the last conversation was kind of long, so some of the people that's in there may have already scrolled away. Hey, Miss Lovely, how are you? Dr. B. Mezzo said, read his comment out loud. And Hammy is mad that he can't see your bow tie.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm doing an activity
Oh,
that
yeah, he can't right now.
at the moment difficult for me to. I
I
can
think
kind of
there's,
glance down, but
I think they're
for
scared to come
safety
up
reasons,
because you're on stage, Dr. B. I don't know. Like there's 21 people in the guest box.
I can mute up. I'll
Like,
mute up. I'll mute up.
if you're in the guest box and you want to come on stage, can you please comment to let us know that you're there? 736 people in a room, 21 people in the guest box. Don't be afraid. Okay, I'm going to start clearing the guest box out. Let's see. It gets weird around about like, it gets weird for some odd reason. I think they all wanted to be a part of the last conversation. There was the healing vibes. I don't see you in the request. The healing vibes? Oh,
Hello, good morning.
good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
I just
Uh,
wanted to come up quickly and say, as someone who left Islam and is trying to deconstruct Islam for herself, I really appreciate everything you do on your lives and informing people about stuff. I just wanted to come up and say that. I watch you every morning while I get ready for work.
oh wow, thank you. I don't talk about Islam that much because
No,
I
but
don't
there's
know a
some
lot about it.
correlations between different things and just how you deconstruct it and how you talk. That's what I'm trying to do with Islam. And I really like how you explain things and use things from logic when you're deconstructing Christianity. So I just wanted to come up and say, I really appreciate how you hold your platform and the things you do and say.
Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I wish you all the luck with deconstructing from Islam. And sometimes M's, like, have you seen M's on
No.
stage when we do? So I do have a co-host by the name of M who is a former Muslim. And sometimes he'll come in here and we'll have conversations about Islam, but only when he's here.
Oh, okay. So I
Yeah.
will
So,
look to see if I see him.
sounds good.
I
Sounds good.
appreciate you. Thank you so much, Thinker, for everything you do.
Thank you. You're so welcome.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, y'all. So I cleared out the box. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist who have deconstructed from Christianity, the guest box is open. You said M's is the final Muslim boss. Yeah. It's 738 people in here and 77 people on TikTok, on YouTube. So there's no reason why we should be sitting here waiting for someone to come up. Tracy? It's probably because they see that he's live and they follow him on the app. Tracy? Tracy? Okay. Well, y'all know me. Like, if we don't get any conversations, I'm going to shut down. I don't like to sit here. Like, if there's not a reason, like, for us to be live, right? If we don't have any conversations, it's weird. And awkward silence. It's too many people in here for there not to be anybody on stage. It's just 752 people.
And I know it's believers in the chat.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's almost 6 a.m. I know they up getting ready to go to work or getting kids ready for school. I don't know. I think me reading the Hebrew made some of them say, "Oh hell no, she too damn serious." I don't know. It was 21 of them in the guest box. I don't know what happened. It's just weird. Mm-hmm. It's so crazy, like, because they're watching, and then when a believer comes on stage, they're going to come out the woodworks. Just watch how it happens. They're going to come out the woodworks like they're in corners right now, and they're going to come out the woodworks and start talking shit. They're going to say Jesus is Lord. Like, I don't know. It's just... pridefulness leads to a fall. What he was like, he wasn't prideful though. That story is about the king of Babylon, or the king of Tyre, actually. Well, both. Some people may not have enough followers. I agree that might be the case. If you're deconstructing, you can come on stage too. It doesn't just have to be believers. If you're an atheist, you can come up. Nerds, you can come up at any time. Like, it does not just have to be a believer. Then you probably shouldn't be in here, Static Sensei. This is the wrong room for you. Okay, I think the best thing for you to do is scroll and find another room. Hey Messanisa, how are you?
Hey, Pinko, what's going on?
Not much. Tripping on not having anybody to come up, like having to beg people to come up and talk to me.
Well, you got to understand, you've been on here for a while, basically burying these Christians conversation after conversation. I'm sure you got a reputation. They probably got like a wanted poster or do not enter poster up in the church. Say, if you see Thinko on live, digress out of her box because, she's going to out you as a slave apologist and a number of other things. And then after a while of just sitting in your comments and, just throwing out random, stuff like Jesus is Lord and stuff like that. After a while, they got to really start thinking about what you're saying and stuff like that, because they're clearly listening. They're in there listening, sitting there night after night. And after a while, I think something probably click. Even if the whole religion don't fall off of them, they just kind of know, like, we can't even talk to her with nonsense. And I think that's the big problem with Christians and people like you and these type of platforms don't allow them to just give us satire comments out of the Bible no more. Like we're reading the Bible or not. Like you know what I'm saying? We're going by the text or not. Like you're a Christian. Do you like the Bible or not? Did you just read that? And I just read that. I don't need the Holy Spirit to understand that. We both got reading and comprehension. I think after a while they just probably listen to the stuff and they just like, nope, not messing with thinker.
That might be true. Um, and I think some of them are just sitting back listening, but I also think that I have a whole lot of people who come in here and hate watch. Just watch, Miss Anita. When a believer gets on stage, they gonna come out the woodworks, and that's the thing that like frustrates me the most. I wish that it was that they were thinking, right? But there's probably maybe 5 that are like really gnawing on it and thinking. The rest of them are waiting for a more brave believer to come on stage, and then they'll come out the woodworks and defend their Jesus from the comments.
Oh, they just need somebody who got the balls to come up here so they could just be in the background and cheerlead.
Somebody with just a little bit more Holy Ghost, like
Yeah,
they got a little bit more juice
yeah.
than them.
You
Yeah.
know, I'd be tempted to come up here and be like, "Hey, thinker, praise the Lord, God bless you," just because I just don't have no sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like sometimes I'm just like, because I just want to, in a sense, I kind of just want to see what they get out of it. Like, some of the stuff that they say, like after a while of saying it, like after years and years of saying the same satire stuff, like, do you really think about what you're saying to people? Like that whole "I'll pray for you." Well, Chuck, don't pray. Don't pray for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that supposed to mean? We all know at this point, you praying for me means I'm not about to do anything. And I have a big problem with my mother's side of the family with stuff like that. Like normally when people have problems in my family, I show up. I show up to hospitals, I show up to funerals, I show up to your house, I move things, I pick things up, I put things down. Like I'm actively doing something. The people that's always talking about, "Oh, I'll pray for you," don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then and after a while the family start recognizing like, well, masters don't believe in all of that type of stuff, but whenever something happens he shows up. And they start weighing in, what do we want? We want the person to show up, pick things up and put things down, or want somebody who's going to just sit on the phone and be like, "Oh, it's too bad that you got to go through this, I'm gonna send prayers up for you," you know what I mean? And it's after a while of that, like after a while, people see through that. I definitely would like, don't pray for me. If I need some help or something like that, you telling me you gonna pray for me is an insult at this point.
Exactly. There is a young girl on here. She's disabled, and she made a video and she said the same. She's like, prayers are okay, prayers are welcome, but I need people that's gonna do. And she's like, I need people that's gonna do upwards. And she talked about how she does upwards. And she's like, there's several people who are disabled who have lost, homes or wheelchairs in the fires. And she said every day she goes onto like the GoFundMe page. She looks for the GoFundMe's that are close to their next $100, right? And she rounds up to those campaigns like every day. And she's like, today I rounded up to such and such campaign and donated $20 to get them to their next 100. I gave this person 60 to get them to their next 100. And like people in the comments are like, God bless you. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, that's all well and good, but I need y'all to do, right? Like I'm trying to show y'all how to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, because you gotta think about it as a human being. I mean, nobody want to end up in the hospital. I was in a bad motorcycle accident and I ended up in the hospital. And one thing I could tell everybody, and people would definitely agree, is like when you're on the hospital bed, or money and stuff like that don't mean nothing. You kind of just want people to.
Hold on, Massanisa. Hey, y'all. Sammy Soup just reminded me that TikTok may be going away in a week. So I am on the Red Note app with the same username, Thinker Ingrowth. Also on YouTube at Arch Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Also, we will continue these conversations via Discord because Discord does have a live feature. I am also setting up Twitch, and then figuring out, like, talking to my team, see if we're going to add video and live feature to the app, to my apps. So just to thank you so much for reminding me of that, so that we can continue having these conversations. Red Note is it's a Chinese version of TikTok, Instagram, and Pinterest all together. And so it's a really cool app. The Chinese citizens were shocked when Americans just kind of like started downloading the app. So I've already I've already gained like almost 100 followers from China on the app, and I've only been on one day. But it's a pretty cool app. I just wanted to go ahead and say that, since there's a Christian in the comments praying that, TikTok goes away, so I can't take Jesus away from y'all. I just want to let y'all know these conversations are going to keep going, and that's where y'all can find the conversations if TikTok does go away. Oh, and Sappy Soup, whatever your name was, two senators, I can't remember their name. Two senators have issued a bill to extend the TikTok ban for 270 days. And so we're just waiting on to see if Congress is going to enact that extension. There's also two buyers right now. So that Satan might be working a little bit harder than their God to help us continue these conversations. But either way, if TikTok goes away, we have other avenues to keep taking your Jesus away from you, Sappy.
That comment from Sappy Soup, right? Because that's what she is now, right? The comment from Sappy Soup. You're in this live full of people that deconstructed. What are you just mad at? People are forced to think, because your religion definitely don't allow people thinking. Like when people start asking questions, they get turned away. That's another reason why a lot of people turn away from the religion, because it has no foundation. So the minute you start asking some serious questions, your leaders and pastors and other people have no answers. So you're in this live getting answers, and you feel like people are being taken away from God. That shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing.
Especially when all I do is read the damn book, right?
Right.
All I do is study the history. Like, you don't like your God. Like, the very fact that you think that I'm taking your God away from people, you're not serving the same God, sis. Like, I'm talking about the God you believe, and you obviously don't like him.
I'll be having grand gestures of going live, like you, and just like starting conversations. But people get mad at you sometimes because you go off the hinge, because they be disrespecting and you be forced in the corner to be disrespectful. I don't even think I could have as much patience as you though. So I'll be getting banned and blocked left and right if I tried. I wanted to do one where I just ask, especially like Christians, ask them 20 questions before we even start a conversation, and all that. All the questions will revolve around slavery and the religion being forced onto us, and see how they measure up to that information before we could even get into a conversation. I think that was going to be a good live. I was going to attempt it.
I think you should. Why didn't you do it?
I don't know, cause like I feel like I don't have the patience for because you do really well. Like I listening to you every day and the way you handle them. Like I know some of the Christians think that you're mad and angry and they got a lot of things to say, but honestly, you're super patient. Like you let them say a whole bunch of stuff and do a whole bunch of stuff, and don't just spend the rest of the time tearing into them. Like with no substance. Like, because after a while, like after they say a couple of dumb things, I don't even have no more substance for you. All I got is insults, and I think I got to work on that. So I'm not there yet. I'm gonna try it though too, because I wanted to ask like a bunch of questions. Like was Australia Christians before such and such people got there? Was South America Christians before such and such people got there? Was the West Indies Christians before such and such got there? Was North America, Canada Christians before such and such, got there? And was those people demonic, or was they good people? Because, even Christopher Columbus talked about how nice and accepting the people were, and the pilgrims, wrote down how, they were grateful to the natives for helping them out. Like, so we're talking about people that was not evil or demonic by any means. As a matter of fact, they welcomed people that was in distress that came from lands of unknowns. And then something happened, and then they, I don't know if I could say the G word, and then this religion is being forced on them. Like, do y'all know about these things before we could have a conversation about even the Bible? Like, could we get those things across? Like, how did these people get these religions? You know what I'm saying? Because it was
I think that like all they're gonna say is, oh, they were savages, right? They're gonna look for some reason to say that what they did, like they needed Christianity, because I think Christopher Columbus says the same thing, about the natives when they get here, calling them
no,
savages. The
no,
same.
no. This Christopher Columbus specifically said these people are nice and they know nothing about war.
But the history that we were taught, right, is that the Native Americans were savages. Like even with if you read Antigua and the Antiguans, right,
Okay,
the meeting that the overseer of the at this time, and I know this word is not nice, but that's what he was called at the time. Bartholomew, I can't remember his whole name, but he was the overseer of the Indians, right? Like they were having the conversation, and he's like, basically saying like he knows that they thought that the natives were savages, but he's like, I found some, people who are really more suitable for being the slaves that you need, and he was turning them on to West Africa.
right.
Yeah, but they, like when we talk to the Christians about the genocide in Canaan, right? The first thing they say is that, oh, they were savages, they were wicked, they were doing child sacrifice. Like they'll justify it. That's what I'm saying. Like
That's
when it
crazy.
comes to their God and Christianity, or they'll try to say that God didn't tell the Americans to do that, the
So,
Europeans to do that in the North. They'll say that wasn't God. They used God is not responsible for how they use the Bible, right? Like,
right, but isn't it wild that half of the globe that such and such people landed on are savages that had culture, that had their own spirituality, that had their own way of living, that literally welcomed foreigners onto their land? Like they're just savages. Like that they don't really research these things. Like everybody's a savage except the people that's doing savage stuff. That's like make it make sense. It doesn't.
yeah,
It never makes sense. You know,
yep.
because because you go into text a lot, and which is awesome. Sometimes I can't even get to the text because my thing is like, y'all know this thing was forced onto people, right? Like we got to get this out the way. There's a history that shows it. So why are we following something that's forced? Like the triple K's. They're literally always been a Christian organization. They haven't always was a Christian organization.
But I
They
feel like they can wiggle out of that, and that might be why I don't get a lot of people coming down. But I feel like they can wiggle out of that, right? They can just say that ain't God's fault, and because I don't think they care about how they got it.
that's what I'm faced with whenever I bring that up. I bring up, oh, Triple K was a Christian organization. They be like, oh, they're not real Christians, but
Yeah,
they say that about every other Christian. Even
yeah. That's why I can't entertain that type of conversation with them, because they will know true Scotsman the whole entire conversation.
yeah, they just had like it's just normally no grounds for them. But I think if I do the live, I'll probably like have 20 questions that they have to answer before we can really start talking. And the majority of them wouldn't even make it through the questions, and just in case they do make it through questions, then a lot of the stuff that they have to speak in our actual conversation after they're admitted to certain things, it's not gonna fly. Just like the robot conversation that they've been having. Like if I made a robot, like that conversation is so fire. So it's like after you get past all the morality of creating the robot and the robot doing all types of stuff, and you have a moral compass, then you throw the moral compass away when it comes to God. So like that was just a good setup. I don't know if you heard that conversation,
Yeah,
Christina,
with board, Chris.
and
Yeah,
and the agnostic girl, bored
board.
agnostic. And I thought, and the way the setup for that conversation was so fire. Like I thought it was so dope. I'm listening to people completely having a moral compass when she's creating this robot, and
Hmm.
the minute you insert God, the compass goes in the trash.
Yeah, they do that. That's what I call the moment of negotiation. They choose to lie to themselves, right? Like they do it in the slavery conversation. They do it in the conversation about grape, right? About genocide. They do it in almost in every single conversation. That's what I call the moment of negotiation, and they decide. There's this thing that happens, like they decide to lie to themselves, and then they're also like in that moment where they're deciding to lie to themselves, they're deciding to lie to everybody else that's listening to them, and then they'll go and they'll regurgitate that lie to other people because they've convinced themselves, right, that's the right thing to do or to believe in defense of that God. I don't know what to call it yet, but it's somebody called it something the other day, but it's
I
like a it's a moment of negotiation that they have. Like I don't know. Like
well, I
you can
call it.
hear it when it happens. Like you just know, when that moment's gonna come. And I know what type of conversations will get them there.
I call it cognitive dissonance. I watch many of your the people that you have conversations with. The minute they get to a certain point and they start throwing logic out the window, I'm just like they're going to cognitive dissonance kicking in, and
No, I'm talking about the moment they decide to demoralize themselves, right?
right,
And justify the God's actions.
right,
That moment, right, where morality, right, is no longer like if you're talking to them about a human doing something, right? We talk about like child essay and stuff like that. The
right,
moment that we bring up something that the God does, or the God not helping, or stopping the child essay, and how they will defend the God, there is this negotiation that they do, like even to the point to
right,
where they will say it ain't my responsibility. Like they will demoralize themselves to defend this God,
right,
and they'll like they'll try to justify it using their faith, and I've seen them do it so many times that I feel like it needs a name, because they're literally deciding in their mind at that moment to lie to themselves, and they're deciding in that moment to lie to everybody that's listening to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that to come up with a name for that one. But you're absolutely right, and it's a shame that people even do that. It's like listening to your live and listening to like Justin live and stuff like, and the amount of Christians that have this wild wacky mentality. I already don't trust people as it is. It just brings me closer to not trusting people even more, especially Christians, like especially Christians, you know?
Yeah, Lenora is right. Lenora said like they be trying to win the argument, because think about the lady that said language. I don't believe for 1 second that lady believed that language was the right answer to that question, right? When I was like, what language? When she was trying to tell me that she had like one of the oldest Bibles, like one of the original oldest Bibles that's different from the King James, and that was passed down from generation to generation. And when I was asking her what language it was in, she was like, she didn't expect that, right? And the next answer that came out of her mouth was, it's written in language. And then she doubled down on that, right? I
I,
think
I
Lenore's
heard that
right.
one.
Like, huh?
I said I heard that one. Continue.
Yeah. like they be trying to win the argument too. And so like are they really willing to demoralize themselves for real, or are they only doing it for the sake of winning an argument? Like, do they believe the shit that come out of their mouth? And the reality is sometimes maybe some of them don't. Some of them may say stuff that they know damn that they may regret later. They're like, why the fuck did I say that? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't
That's
believe that lady like believed her answer that the book was written in language. She
but
just couldn't think of anything to say. She was like
that,
caught in that moment
that's
of
90%.
negotiation.
That's 90% of them because majority of like they'll get on this live to talk to you. Don't read the room at all. Don't realize that you actually up in here reading the Bible. Like they know they don't know the Bible. They come up in here, you start reading scripture. Instead of them back out, you know, respectively, they'll try to defend things that they have no idea about. And here you are reading the Bible, gaining more knowledge, going over things that you probably went over 1,000 times already. They have never went over it or once, and they're still defending. I would have just like that's like if I'm talking to a mechanic and I know damn well I don't know how to fix the car, and he starts reading the manual. I'm like, yeah, bro. Yeah, just handle that. I'm not about to argue with him about mechanics and I haven't read the John. Like, but they'll do it in here all the time. And it's sad actually after a while. It's funny, but it's sad at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. Somebody asked me, wouldn't the serpent be in hell? No, the Bible says the serpent is on New Jerusalem. The serpent is on the new earth with the same curse, according to Isaiah. Klopnoff, I saw a comment that you said earlier, and I agree, right? People interpret the Bible in different ways, but I'm not adding theology to it. And I think the difference is that a lot of you who have the faith, I think you lean heavily on theology. And I think one thing that I'm still trying to learn is that if y'all need it, like, right, in order to hang on to your faith, if you need that theology, and I'm leaning a little bit towards that you do, because that's where your Holy Spirit lies, right? The evidence of your Holy Spirit lies in theology, because that's from what I have experienced in these conversations, the Holy Spirit explanation is a theological explanation usually. And if you can't go by the book, then can you like literally say that the book is the inspiration for your understanding, or the Holy Ghost interpretation that you're getting? If you can't go by the book, like why can't the book match what you're saying the Holy Spirit is giving you? That's the thing that I don't understand. And those are the questions that, you know, the conversations that we have, right, I'm hoping would answer. But I can't get past the dishonesty from, you know, most of the believers that come on stage. Series was a pretty decent conversation until he got in his fucking feelings in the end. But yeah, so that's a conversation that I would love to have with you, because if you don't go by the book and you lean on theology, what really is inspiring you? And I'm gonna tell you now, like for me, it just feels like it's a man's thoughts. It's either your own thoughts, your own perspective or idea of a God, or some other humans, right? Some other man's. But I don't think it's this book.
You got somebody in the comments by the name of Vaughn. They're leaving comments trying to be like, oh, it's not the book, this, that. Like, with certain comments, you could tell, like, people haven't read the Bible. Like, Ron, I don't think you really read the Bible to say, well, the Bible is not inherently bad. People are. No, the Bible is actually inherently bad. Like, and you know, anything that promotes slavery and stuff like that and beating on women and, stuff like that. It's just bad. End the story. So clearly, you probably haven't got to that chapter. I don't know, but
I see you, Tamar. Messanisa, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the next guest. I thank you so much
no,
for
no,
coming
no
up,
problem.
filling the space. It's always a pleasure talking to you, and I hope you
Yeah,
have a beautiful day. Okay.
and y'all got to start inviting me to some stuff. I'm gonna pull up. I'm buying like 177 acres land. So y'all free to do it on it what y'all want to.
Oh
But
wow!
hit,
Congratulations.
yeah, hit me later. I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
Thinker, somebody in the comments wanted to know the name of your app.
Know that NODAT. It doesn't have videos right now. I did. I took it out, and I put it in the Discord yesterday. Like I'm kicking myself in the ass. Like if anybody ever like saw any of the interviews that I did when I first launched my company, it literally was the like the TikTok. We did video reviews first. That's what we started out, and then our reward system was called Know That Points, where like you would get points for doing a review at a business and recommending the business through via video, and then those points you could spend with any business within your local area. Now, granted, we are considering bringing that back because like when we first launched, we were really, really early. Like I think I was ahead of the times. People didn't, yeah, it's in Google Play Store. It's in Apple and Google Play Store. NODAT. We were ahead of our time. This was before TikTok was a thing. People were not using video yet. People were still writing long ass captions, and investors were saying that people were not going to roll over out of bed and make a video, right? This is before video marketing was even a thing, so I was like way ahead of my time. But now that the TikTok has done a lot of the work for us, they've had the money to do a lot of the R&D. We've learned a lot from TikTok. And people are used to making money by being like these. I think I was one of the first to start calling people micro influencers. But like to be these micro influencers. And so I think the world might be ready for know that points and know that coins. So we are considering just putting it back the way it was. It's like we launched first like in 2017, so I was way ahead of my time. But I think the know that Inc. I think I think TikTok might have done a lot of the hard work, the hard lifting for us, and it might be a little bit easier to relaunch that aspect. But yeah.
I also think there's an increased focus on local procurement, right? Like they want to get away from these big businesses. They want to support local businesses. So I think you might be right. Like this might be the prime time for you.
Yeah, because like when in 2020 we were getting ready to get investment from Mucker, and then COVID happened, and they were like they took back the offer, and they said that they didn't know what the landscape was going to be, the future was going to be for small local businesses, because businesses were shutting down temporarily, and at that time we didn't know if business was going to like open back up, but a lot of businesses closed. Like 2.3 million small businesses closed, from like non-minority businesses. Over there's 300 and some thousand closed for black owned businesses, and so like we took a huge hit of businesses, and so Mucker was kind of scared. But the local scene has changed a lot, and people are looking more so towards like mom and pops and wanting to know where the hidden gems are, and more so businesses wanting to be more intentional about where they spend their dollars. And so we went towards that, but only text, and took out the video. So like we're talking about adding all that back, but it's a journey, learning, getting it right for the market. when you have an app, it's a damn journey. And then I learned yesterday that I can see that I have a guest on stage. I don't need you to tell me that. I learned yesterday that Red App has been working on their app since 2013, and yesterday was the day that they got their like big break, right? So I'm like, damn, it literally does take 10 years, y'all.
Wild.
Yeah. Overnight success is not overnight success. Like, it literally does take 10 years. So I'm 7 years in. 7 years in. But Tamar, hi, how are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your
Good.
age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yes, I am 38.
Okay. And are you a
Mhm.
believer?
I am deconstructing.
Okay.
I grew up in the church. I was a believer for over 30 years. So yeah. But I guess like I'm new-ish to the community. I did not know you guys existed until about a few months ago. So I'm kind of like, you know how you get nervous around, you know that there are other people watching that, you know, think that you think the way they think. And it's like, actually, no. And so recently I was in a live and they were talking about the goodness of the Lord. And I was like, actually, I'm gonna exit stage left because this is not, you know, I'm not down for that. And I got the, oh, you poor baby kind of response, like, oh, I'll just pray that you, and I'm like, I'm good, actually. I've been doing a lot of the studying. I've been doing a lot of the, you know, but,
Yes.
and then I'm like, I did grow up and they kind of gave me this, well, you know, church hurt. Well, I was like, actually, this is separate from church hurt. That's a whole other conversation that I can have with you guys. But this part of it is actually, this is different. This is from like years of, even from me being a child and asking questions that my neurodivergent brain allowed me to ask, that people wouldn't, they did the don't question God, don't question the man of God kind of thing with me. And I'm just like, okay, even down to my name being Hebrew, I had a whole conversation situation with my pastor at some point, and not my pastor now, but you know, and even my parents, where I was like, well, why is it that Tamar in Genesis was about to get unalived, but he wasn't for even doing what he did with her? That's so weird to me. Like, and this is me being like 7, 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
Thinking about these questions, but I would never get the answers. And even Genesis, like I said, oh, it said Adam was with her. So why didn't he say anything? Like stuff like that, being a kid and being
You were
told that
recognizing that at like 7 years old?
I was, and
Wow.
I was just like, but the thing about it was they would teach us to study to show yourself approved. Okay, well, if I'm supposed to do that, then why not ask the question? I don't understand how you don't study and ask questions at the same time. It's so weird to me how that's the response I would get.
Yeah, I don't think showing yourself approved has anything to do with understanding what you're saying. I think it's being able
Right.
to recite what they're telling you. And that's the thing, like even the framing of that directive, show yourself approved, it's all about how others see you. And that's why I say Christianity has become this badge that you wear as opposed to this walk that you do. Because in most regards, the vast majority of us non-believers, we stay in the house because we don't want to be around a whole lot of people. And I'm not doing anything. So is it about my behavior or is it about my belief? So showing myself approved does nothing but demonstrate to people that I can memorize the talking points that you want me to memorize so that we can look like a cohesive unit. Whether I agree with it, understand it, approve of it, any of those things, I think that's inconsequential to them.
Absolutely. I will say, like, I got to a point to where I was like, well, I guess I have to completely set aside logic in order to believe this. And that's what I did for a long time, to the point to where I was in what I would consider a cult. I was, you know, they wouldn't call themselves that, but the things that they did and how they would control people and women and things like that, I was like, yeah, that's what that was. It's the culty behavior for me. And so once I started going through a lot of getting to know myself, and then reading the Bible again cover to cover, it was just like, and I don't have much memorized either, but at the same time, I'm like, well, when I get to this part and I ask this question, I don't get an actual answer. When I read this part, and I'm like, I will always say, I don't know everything or any, like, even when I was part of the, being, when I was a believer, I never had the attitude of, well, you gotta do it. Well, God is, and that's it. It's like, no, actually, I don't see what the problem is with this person asking a question. And so that was my part of my thing, where it's like, I ask questions, and if I don't get an answer to that thing, it will stay unknown for me until someone can answer the question. But I'm no longer anyway going to base everything that I believe in on this giant question mark. And like, if I got it never made sense to me. But before I move on, can I say, like, thinker, Christina's not here, but Christina and Feet, you three specifically have been like such an inspiration to me. And just as far as like how I think, how I move about, because like when you first go through deconstruction, you feel like your whole life has been a lie, because technically it has, but especially if you've grown up in it or whatever. But how you explain and even cause people to think about what they're saying when they get to the point of logic and you see them malfunction. And I'm like, see, this is the part that I'm like, this is the part that I get to. And everyone wants to then condemn me or say that I've been called a Jezebel. I've been called all the things. I've been put under church discipline because of asking questions. And so,
Wait, they disciplined you for asking, and thank you for the compliment, but they disciplined you for asking questions?
Yeah, because I was questioning the man of God and all this other stuff. Like, I couldn't. It wasn't like standing in front of the church kind of thing, but it was, you can't sing this, you can't do that, because I was part of the praise and worship team. When I was working with the kids, you can't unindoctrinate the children. They are precious in his sight, so you can't say the wrong thing. So they didn't want me to. And until I started saying the things they wanted me to say, then it was like, because singing and working with children at the time was the things I love to do. So I kind of just said what they wanted me to say so that I could do those things. And so, I think, I'm grateful that I'm not in any of those things now, and not having to apologize for anything. But yeah, because I'm not sorry for the way that I think about things now, because a lot of people will.
Like, discipline somebody for asking questions is, yeah, wow, that is insane. That's insane.
Yeah, it was a an interesting experience when I go back to and think back on some of the things that I they literally were calling me. I'm so serious. But thinking back on some of the things that I was like, that I've experienced, I was just like, okay, well, that's what that is. That's what that is. Okay, that's church hurt, which is a separate category. That's what that is. But then, of course, the church hurt and the things that you deal with either like asking the questions or whatever, it sometimes it happen at the same time and coincide. So I have to compartmentalize, because holding people accountable for the things that they do in the name of their God is different than teaching someone the wrong thing or whatever. And then I was in the mode of trying to learn. And so yeah. But I will say my counselor, she earns every penny, because we talk about all the things. And so, yeah, but I did want to say that I do appreciate what happens here. I do need to get connected with other people though, because I feel very lonely sometimes, because most of the people that I'm surrounded by are either no one or people who believe, and it's hard to have those kinds of conversations. I will say I'm a lot more solid now as far as the emotional responses to things than I was. But I can say that I've been deconstructing for a couple years now, some in secret, but then a lot of it now, so more so, like if the conversation comes up, I'm not scared to have the conversation. It took me months to request to be up here. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm gonna go ahead and send you a invite to the Discord so that we can stay connected. Um, in case the app does go down, get in there, connect with people. We are an amazing community that you don't have to feel alone. When people travel, they connect with each other. Um, and
Thank
meet up and
you.
have coffee and all that good stuff. We got a family trip coming up in a month and a half, and like about 100 of us are gonna chill for 3 days together and have some fun. So
Nice.
yeah, and that's just the first of many. So yeah,
Awesome.
you don't have to feel alone.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And part of it too is because I'm like at the end of what is a divorce, and most of the people that were connected to us were a part of a church, and so they stopped talking to me completely because I was the one that was like, I'm gonna go ahead and go. So, for multiple reasons, of course. So yeah, one being because I'm like, I don't believe what you believe either anyway, and so there's that. But yeah, thank
Why does
you.
it sometimes if it like it seems for women that I've noticed, like there's a lot of deconstruction journeys that start at the same time that a divorce starts. And
Mm,
I don't know if it's like if it started if the deconstruction is like when the woman has decided to no longer allow the what you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know
allow,
what's yeah.
placate,
Yeah. Yeah.
just lie to herself and be in Delulu land because that's what I did.
Hmm.
So
I
yeah.
think I think there's also an aspect of deconstruction that forces you to look at the pieces of you and examine whether or not those pieces are truly authentic or not. Like there was so much about the way I viewed myself that was tied into the religion that I grew up in, and it was hard for me to feel like I had a genuine connection to my then husband when the parts of me that were attracted to him and the parts of me that created my portion of our relationship no longer existed, or I was tearing that down. So I think it's almost a simultaneous deconstruction going on at the same time. You're deconstructing the belief system that was imposed upon you, but then you're also deconstructing or realizing the imprint that indoctrination had on who you are as a person, and that's hard to go through in tandem with someone. So I'm not surprised by both of those things happening at the same time at all. I would be surprised at it if it didn't happen, honestly.
That's actually pretty good. Thank you. I swear she be like putting it
To be funny.
perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's I literally like I sit there and like just listen because I'm like I feel like a little kid sometimes. I'm like, give me that knowledge, please. But I'm grateful to be here. I do have to head to work soon, so but thank you for letting me up here and thank you for hooking me up with the whole Discord thing because I absolutely need
You
community
you are
and
so
whatnot.
welcome. You're welcome. I gave you a follow just to let you know, like when you do get the message, it's not from like one of those fake accounts. That is me.
Oh yeah,
And I'll send you a message after the live is over. Okay. And I hope you have a wonderful day at
okay.
work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So sweet. It's these conversations, I swear, that makes the difficult screaming matches a whole lot easier to tolerate. Because I know we're not getting through to so many people, but we are getting through to so many people. And I think being able to be that area of support that so many people need through this journey, because this shit is scary and it is
Yeah.
hard. And it literally challenges everything that you thought you know about life and yourself. It's difficult. So I'm glad that we can be that. This community is becoming that for so many people.
Yep. It makes it all worth it. Hi. How are you?
Hello, host. Hi, ladies. Hello, everyone.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Um, I think I'm a spiritual.
Okay, so we are talking about the God of the Christian Bible. I don't really get into the spiritual conversations.
Okay. I just want to say something though.
I don't allow that either. Unfortunately, unfortunately, this isn't that type of platform. Um, that have you deconstructed away from Christianity or?
Yes.
Okay, is what you want to say? Does it have to do with that?
Yes, because I believe just religion has created some barriers in between people.
Mm-hmm.
And just recently, I've been thinking a lot about the world and, the creation and all of that. So I kind of found like peace with just steering away from religion and just being spiritual really helped me to be in peace with myself because I saw a lot of flaws and I studied religion and I just saw a lot of flaws with all religions. And no matter where you go or what holy book you read, it just, to be honest with you, is all flawed. And it brings on about more hatred than peace. And this is why I kind of steered away from it. And this is why I am where I am. And I'm being judged by it, by, the society, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say something to the believers, whatever they want to call themselves, is if you have morals and values and if you're a good person, I think that's all that matters, really. Because just being a good human being, you don't have to like follow religion or anything like that. Like, because they believe that you're gonna go to hell if you don't believe in this or you don't believe in that. And I just want to ask the believers another question, just in the comments. Like, there was no religion when the world was created, before Abraham came, and I'm talking about like when humanity was created in the first place. There was no religion, right? So like, are all these people going to like hell if that's what they believe in? And the opposing religions, are they gonna go to hell too? That's just a genuine question.
We actually do ask that question, and Fee does is such an amazing job. She'll turn it around and say, "Well, are you going to their version of hell?" Right? Like, if a Muslim, right, believes that their version of hell is true, then a Christian is going to a Muslim's hell and a Muslim's faith. Just like a Muslim is going to a Christian's hell in the Christian's faith.
Yeah.
And I so yesterday when I was on the Red Note app, and I read the terms and conditions in English, and they don't allow for like mockery of religion, of the state religion. Like they're not Christian. And I saw a video on there where they were talking. People were typing like 666 in the comments, and of course Americans were like, that's evil, they're being evil. And then somebody had to make a video and was like, 666 means good, rad, amazing. And Americans were like so shocked because they're used to, in America, 666 is evil. It's representative of Satan, of the devil, but in China it represents good, right? Like that's them telling you that they are impressed, right, with what you've done, like you've done a great job. And they don't necessarily have this concept of Satan and hell over there. And it just made me think about like, what do Christians think about? Like, it's all of China going to hell because they're not over here frantic, afraid of the number 666.
I agree. That's a good explanation for it. That is very true. And like, I was just in another live and where they were speaking about religion and all of that. And I told them, I was like, you are not really being a good representative on behalf of your religion because you're just disrespecting me, and I'm being very polite, and I'm not even religious, and here you are mocking me and disrespecting me because I don't believe in the same things you do. And I bet I'm like a lot better of a human being than you. And so that just proves my point because they're completely biased and everybody believes their religion is true. And like you said, if a person from a different religion, like you said, a Muslim or a Christian, then they believe they're going to go to hell. Christians are going to believe Muslims are going to go to hell. And I'm like, are we all going to go to hell? Like, that's just a question that I always ask them. And they always say yes, no matter what religion they're from or they follow. And that's why I kind of stayed away from it, because it just like I find myself at peace now, more at peace, looking at the world around me and the chaos and the evil and the, the destruction, and all the things. And I'm like, the world is so flawed. If the God was, the creator was so perfect, and then why so much evil was created? And honestly, like, I speak on behalf of like this, my anger stems from being an animal advocate. Like, I just feel so sorry for the animals and what's going on in the world, and because they don't speak. So my anger came from this, and just being angry, I don't know, with God or the world, like the way the world was created. And I'm like, why did the God not create the world in a more merciful way if he is so merciful? So like, that's where I see the flaws, and they all just either throw me out the live or just get angry. And I'm like, we don't have to agree, but like, at least be respectful of me as a human being. And just a lot of anger comes from these people who are very religious. They just don't respect or listen. And I want to thank you so much for giving me the time to speak and come up. And
You're welcome.
I'm learning, and I'm going to stay in the chat and learn more from you guys and hear other people and perspectives. That just kind of like helps to, see that there are more people like myself who, don't really want to follow religion, if you will. So thank you for giving me the opportunity and for being so kind.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. And I hope you have a beautiful day, okay?
You too, sweetie.
All right. You know what I was thinking about? So I posted a video yesterday about a guy on the Red Note app, and he was surprised, by Americans coming on. First, he thought they were bots. He thought that the CEO of the app had like paid for like fake accounts to kind of, give the impression that he was gaining traction, which is not a weird thing because that's what a lot of people do. And so when he had made a video about it, and he was angry, right, about all of these accounts coming over. And then when he went to bed, he said he woke up, it was 2,000 comments from Americans in his comments. And he said that at first he was like, oh man, these are getting ready to be all bad comments. And he said he read them while his wife and his son was asleep. And he said there was not one negative comment. And it was just so much love, right? And people excited to be there. And he said it shocked him because what we see on the news, right, about our countries being at war, and the things that people say, about the citizens in the country. And yeah, and like he said, it was really heartwarming for him, right? And it made him think about the people, like it made him think about us, right? And not necessarily our governments. And I commented and I said, like, it literally in that moment, I had like this surreal thought, like it's not us that hate each other, like it's not us that are at war, it's the leaders, right? It's the same ones that create our religious systems, the same ones that decide what it is that we believe, the same ones that decide what it is that we see every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, and they say, oh, I'm doing this to protect you, but in reality, it's to protect their interest.
And it's to protect how they benefit from us believing and othering each other. Like there's certain frameworks that we have been fed to see foreigners, people. Thank you. People from other countries. People have been taught to see us in specific ways, and that those ways are not always true. Some stereotypes definitely some people fit them, but that's not the true. That's not true for all of us. So I honestly think that the interconnectivity that this app creates to people around the world, the fact that we're able to see Palestinian people and the impact of what they do, the fact that they're saying, we just want to feed our families, we're not trying to kill anybody. The fact that we're able to see Congolese people. I saw this video yesterday of these kids, they were rapping and they were talking about some of the darkest, most heart-wrenching things. And ultimately what they were saying is we want peace. We don't want war. We don't want to fight. We don't want to be hungry. Like, this app allows us to see the humanity in each other. And that is what challenges religion. That's what challenges the status quo. When the people of the world finally see the humanity in the other person that doesn't look like them, that doesn't worship like them, that doesn't believe like them, that's when the power structures start to crumble. And I think that's ultimately what this band is all about.
Yeah, I don't, Boss Girl. Thank you so much. I do see people in the guest box. I appreciate that. I think that oh God, what was I going to say about the? Oh my God, that threw me off. It had to do with shit. Oh God, and it was really really important for me to say, because it had to do with the God, I hate when that happens. Like I just was like I know when people are in the guest box, y'all. I know how to control the stage. I promise you. I can see that. Um, damn. I don't forgot now. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring them up. Shit.
Was it about the app or the people?
It was about the people.
Look,
It was about the video that I saw. And God, we were talking about how we don't see how we see each other, and what they tell us what to believe about each other, right? And it had to do with the wall, the digital wall, in China. And no, that's what it was. There was because like with black people, one thing that we have to worry about is it racist over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, do they like black people? Like, almost damn near almost everywhere we go. I hate that, but the reality is that America has basically fed us with like we see it and hear that people just everywhere around the world just don't like black people, or everybody around the world is just racist towards black people. That's like been our experience here in America, right? And so I'm not gonna lie and say that I didn't wonder if they were gonna welcome black people on the app. And when I tell, it's just been so fucking welcoming. And there was a video. So one of the first videos that I saw was a video that said 10 things better than dark skinned people. And as you flip, it's dark skinned women, beautiful dark skinned women that the shades are just different shades. And it's like, well, damn. Cause I thought that it was going to be a racist post, but it wasn't.
I can see why.
You know what I'm saying? But and I guess it was like their play on words, on how they know how America is, if that makes sense. And it scared me for a second, and I was like, what the fuck? But it was a post celebrating the beauty of dark skinned women and not mocking dark skinned women. But here in America, that post probably would have gone a different way. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. And but we've been taught that's what Asian people see of us and think of us all around the world, and where there has been some contention between the Black community and the Asian community here in America, right? I can't help but to wonder or think or see if it's orchestrated, like if it's literally made to be that way, right? Like if that's the perception that's what they want us to feel. That's what they want us to see. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say?
Oh, it makes perfect sense because the reality is none of us realize that. Well, let me take that back. Most of us don't realize our biases, and I think most of us don't realize where they come from. So when there's a platform that allows us to bypass the media and the control narrative that those in power want to feed us, and we get our understanding of who a culture is and what a culture is and what a people group is from that people group, then the control is gone. So I do think it's manufactured. There's benefit in divisiveness. There's benefit in contention. Like think about the videos that you see on TikTok. The ones that are the most contentious are the ones that get the most views. The ones that are peaceful and talking about unity, yes, sometimes you'll have like an outlier that does, that gets as much traction, but there's benefit in contention. And I think as long as they can profit from it, they're going to continue to foster it. But we're the only ones that can break it down.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. That is so true. And I agree. Like the model. There was a guy that did a stand up. He was an Asian guy. He did a whole stand up comedy on the Red app about the model American myth. But I did learn from his video that in China they say, "I hope you get rich." So their Chinese New Year is in 2 weeks. They was like, come celebrate with us. Make sure you download the emojis. Like they're telling us what to download. They was like, our Chinese New Year is in model minority. I'm sorry. Our Chinese New Year is in 2 weeks. And they're like teaching us how to like celebrate their New Year with them. And you say, I hope you get rich and not Happy New Year. And I'm like, if that ain't talking prosperity into each other, like,
For real.
yeah. It's like it's I hope you get rich. It's not Happy New Year. But yeah, and so like looking at their videos, one thing that they did say was there are good and bad everywhere you go. And like they're like in almost every video, they say, we're glad you're here. We hope you stay. And they said, there's good and bad everywhere you go. Please, and they're like, please don't let the bad, the little bad that you may see, that you may experience, run y'all away. It's like, we've never had this before. They're like, we are experiencing something that our governments have never allowed. Right? And they're like, please don't leave.
And that's the most powerful thing to me that can happen, because when you remember how we talk about how religion forces you to see things through such a binary lens, it's either good or it's bad. It's either God or it's the devil. That mindset is permeated through every single aspect of our society, inclusive of how we see other cultures. Either they're this or they're that. But if we actually kind of not even zoom out, but zoom in, we see the nuance. We see the duality of not only people, but of people groups. You've got good people and bad people in every single society that you experience. But the narrative that is spun is all Black people are this, all Asian people are that. And we know that's not the case. But we just haven't had access to act on the fact that we know that's not the case. And I think that that's what these apps give us.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's kind of weird, like we're talking about the growth of humanity as a whole, right? As we work our way through our differences, so that maybe war, right, won't be, a thing one day. We're talking about learning how to express love and appreciation for humans of all different ethnicities and cultures, right? And Steve is on the panel typing, Jesus loves you, we love you in heaven, come to heaven, instead of taking in what he claims Jesus wants them to do. What they claim, Jesus says that they are the salt of the earth, right? They are the light of the world. Except when there's an opportunity to be that salt, to be that light, all they care about is Jesus, 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 Jesus in heaven
You
and
can ask
sin
me a
and
question.
forgiveness.
If you want to ask me any questions, you can. I mean,
I'm talking to you now, Steve. Like, why? Why is that? Like, why did you just ignore that entire conversation, right? I was talking about humanity and the evolution of humanity moving towards a common goal to talk about your Jesus in heaven.
we can talk about whatever you want.
No, I can talk about whatever I want, Steve. It's my life.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm asking you right now, Steve, like, what makes you think, Steve, like, if I can talk about the common goal, right, of ridding people of the hatred that they have, that's been manufactured by greed, right, all the way in China, right? What makes you think that I need your Jesus when you can't even do that? Why, I don't need your Jesus, Steve. I don't need your Jesus to see humanity. I don't need your Jesus to see humanity. I don't need your Jesus to care about other people's feelings, their safety. I don't need your Jesus to care if other people are able to feel safe in their skin. I don't need your Jesus for that, Steve. You've proven that to me just by you sitting on this stage for like 2 minutes.
I've said very little.
I know you did, Stephen. The very little that you said was irrelevant to mankind. It was irrelevant to humanity.
What do you want to ask me? Is there anything you want me to contribute?
Can you answer her question, Steve? Like, I think ultimately the question is,
I just heard statements.
the question is, why did you feel the need, based on what we were talking about? Tell me what you thought that conversation or that exchange between Thinker and I was actually about. What did you get from that conversation?
Well, you're talking about humanity. So,
right, and
Jesus,
how,
as far as I'm concerned, Jesus is the king of humanity. He's the creator of humanity. And like, to address what the host said, I don't think we can actually do anything without him. He's the very platform of existence. So I think he's
TikTok is the platform that's helping make this happen. And now your Jesus isn't a platform that did anything to make humanity decide to work out our differences. It was TikTok.
TikTok is inanimate.
It's a platform that has power. It has more power than your Jesus has had in the last 2,500 years.
Okay. Yeah, but people make decisions, not TikTok.
I say the same thing about your Jesus, Steve. Right? Like, I say the same thing. Like, when y'all say Jesus said, I say it's people said, not Jesus. But y'all want to ignore the person that's speaking for your Jesus. Why you want to ignore the power behind TikTok and the people speaking on that?
Well, why don't you want to recognize the creator? Why do
I did. His name is Shang Shao. His name is Shao. I did recognize. I recognized the creator when he went before Congress when they tried to shut TikTok down once before.
Well, why do you hate Jesus?
I didn't tell you I hate Jesus. He's just irrelevant, Steve.
That's the same thing.
And I think that's a fundamental problem, because you have to know logically that to hate something is not to say that it's irrelevant. To say that it's irrelevant.
If Jesus is love and he loves you and you're telling him he's irrelevant, that's the same as hating him. It's like telling your wife she's irrelevant. It's not loving her, is it?
But you're missing the point. Like, to say a thing is irrelevant, like right now, my second car is irrelevant to my goal of getting to work. That doesn't mean I hate my second car, right? Those two things are not. I'm sorry.
I disagree because. Sorry, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't finished because I was still speaking. My second car is irrelevant to me getting to work. Thinker's point is Jesus is irrelevant to humans trying to connect to humans. You think that it's relevant, but it's not relevant to our connection. So to say that it's not relevant to our connection does not mean that we hate Jesus. You have this framework that causes you to believe that the only thing that is good about humanity comes from Jesus. We don't see it that way. I connect with people perfectly fine without Jesus.
Man, Chayla, I probably said your name wrong. I'm Steve. I'm talking. Chayla, Chayla said something so powerful. Something so powerful. She said a man was able to save his son from blindness not from a God, but from the humans on TikTok. Because of the power of TikTok, the power of us mobilizing, the power of people giving to help this man save his son from blindness. And that he only had like 2 weeks, I think 14 days to raise like $14,000, something like that. And he raised more than that. But he was saved from blindness, from humans doing human things, humans helping humans, not somebody praying and begging a God that's been dead for 2,500 years.
Jesus isn't dead. He's in heaven.
It's honestly like not even, it's honestly like talking to toddlers about their imaginary friend and what they're doing for dinner. Like that, these are non, I struggle with these types of conversations. We had one like this on Dugal's live last night. And I just don't know how to engage with that because I deal in reality. We talk about things that are demonstrable, things that are verifiable. I know this is your belief, and I'm not telling you you can't have that belief. I am telling you I don't share that belief. And the things that you tell me I cannot do without that belief, every single day I do it. Every single day people around this world do things that you claim are impossible without your God, without your Jesus. That is demonstration of the fact that what you claim to be true is just not true. It may be true for you. You may be incapable of doing these things without Jesus. But just because that's your limitation, you don't get to put that on us.
I don't have to put anything on you, but you have to make your choice yourself. But I'm just giving you my beliefs and what I have experienced that God has shown me. Because I was a fornicator, a drunkard, a drug user. I was a person who wasted my talents.
First off, Steve, let me tell you something, okay?
But God changed
me. Now, hold on. I'm going to show you something.
Now I love people. And that's the difference.
Steve.
Yeah?
You do realize that your Jesus was also a drunkard.
Jesus was never a drunkard. That's a lie. Jesus was perfect in his ways.
Oh, I'm finna show
you
you something.
Jesus,
I'm finna show you something. I'm finna show you. And he was into eye salve. Hold on.
Don't think so.
I'm finna show you.
Different Jesus. I don't know what your sources are.
Okay. All right.
You read the Bible?
Yeah, okay. Oh, do you read the Bible? I'm finna show you.
The Bible tells me so.
Okay. All right. Matthew 11. Let's go. Turn your Bibles with me.
Matthew 11.
Mm-hmm.
Turn your Bibles, folks. How many people in the chat have a Bible? Open it up.
Give me just a second here.
Jesus delivered me from all those things. Now I live a clean life. I'm a celibate man.
Uh-huh. Verse 18, let's go. He says, "For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say he has a demon. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, look, a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors."
Why am I muted?
And so I
in the comments.
Don't read the comments while I'm reading the Bible. This is your sacred text. This is your holy word. "For John came not eating or drinking, and they say he has a demon. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, look, a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. Yet wisdom is vindicated by her deeds." Jesus said, "I be getting down. They call me a drunk."
Yeah, that's what they say. But
yeah, he says, "I came eating and drinking."
Yes, they lying, sister.
Those are your Jesus's words.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's a drunkard.
Why would they call him a drunkard? He said, "I eat and I drink." He said, John the Baptist didn't do none of this. He said, John the Baptist didn't do none of this. He said, I eat and I drink, and they call me drunk. He said, they say I'm a drunkard. Like Jesus was getting down. Like literally he turned water into wine.
Are you shouting?
Like literally, because like y'all don't read your book. Y'all get up here talking about
You're
he saved me
misinterpreting
from
it.
fornication. When your Jesus ain't said nothing about fornication. There is
Not a
not even a sin in this book that
never
says
said.
anything about you not being able to have sex before marriage. You made that up. Like that's a sin you created for yourself. There's nothing like your Jesus drank. Your Jesus drank. And then he literally told John on the island of Patmos to go and get him some eye salve and have a spiritual encounter. He told John of Patmos, go and get the ganja. Go have you a spiritual awakening. Put the juice in your eyes so that you can
My
feel like me, John. And you are up here talking about Jesus saved me from this, Jesus saved me from that, when Jesus did it himself.
mute me. Jesus is.
Thinker, I gotta drop down. I gotta go throw hands. Thanks for having me up.
I love it
Blessing.
when you say
All the
that. You're
best.
welcome. Have a good day.
Good to
I'll
talk
talk
to
to
you.
you
Love you.
TikTok later.
Jesus loves you.
Bye, Steve.
Steve, nobody wants your Jesus. I've met
Oh,
some
come on.
people
Don't
who
say
have
that.
I've
Plenty
met
of
some people who
Christians.
have some pretty, shut up, Steve. I've met some people who have some pretty cool Jesuses. You don't. Nobody wants your Jesus. Your Jesus is oblivious to what's going on in the world. Your Jesus wants to take credit for what humans do and don't really care. And then you want to blame, your Jesus wants to blame people for the same shit he did. Bye, Steve. Hey, Greenwich.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am pretty decent.
That's good. What you got?
So I wanted to touch on the something that you said before when you were having, I forgot his name. There was a guy on the live before who was talking about how he had questions for the believers and stuff like that, and he touched on, was Australia Christian, before the wheat folks got there? Was uh, South America Christian, North America, all that type of stuff. And it reminded me of a conversation that I had in someone else's live about, we were talking about slavery and how slavery was indeed forced upon many people of West Africa. And he was saying, no, it wasn't. And I was like, well, what did they do? Did they like choose to be in bondage? And be Christian or something like that. And I told him, if so, then where does this notion of Christianity being of bondage come from? Because it just didn't, birth itself out of nothing. It had to come from somewhere. And he was talking about how, well, Christianity was in Ethiopia. And I was like, I'm not talking about Ethiopia. I'm talking about West Africa. And I told him the fact that you're using Ethiopia to kind of like support your stance is weird to me. He's like, well, you just don't know the history. I was like, I am very well versed in the history. I do know that there was a kingdom in West Africa that was converted to Christianity prior to the transatlantic slave trade. But that's just one kingdom that we have documentation of. There are other kingdoms that we know for a fact were not converted until much later, along the lines of colonization and things of that nature. And he was saying that's the problem, that colonization is so tied to Christianity when those people weren't even real Christians. And I told him, I guess, even though there's nothing really in your book that says that they can't do the slavery or anything like that, I guess I can understand this argument. But it was just it was an interesting thing of, them pulling the no true Scotsman of saying that the people that practiced the slavery were not Christian, and therefore the things that they did were not emblematic of what Christians are. And I was saying you're only saying that because today you take certain verses in the New Testament that was talking about love thy neighbor as it meaning not to enslave people. That is the only reason that you're doing that, which is some form of theology. That's not really what the Bible teaches. I don't know. It was a very weird argument and conversation because he kept going back to the conversation about the slavery. And I told him there's nothing that you can show me to prove that these, like, of course, later on, yes, they did somewhat, quote unquote, accept Christianity, but starting off, this is not true. Like, you would have to do a lot of leaps and hurdles to make the argument that that they chose to be slaves, if that makes sense. And it was a very weird argument, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it sounds like the same type of responses that we get when we talk about slavery in here.
As and I told him maybe it's your education, you being like, he was from the UK. I was like, maybe it's your education. He was like, no, maybe your education was just lying to you. And I was like, again, I don't see how the only way you can come up with this argument is just to, again, try to separate yourself from those Christians. And I told him, I think that is a very, it's a very weird approach, if that makes sense.
You said it's a weird approach. Like that's literally like what slavery apologists do, right? It doesn't sound like too far off from what we hear them do in here. It's just like saying that you can't blame, God for what humans do with the text, right? And then they just deny that, the God condoned or had anything to do with the institution of slavery.
Yeah, and that's what I was just, we were just, the whole live was just us having a back and forth about that very topic. And I told him that literally, like, we know that not France, but Portugal and Spain went, before they even participated in the transatlantic slave trade, they went to South America and enslaved those peoples with the help of the Catholic Church. So again, it's this idea of trying to hold up it's trying to hold up Christianity while also saying that slavery is bad. And I told him I think this is very much a delusion for you to kind of make it make sense. You would have to do a lot of misinterpretations and a lot of using theology of, love thy neighbor and things of that nature to kind of justify the talking point. And I think it is, I think it's really sad that you hold on to this and then you try to make it seem like it's a sound logic, because it's really not, because sometimes what you're saying can disagree with what the historical record shows us, or it can be a little bit more nuanced than what the historical record shows us. So I don't know, it's just very, I told him I appreciate this conversation, but there is a little bit of, he was telling me that I have my historical facts mixed up. I was like, no, I think you do, or you just read the Bible onto your historical facts. And I think, again, it is a very weird approach because it ignores a lot of gray areas and just simplifies it down to those people weren't Christians because they were doing quote unquote bad things. But I would never condone slavery, so therefore I'm good and they aren't. That type of thing.
Yeah. Have you read Dr. Bowen's books on like his very first one about does the God of the Old Testament condone slavery? He has a lot of strategies in there for combating a lot of the apologist arguments. Um, and then in the drive, if you are on the Discord, I'm not sure if you've gotten into the Google Drive yet. There are some of the tactics that I use, like the um, rebuttals that I use for some of their arguments is in the Google Drive as well, loaded with like a lot of the historical context. And so like when they say, when you're bringing up what happened when they went into West Africa, like bringing up the history of the early church and their arguments on them justifying um, Christ ordaining slavery for the purposes of saving the souls of the savages, and the very fact that the papal bull, the um, papal endorsements actually says it, right, like word for word. And so I think it would be good when you're having these conversations and you're talking to an apologist at that level, is to just hit them with historical resources and that actually says it, and then take them to like their early church fathers. But Dr. Bowen's book is good for learning the rebuttals to those apologist arguments, and then the Discord has some good references in there too.
I really appreciate that. I will have to add his book to my TBR of religious reading that I'm doing.
Sounds good. Did you have anything else?
No, that was honestly me talking about all that was for me to prompt the question of how exactly do I combat that. But I really do appreciate you giving me the information before I act.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Before I move on, so I saw somebody in the comments ask about the scriptures where Jesus was elevated. So that was Matthew 11, verse 18. So hold on. Matthew 11, verse 18 through 19 is where Jesus is saying that he came drinking. Unlike John, he's like, John was squeaky clean and they still called him a demon. I come eating and drinking and they call me a drunkard. And then there's also one where he tells John, the writer of the Revelation text, in Revelations 3 and 18. This is the one where he tells him to go and buy some eye salve. Let's see, 3:18. Therefore, I advise you to go buy from me gold refined by fire, so that you may be rich, and white robes to clothe yourselves, and to keep the shame of your nakedness from being seen, and salve to anoint your eyes so that you may see. And he's telling them, like, so that they can have a spiritual awakening. He's talking to the church of Laodicea, and this is why this is relevant, because Laodicea was known for their eye salve that they produced and exported throughout Rome. And the eye salve was an ointment that they would put on their eyes to get rid of like pink eye and stuff like that, but it would elevate them. They would have like these hallucinations and stuff. So Jesus is telling him to go and buy this eye salve so that he can have he can it's kind of like two-pronged, right? Like go, he's kind of talking shit a little bit. Go buy some eye salve, get open your eyes, get the dirt, get the disease out of your eyes so you can see your nakedness, so you can see that you're leaning too much on your wealth. And then the eye salve actually at that time made people feel like that they were having like hallucinations and spiritual encounters. So yeah, that's Revelations 3:18, and then the other one is Matthew 11:18. Okay, let's see. Hey Kate, how are you? Let's see. Oh, there's Simone.
So when they say non-drowsy medication, they lie. They lie so bad.
What did you take?
I took non-drowsy Sudafed.
Oh yeah, I don't think there really is a non-drowsy type of
Ain't no
Sudafed.
way. I don't even remember going to sleep. Normally,
It's
I
okay.
can't
I'm
remember
glad.
going
Are
to
you
sleep.
feeling better?
I'm feeling a little better. It's just my throat is still trying to do the thing, but I'm up.
Okay,
My
good.
grandbaby ran in here and woke me up. That's how I knew I was sleeping. I was like, oh no.
I don't even like taking the non-drowsy because like it makes me feel anxious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I can't stand feeling like that. I can't stand NyQuil, anything that's gonna make me feel groggy.
Yeah.
And the groggy feeling takes a long time to go away, so I cannot stand medicine like that. Yeah,
So long. So
yeah. So,
long anyway. Hey, Kate. Sorry.
Good morning,
This is Kate
everyone.
up here.
How's everyone doing? Hello.
doing good. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. Just want to hang out and um, entertain the conversation with you this morning for a little
Sounds
while.
good. I'm trying to get somebody on stage for us. T. Okay, not there. Somebody said oil of oregano will take that feeling away for you, Simone.
Really?
Yeah, I've never even heard of oil of oregano.
Me either. I'm gonna have to look that up. Huh.
Let's see. Somebody in the comments, reckless. I hope reckless doesn't come up here and be reckless.
Oh, hell we go.
Do you know this person?
No,
Oh, okay.
reckless just sounds kind of. But I'm not gonna judge.
What's up, my sisters?
How old are you?
Okay.
Hey,
They
how
don't
old are you?
matter. They don't matter. They don't matter.
Oh
They don't
man,
It
matter.
does matter.
wrong answer.
Look,
Yep. Totally. See.
Wrong answer. It actually does matter.
Okay, y'all can. I'm about to go. Oh, somebody said it's on the TikTok shop. Hurry up and get it before this 270 days. Hopefully, we get that 270 days.
I know. I hope so too. One evolved Pisces. How are you? Pisces. Okay, we'll move on. You're not old enough, reckless. Boogie. Is it Boogie?
Let's see.
Boogie. Okay, they're not there. If you're in the guest box and you're waiting to come up, and you are 25 and older, can you please comment and let us know so that we can bring you up and not the accidental accounts, please? Reckless, you're not old enough. Please do not request to get in the guest box again. If you keep doing that, I am going to block you. You're more than welcome to stay in the comments, but you can't come on stage. Dodie, hi, how are you?
I'm fine, and you? What
I'm
about
doing
you?
good. I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
My age?
Yes.
I'm 18.
Okay, I do have to take you down. You have to be 25 and older, okay?
All right, bet.
All right, have a good day. Guys, you have to be 25 and older to come on the stage, okay? 96 lime green Skittles.
Hello? Did I
Hi.
join?
Yeah.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm 32.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am somewhere between deconstructing and atheist because the further I've deconstructed, the more I'm realizing that maybe I didn't really actually truly believe in the first place, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
I really just wanted to come up to ask for some advice, if that's okay.
So I can give experience if I've experienced what you've experienced, but I don't give advice.
Okay. Um, I mean, it's kind of related to your first topic, to be honest. Essentially, I'm having some issues with my dad because I was raised Seventh day Adventist, and he is what I would consider, quote unquote, a true believer. Like, he really, truly believes in everything that he's telling me. And my mom passed away about 10 years ago now. And ever since then, I've had trouble with having a relationship with my father because I know that, I mean, he's told me many times that it really, really hurts him that I'm no longer in the church. And that really, really hurts me. And I don't know what to do about it because I don't want to tell him, Dad, I don't even believe in God. And if I did, I wouldn't want to follow that one because I feel like I would just be hurting my dad. But then I also feel like I can't have a real relationship with him because there's this huge barrier that we just don't even talk about. And I don't know what to do.
So have you tried before to set a boundary like with him ever?
I have, and it works for a little bit, but then I guess he kind of starts to forget, and then he will start saying things to me again. Like, we recently had another death in the family, and, you know, like the first thing he wants to tell me is, you know, you never know when you're gonna die, so you want to make sure you're right with God and things like that. And I understand where he's coming from, but I just, it causes me so much pain, but I can't tell him that. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're experiencing this, and I know how difficult it is, especially like with losing a parent. I lost my dad almost 17 years ago, and I just have my mom, and my mom is very religious. So I'm gonna tell you, this is why I don't give advice, because what I did may not work for everybody, and everybody may not be able to do what I did. But I can share with you with what I did, share my experience with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up in the church. My father was a pastor, and my mom is an evangelist. My mom actually is the one who, brought my dad into Christianity. My dad did not grow up Christian at all. And so she's very, 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 very religious. I'm talking about getting up at 3:00 in the morning every morning for like the last 40 something years praying. And so to her, she has like a very close relationship with God. And so she knows that, or has seen that, like, I'm not the believer that most of my siblings are. And so there's always been this bad blood between me and my mom. Like, growing up, I was Satan this, Satan the Lord rebuke you, the devil's using you, demon this. Like, for just me, like I could ask a question that she felt that I shouldn't be asking, and then it would be, I gotta preach tomorrow, and Satan the Lord rebuke you. I'm not about to let the devil mess with my mind when I gotta preach tomorrow. Like, stuff like that, right? Um, and for a while, I tried to be what she wanted me to be so that we could have a relationship, and it worked for a while. But but there were always big blowouts between us, and like things would be said because she felt that I should be thinking a certain way or living a certain way, right? And eventually, when I started deconstructing, she found out about it, and she called me, and she like would say, "I need to know if you've blasphemed." And I had to tell her, like, that's none of your business. Like, if I had, that's my business, and that is between me and God. And this is before I, was comfortable saying that I didn't even believe in God. This was still at the point where I'm questioning the God, and it was this was at a point in time where, in my head, we were worshiping the wrong God. Like, there was still a God, but we were worshiping the wrong God. Is what I was trying to figure out, and this was when I, first started getting the thoughts that the God of the Bible was the devil, because I still believed in a God and a devil. And she had called me and she wanted to know if I had blasphemed, and I told her, like, that's none of your business. Like, that's between me and God. And like anything that has to do with my relationship with God is between me and God, and you're not invited in that. And she did not like that. She felt like that was, disrespectful, but I had to do that for me, because the text messages, the the things that she would say, like the being called devil, the rebukes and all that, it was putting a toll out on my mind, right? And I had set the goal to heal myself, right? To heal my mind, to heal my heart, so that I didn't feel those things anymore. So I had to set that boundary with her, and I had to tell her that my relationship with God has absolutely nothing to do with her, and it's none of her business, and that she was not invited to that conversation or that relationship. And I set a boundary, and she didn't like it. Like, we didn't talk for a while, but not to the point of blocking. And then she would do it again, right? And I eventually blocked her for 6 months. We talked. I set the boundary, like, no, we do not talk about politics, and we don't talk about religion. That worked for a little while. My grandmother died 2 years ago, and she said she did something at my grandmother's house, and she did it covertly, taking a shot at what she had heard from somebody else about what she thought I believed, and that got us into it. And I ended up blocking her that day. Like, I didn't even talk to her about it, because she knew how I felt about it. So I ended up blocking her. She stayed blocked for almost a little over a year. And we're just now getting to the point to where, like, she understands now. Like, I'm not going to take those sneaky, you need Jesus type, shots at me anymore, because I won't talk to you. Because at this point in time in my life, my sanity matters more than that relationship. Like, I'm the one that has to be in my skin 24/7, right? And I have to, when she's not here, I have to feel comfortable with myself. And so I had to go as far as blocking her until she understood that my boundary is my boundary, and that's what I mean. And so now she understands that. She doesn't try to force it on me anymore, and we're at the point to where we've built a relationship to where we can talk. We don't talk every day. Hell, let me tell you about, like, we talk in text every day in the family chat, but we don't like talk on the phone every day. And my first time seeing her in 2 years was Thanksgiving. Was my first time seeing her actually her birthday party in August was my very first time seeing her in 2 years. But it took that for her to take me seriously, and that's what I had to do. right? And so I don't tell people block your mom, block your dad, because that might not be the path that you should take or can or have the the courage to take. But sometimes parents think that because they gave birth to us, that we should respect them enough to make them feel comfortable enough to accept their beliefs, and they will make their afterlife about you. And it's like, how are you doing this to me? I don't want to worry about you in hell. I want to see you in heaven. I want us to be together. And as they're saying this thing, it's I won't, I won't, I won't, I won't. And they don't realize that they're not caring about what you're saying you want. And 9 times out of 10 is because they think that you don't know better. You can't see what's best for yourself. But that's what I had to do.
Yeah, it's interesting you say. I've actually had multiple people tell me since my mom died that I need to get right with God if I want to see her again. And I know, like, I'm sure in their mind they're being like helpful, but it feels like emotional blackmail to me. And oh, I can't stand it. I
It's psychological abuse.
yeah, yeah.
Abusers always think that boundaries are disrespectful. And I agree with Thinker when it comes to treading very lightly when it comes to giving someone advice or telling them what they should do, especially when it comes to their family. But I did want to just tell you and remind you that you need to create boundaries, remind them of your boundaries, stick to your boundaries, because abusers will always view boundaries as disrespect.
Yeah, that's something that I'm trying to figure out definitely with my dad because there, there's the balancing act of I want to maintain a relationship with him because he's my only living parent and I was an only child, so it's literally just me and my dad. But then on the other hand, I feel like I have to pretend to be a different person around him, and it's really hard. Um, like the closest I've gotten to telling him how I feel about God was one day I was talking to him on the phone and my hormones were like going crazy and I didn't realize at the time, but I was just kind of going nuts and I kind of blurted out to him. I was like, I don't even like God because he condoned slavery and I don't like that. And then the first thing that came out of his mouth was, the typical apology of like, well, it was that time and in that time is blah blah. And like the hearing that come out of my dad's mouth after listening to all these deconstruction lives, it really did something to me. And I almost I broke. I was like, Dad, I can't talk to you right now. And I just hung up on him and then I was just like sobbing. And like I don't know what to do.
So how don't give his exact age, but like, is your dad a boomer? Like, how old is he? Is he like 60 above or?
Oh, he's 72. They had me kind of late in life. Yeah, and he's Hispanic, so it's kind of like the double whammy.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. So one thing that I had to also notice with my mom is that one time we had like a family meeting, and in this family meeting, she said, "I know that some of you are searching things," and she said, "I'm just gonna ask that whatever you find, don't share it with me." And then she put her hands on her heart and she said, "This is all I know." And she said that it would break my heart if I found out that I dedicated my life to something that isn't true. And I didn't try to like decode her message. I didn't try to like rebuttal her. At that moment, I understood that she's older than I am. My mom came from her parents straight to my dad. Like she was 19 when she married my dad, and that's all she knew, right? Was her parents, God, and being a wife. And my mom hasn't experienced as much life as I have. Like, she's older than me. She hasn't traveled the world like I have. She hasn't gone through half the shit that I've gone through. So her experience she's had experiences like she's gone through different stuff. Like, she lost a husband where I, to death, where I have not. She's been a first lady of a church, so she's gone through things like that, but she's not experienced the world like I have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so I had to tell myself, like, one, I'm asking her to be something other than who she is. And it's driving me fucking nuts trying to make her do that. Just like I don't like her trying to make me be something that I'm not. I can't do the same thing to her because it wasn't benefiting either of us. But also she's older, and I don't want to do anything that's gonna break her heart to that, right? Like, I don't know what it would do to her for me to tell her stuff that she's not ready to hear.
Yeah.
And so I said it for myself that I'm not going to do it because that's how much I love her. Like, I'm not going to. She asked me not to, so I'm not going to. Right? Like, she's in a different age, right? She grew up in a different age. She grew up a different way. She's experienced life a different way than I have, and she told me that I'm just letting y'all know I would not be able to handle it.
Yeah, I understand that. I pretty much all of my friends are all people that I grew up with and we're all raised religious and Adventist, and pretty much all of them still go to church and are still, in the church. And yeah, that's something I've had to balance too. It's like I've learned so many things listening to your live, especially because I used to be, the kid that knew all the Bible trivia and I knew all this stuff. And even there, I'm still shocked at how many things are in the Bible that I had no idea about or that I just completely glossed over because of the way they kind of teach you how to think about it, And I've made it a point to not discuss this kind of things with my friends that are still in the church because I feel like it's not really my place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like, so I think like one thing I can say with like how I decide when to share information, for one, like with my mom, what benefit would it be other than me just wanting to be right or get back at her?
Yeah.
Right, because she's not out here in the world moving about. Like, my mom doesn't go anywhere, church and home, right? Like, it like, I don't think that she's gonna go to hell from her beliefs, or you know what I'm saying. So like, there's no reason for me to do that. Like, if she was out here harming people, if she says harmful shit in front of me, I will say something about the harmful thing. If it's about LGBTQIA, whatever, my mom knows I don't play about that. My daughter came out to me when she was 14, and my mom wanted to talk to her, and I told her, no, absolutely not. This is even before I started deconstructing. But I told her no. I said, that's my daughter. That's for me to deal with, and I'm not about to let you have her hating herself. And she was like, that's my granddaughter. Cool, but that's my daughter. You raised your daughter. That's my daughter. And so she didn't like the fact that I wouldn't let her talk to my daughter and tell my daughter about God and you're gonna go to hell if you don't change. But she still loves my daughter, and she doesn't bring it up to my daughter either. So like, if it's something harmful, then I will address it. So like, for me, I don't see any need to like take it away from her, because other than if I did, it would just be me trying to get back at her, but like, I have siblings who are religious. My brother took over my dad's church. He's a pastor. If they invite me to it, and then this is how they would have to invite me to it. They would have to call me and be, you're a sinner, blah, 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 right? Mm-hmm. Or asking me questions, then I'm going to. boss girl, I'm finna block you. You got to go. Don't you messed me up the last time. Don't you ever fucking try to tell me how to run my stage, especially when you don't pay me shit.
I missed it.
My
Where's she?
huh?
I said I missed it. Where is she? You already blocked her?
I'm blocking her right now. Like I don't know
Okay.
what the fuck makes people think like this is not Netflix. Like you don't have a fucking remote control. Um, shit. Yeah, if they're like calling me, telling me I'm gonna go to hell and Jesus, you need Jesus, blah blah blah, then I'm gonna open up the floodgates with what I know, right? To defend myself and to educate at the same time. But if they come to me and they ask me questions, I'm gonna share with what I know, and do it strategically with what I think that they can handle, right? But like any doing it just for the fact of getting back at somebody or wanting somebody to see what you see, it to me it would be the same thing that they do to you. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It was interesting seeing how people, because the church that I grew up in, it was like the first Adventist Hispanic church in my state, and the like mother families that I was friends with kind of created the church, so to speak. So I have a lot of history there, and they're all people that I have known my whole life. So they still try to reach out to me and things like that, and it's been interesting to see how they have like how the way they treat me has changed as I have kind of started to leave the church. Like for example, when my mom died, my friend got me a locket with my mom's picture in it, and I wore it all the time. And I was wearing it at my mom's funeral, and the first thing that this woman that she used to babysit me when I was little, I was raised with her daughters. The first thing she said to me at my mom's funeral was, "Your mom wouldn't like you wearing that necklace."
Oh wow.
Yeah. And this was when I was still going to church. And I was involved in church. I would, do special music. I was on the praise team, all this stuff. And when I started wearing that necklace, they would be at first it was, put it under your dress when you're on stage so they can't see it. And then eventually they just stopped asking me up altogether. And it's so funny to me because my belief, I don't know if I ever really truly believed, and in my head I am the same person. The only thing that's changed about me is my outward appearance. I cut my hair short, I pierced my ears, I got some tattoos, and all of a sudden they treat me like I'm a black sheep. Not necessarily in the sense that they don't talk to me anymore, but in the sense that like when I go to church, like they're all, jumping on me trying to evangelize to me. And I'm just like, y'all, I was raised in this. I know everything you're saying. Nothing, none of this is new. If I wanted to be here as a believer, I would be. And it's just been really jarring how differently people that I've known my whole life have treated me.
Wow, that those are the ones that I would just like first off, I would say, to that person respectfully, my mom isn't here. And then second, I'm a grown ass adult, right? And then and the reality is like you can't live your life for what another person would like, and that would be my response to that person. Like I cannot live my life by what another person would like. My mother is not here, and I'm a grown adult. And then I would have walked out of their fucking face. But that's just me. Second, those are the ones that I would light their asses up with logic and point out the illogicalness in their belief system, and then they until they left me the fuck alone.
Thank you, if I may,
Hmm.
because I'm still dealing. So my I have 7 siblings, and out of the 7 of us, 1, 2, 4 have licenses. 4 are licensed ministers or elders in the church. My mom's a youth pastor, and I still have my license. I'm like Thinker. I message my family group every single day. And when the Bible talks start coming up, or if I just feel like padding my day, like saying, hey, what do y'all think of this scripture? I'll throw a scripture in there. Like I'll throw out, why would God allow why would God allow a she-bear to kill these 42 kids? And, I give them things to think about, not bringing it to them as a gotcha, because I haven't even told them about me deconstructing. I just throw scripture out there because they're talking about scripture. So I'm like, what do we think about this scripture? And it just gives them something to think about. And if they want to accept what it is, they can. If not, then we'll move on. Because most of the time they'll have an apologetic. And I'm like, y'all aren't seeing it. Or I'll send them scriptures that directly contradict each other. And it's like, well, I need to read more into it. So it's just leaving the little breadcrumbs for me as far as with my family.
Hmm. Yeah, one time actually with a friend of a family, I mentioned the bitter waters Bible verse, and it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they had ever even knew it was in the Bible, and then she basically just told me, I'm gonna, read it and talk to the pastor and get back to you, but then she never did.
Yeah, because they usually don't.
They can't. Yeah,
Yeah, they
they
usually
can't.
can't and don't see it and don't want to see it, right? It was something else that I was gonna say when it comes to like your family. Damn. Oh my God. It had to do with what Selena said about the text messages.
Sending the yeah. Oh.
Oh no, yeah. Sometimes that's what can cause the arguments, right? Because you want them to see what it is that you're trying to show them. And when they don't see it, you feel the need to like double down. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And it that can create some extra stress that you don't necessarily need while you're going through the deconstruction yourself.
Yeah,
You know,
that's very true.
Simone is a whole ass minister.
Right.
Yeah. And so yeah. And so like uh if you are able to like go deep into it and kind of like explain the point that you want them to do and do it with finesse like Simone can then I can say yeah, that might be a good thing. But if not, that might open the doors for arguments that you just don't want at this point in your deconstruction journey.
Yeah.
I did want to say something to 96, if you didn't mind.
Yeah.
Your life should be an oasis, an island where you rule over it. The trees, the plants, everything on that island should look like you, have your signature of approval. On that island, the sun should smile back at you, but having a remnants of your faith in your eyes, your entire face. Now, does that mean that you can't get in your boat and paddle to the other island and see your family and friends, and then when you're done, paddle back into your own island and oasis? No. But when you are at the point where you are now, you're literally relearning and you are learning yourself. And it's a very crucial moment for you in your brain. I have to agree with Thinker what she just said. But me personally, would go a little bit further from my experience. Having these conversations won't work. Trying to get them to understand you won't work. Having an expectation of them getting you won't work. They're not interested in that. They're interested in one thing and one thing only: control. You doing what they think and want you should do and look and act the way they want you to. This isn't I don't want to use the word loving relationship. It is a very controlled environment that isn't healthy for someone in your position. So me personally, I would take a lot of steps back, create the life that I want, and it is your choosing if you would like to accept someone onto your island to visit or not. But boundaries at this moment are so important. They're important to you and the betterment of you. Your future self will thank you so much for creating boundaries and sticking with them. But I don't want you to be misconstrued and say, well, because I love them, I will tolerate this, or I want to be around them, so I will tolerate this. I know it hurts. I know you love them. I know you want to be around them. But it's going to cause you more harm than it would good. My mother was the exact same way and still is today, and I do not speak to her. I love her, but I would never have a conversation with her, probably ever again. That is my boundary. I have a question for you, 96.
Yeah.
The way that you want them to love you, an abuser will never love you more for you giving more to them what they already don't appreciate. I'll say that one more time. An abuser will never love you more for you giving them more of what they already don't appreciate. And you just have to tell yourself the truth. Does this person appreciate me for being a human and who I am? Or does this person appreciate and love the idea of who they want me to be? Because if that's what that is, they don't appreciate and love you.
Yeah. Oh God. You're right. It's it's really it's yeah, I think the biggest issue I have is coming to terms with knowing that someone's never gonna know who I really am or even care to know, I guess. And I just need to deal with that.
Yeah. That was the hardest part that I went through. To tell myself the full, unfiltered truth that people don't love me the way that I love them and they never will. It's not part of their capacity, and it's not my place to get them to do it or to continuously try to show them my value. That's not my place. I accept rejection every day. I look rejection in the eye, and I accept it. And I encourage you to do the same. That's all.
I thank you for saying that, Kate. That part, I accept rejection every day because that's something that I had to learn to be okay, right, with the rejection, and know that it does not define who I am. And honestly, like, they're missing out, right, on who you are. You know, they're the ones missing out when we decide, right, to negotiate with ourselves and change who we are for the sake of not being rejected, or not losing somebody in our life because they'll only accept us if we are a certain way, you're not happy anyway, right? And they're not getting who you really are anyway. So like when you say, it hurts that these people will never really know who I am. If you could make the decision to still have them in your life, but they're still not going to know who you are either way. So you might as well have peace, right, while you're being 100% you. And then everybody in our life doesn't deserve to know everything about us anyway.
Amen.
It doesn't mean that they don't love you if they don't know every nick and cranny of who you are. There are some parts of you that are meant just for you. There are some parts of you that are just meant for certain people in your life. You don't have to be this walking open book that everybody has access to. And that's why I think we see, like with a lot of believers, they have that expectation of access, and they don't know how to act or respond when we say, you can't read that fucking page. It ain't for you.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that a lot because the biggest struggle I have with my dad is there's like the majority of my life I can't really tell him about, and it makes me feel like that is part of why we don't have a deeper relationship. But you're right, he doesn't really actually need to know everything about my life. Huh.
Yeah, and y'all can still have a beautiful relationship. I guarantee you there's some shit you probably don't know about his life, and you still love him.
That's so true. Yeah. I don't know why. It feels like so simple, but I never thought of it that way before.
We don't, because we live in a society that teaches us that we don't have like the expectation of privacy, the expectation of consent, and the right to boundaries is non-existent. We are learning about boundaries and consent as adults when we should have been taught that, as a child.
Yeah, that's so true. That's funny you say that because, I mean, like just using the word boundary was not really part of my vocabulary until, um, I made my best friend in college. She used all of that therapy speak a lot, and then she turned out to be really abusive, and I had to stop talking to her.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I need to kind of work out how to do that in a healthy way and not in a, yeah, I don't know. It's rough.
Do what in a healthy way?
Just figure out how to have boundaries with people and
I'll give you an example. And I'll give you these little. I like to like give like really good catchphrases and sayings when I talk, because that's what people usually remember. They may not remember everything I said, but they're going to remember that part that gave them that little spark or aha moment. I want you to understand your family and your church knows the buttons to push because they are the ones that installed it.
ooh, ouch.
Oh, I like that.
And continuously going around them will continuously press your buttons. And having those buttons pressed will not help you with your growth. It is unhealthy. And anything unhealthy doesn't benefit you in growth. Mentally, cognitively, or physically. It doesn't help you. I think that sometimes we need to, when I was doing it, and I deconstructed long time ago, sister. Girl, I started deconstructing at like 10 and was full atheist about 13. So I've been this way for a while, but I had to realize people will never see me for me as long as they have the Christian goggles on. Because the Christian goggle says this isn't a person. This is a thing that needs to be fixed, a thing that needs to be saved. I will encourage you to understand the life you want to live and the person and the woman that you want to be. And hold that idea and that picture in your head. And anything that does not add up to that picture or does not get you closer to that picture needs to be removed from your life, or less time and attention needs to be given to it. That's how you do it. Accept the rejection because that protects you. Make boundaries because that protects you. Stick to your boundaries because that protects you. Begin to be self-aware and know about yourself, your feelings and emotions, because knowing you protects you. That's how you do it.
Yeah. I really appreciate that, honestly. I'm gonna think about that for a long time. Well, I thank you so much for talking with me. I should probably go. I'm supposed to be working right now.
You're very welcome.
But oh, before I go, how do I get onto the Discord?
I'm gonna follow you right now. Send me a DM, and then after the live, I'll send you a link.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you
You're,
guys.
you're welcome.
I don't know. I can't tell you how much I appreciate listening to your lives every day. So thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up, and good luck. Hopefully, we can get an update on the Discord, or if TikTok is still around, just pop up periodically and let us know how it's going. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Could you drop me down? I don't know how.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Thank you.
Simone, were you saying something?
No, I just said, have a good day, sweetie. I was just telling her to have a good day.
Okay. So remember I was saying, I put in the chat that joke, that TikTok video that my brother had put in the family chat. It was a funny joke, right? A pastor was at the gates of hell, and Satan was like, "How did you preach?" And then the pastor goes, "Shemana Handa," and then Satan is like laughing, and he's like, "Oh my gosh," right? And like the family chat laughed it up, and it was funny. I put it in I was like, if I had put this in the family chat, it would have automatically been seen as me being blasphemous, because they know like I don't believe in God. And so it's funny when a believer puts it in the chat. And then I put in the chat about the Exodus, like the Exodus channel. I was like, oh my God, they have
the series.
Yeah. Not one response.
Of course.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep. So like I can't say, I can't point out stuff like that. Like I kind of knew yeah, but I tested it, because like I had put in the Discord that if I had done this, it would have been blasphemous. So like I knew ahead of time. But yeah, not one response about the Exodus series.
And that's terrible, because a joke is a joke, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's funny. The whole thing is funny. That bothers me. That bothers my soul. But
I think like,
I thank you for sharing it with us.
I think too, like they don't know my intentions for sharing it. You know what I'm saying? And so like coming from me, they may not think that they can laugh at it because they don't know what my intentions are for sharing it. Like they may think that my intentions are not innocent. And so they don't allow themselves to laugh at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see it that way, but it was still funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Especially the way he said, "Come at a Honda," and then the serpent just starts cracking up laughing.
Yeah. Dude was like, how'd you preach? Do it again.
Yeah, he said, it was preaching. How'd you preach? And he's like, I come in, and he's like standing right at the gates of hell. And the devil is standing there with the pitchfork, and he's talking to the pastor. He's like, "Now, how did you preach again?" And the pastor goes, "I come at a Honda," and then the devil just starts cracking up laughing.
That laugh was getting good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious. That reminds me, I need to share that with my family group.
Oh Lord. Let's see. I did add somebody to the stage, but I think they bounced out. Let's see. Dahlia, are you in the guest box on purpose? I've never seen you request up. Delamora, hey, how are you?
I'm good. Did I say Happy New Year to you? To y'all? What?
I don't remember. I don't know. But Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Hope all is well with everyone. I just wanted to talk about the fear mongering part.
Okay.
Today. I mean, yes, today, yeah. So, like when the fires was happening in California, right? Like the people who like I have on Instagram, and I had like one of them was like we went to high school together. She put on a post, which is like, you know, they all put a post like, you see all these things happening with the earth, y'all better get right with God. And I was like, girl, don't. And I told her that inbox. I was like, I don't think you should do that. In a sense, I said, why are you trying to fear someone to get right with somebody? Because supposedly bad things are happening. That doesn't make sense. I said, California has had historical fires before. You know, you said the other side is getting cold. Like, do you guys not know what global warming is?
I know exactly what video you're talking about. Go ahead.
So I was just going back and forth with her, and I was like, no shade to you, but like, I feel like you're being extra Christianing. Like, as a new Christian, you're being extra Christianing because I guess you've been, you know, she's been on a prayer line. She's been saying, you know, God this, God that. And I was like, is it because someone told you to do it because your baby daddy's not in your child's life? Or what? Because it's not making sense. Because years ago, you weren't like that. Like, even though you quote unquote believed in God, I call them like, I want to thank God Christians in a sense. Like, they don't do what believers do, but they'll say thank God, or, you know, God really blessed me with this. She was one of those, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But now she's like, oh, y'all better get right with God. And it's like, why y'all fear mongering? Like, have you ever, I asked her, like, have you asked God, like, why is he letting all this stuff happen? And you just, like, you got a baby? If babies are all innocent, why do babies have to go through all this as well? And she was like, no, it's just like, I'm not trying to fear anybody. I'm just trying to say, look at all these things that happen. So I said, well, maybe if you start reading some articles about like, why is the earth getting hotter, or, you know, if we're in an El Nino state or La Nina state and things like that, you wouldn't try to fearmonger people and knowing like these things have happened before. So, and I've been seeing that a lot, you know, get right with God, you know, the end of time. And I was like, girl, we gonna continue to wait for the second coming of Jesus Christ forever.
I've seen so many of the videos claiming that the fires are prophecy coming true from Revelations, and they just straight lying. Like,
and I lived in California before. Sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I lived in California, and when I worked for a certain company, we specialized in reference to that, to make, you know, the grid better and sustainable when it comes to those things. And the funny thing is, it's not only California, it's even on the East Coast. Chicago had a fire. You know what I'm saying? Like I even told her, like, girl, no shade. Florida they used to get wildfires, and the only reason why, in parts of like some parts that are not happening in Florida is because of the governor. He wants to take some of the national parks and make them golf course, and get rid of the Everglades, especially down like towards like if you're going towards Naples and Fort Myers. They're trying to get rid of all that. So I was like, you can't just, that's fear mongering. You have to stop that.
There is a like with the revelations, like when they be saying, "Oh, it's the end times, it happens." Like I saw a video that Justin Deconstruction did, and he was pointing out that with the 7 vials, the bowls that the angels have to like pour out, there are things that have to happen like in order, right? And he had talked about like the very first bowl or something like that. It has to be like a plague of painful sores on everybody, like on the world, like bowls and ulcers. Like that's the first bowl that has to be just in deconstruction. The bowls have to be poured out. And he was like, that ain't even happened yet. So everything else that y'all are trying to say is a sign. He's like, y'all are lying, because the very first vow hasn't even, like, if you're going by that hasn't even been poured out. Like, that is something that I would say to every last one of these people that's trying to like fear monger with the fires in California. But here's the thing, like, instead of them seeing it as hey, these are people we need to help, they look at it like, oh, this is a sign for me. Right, this is a sign for me to know that I need to get right. Right, like they don't think about people lost, everything that they owned, memories. Right, they don't stop and say, "Man, I'm so glad that the death toll is very low for such a horrific event, a very dangerous event that happened in the world." They say, this is about us. God is sending us a sign, like this is about us. Like even with the hurricanes that happened last year, and all those people, so many people lost their lives and lost their homes, that this is about us. Jesus is coming back. You better get right. Like they use any opportunity, right, to make it about them, and then to fear monger.
And that's how it's been like I am happy that you have that topic, because I remember when I was going to church, and like I told you, it's the church I used to go to in Florida, they have revival every week. It's always a new pastor every week. And depending on how much, now that I'm thinking about it, depending on how much money they get and do, they'll stay. But like, we had one lady stay almost a year. And baby, when I tell you, one of them ones was fear mongering. And God told me at the show, get ready, because God told me at the strike of 12, he is coming down. We at the end of time, so y'all better get right. And then as soon as she said that towards the end, and I talked to God, and he said, go ahead and sow a seed of $5,000. And it's like, well, God, the world about to end. I need to give you money.
That's a true question. Like, if the world about to end, why I got to give $5,000? What does he need with
money? I already done. That's my number one. That's my number one motto this year. I told my coworkers too. If I gotta go to work and I gotta pay rent, it's not that important. If those two things I don't have to do, then I sit back and be a little bit worried. But until then, if those two things are not corresponding, I'm not gonna worry about it. But I was like, why is she saying that we got to get right with God and he's coming, but you asking for $5,000 because you're trying to move to Florida so you can preach, and you want a condo by the beach, and half of these people don't stay nowhere near their house is nowhere near the beach. is in the ghetto, but you ask them to give you money so you can have a house or a condo.
I really wonder why they don't ask themselves why God needs the money that they have to get up and go to work for every day.
Mm-hmm.
Why is God asking them for money while they are asking God for money? Like,
So, sorry to cut you off because I remember somebody told me, a pastor told me something. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wonder like why they don't ever think think to ask that question. And I know they think like, oh, it's an investment. Like they're thinking like investment where like you have to sow a seed in order to get more because they believe you give, press down, shake it together, and running over. So they think that they are that the God wants them to give to Him so that He can give them more. But to me, like it just doesn't make sense because the pastors are saying we got to pay God's bills. Why? Why can't God pay His own bills? Why can't God just provide the light? Why can't God just be the light? You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you, and that's what I've been asking. Like like I used to ask these questions, although I did ask, but then I got whoopings for them. I would ask like one time the pastor I used to go to, the church I used to go to, he would be like out because he made a sermon about like he really didn't want to be a pastor. God really, he had a good job and everything, and I was like, if you had a good job, why would you do this if you feel like being a preacher takes on too much? You have to, answer calls, pray for people, intercede. You was just saying all this. And you said you made a deal with God. You told God that if you become a pastor, that he gonna really have to take care of you 100%. So I was like, well, in my head, I asked the question. I was like, well, if you're gonna ask God to take care of you 100%, why are you asking your church members to give you a sow a seed, or why you keep taking pre-offer, like every church service you take up an offering and you ask for the pastor's offering, the loving offering, the pray for me offering. It's so many offerings. Like, what's going on? And then I also feel like I always felt like this, like, cause he would be like, don't give if you have to think about giving, like if you're not a cheerful giver. And I was like, well, half of these people don't look happy to give you money. They shouldn't be giving it anyways if they're not cheerful about it. But he did say like that God made him that promise that he will be 100% taken care of if he becomes a pastor. And I was like, well, that don't make
Then he shouldn't have to like make people feel bad for not fulfilling his God's promise. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go and put the pressure on other people to fulfill the promise that you believe a God made to you. Then your God should make sure that the people have it to the point to where it don't hurt them to take care of you.
But but my thing is, in my opinion, why should we have why should we have to get to a pastor because they're doing supposedly God's work, but isn't God supposed to be free? Like, if salvation is free, prayer is free, or whatever, why are you asking for a seed after you pray for somebody, or for a seed after you lay hands on somebody, or for a seed just because they step in the church? I honestly don't get it, and that's why I feel like it's a bunch of hypocrites, because it's like you guys talk against a lot of stuff, but you guys ask for money. You guys use social media to get money. Everything is money, money, money now. So are you just as how the world is?
So this is what I'm gonna say. So some pastors, this becomes their full-time job. My dad was very lucky that, he had a good job for the electric company. He was making great money that he didn't need the money from the church. Although the church did pay tithes, he would give the tithes right back to the church. They did pastoral anniversaries where they would give him gifts and stuff like that. Now, my dad was always busy. One thing I can say, my younger brothers feel like they didn't get to spend as much time with my dad when my dad died, they were still in high school. And so we always had to share our dad. There would be kids in the church that didn't have a dad. There would be kids in church that, were very poor. Sometimes the kids had to come live with us. So like we never really had our parents to ourselves. And then like when people would be sick or in the hospital, they would call my dad in the middle of the night and he would have to, they would have to go to the hospital and pray. If, a husband and wife got into it, they would have to go over there and do marriage counseling. So like the day my dad died, he, when he got off of work, he went to go and see a young man in jail, which, we didn't even know he was mentoring this young man in jail. I found out after my dad died, and the young man ended up becoming a mechanic, and he was fixing on my car, and he told me that my dad came to see him in jail the same day he died, and that my dad had been coming to visit him, and he said that he owes his life change to my dad. But that day he died, he went to see that young man in jail. There was a young couple who was going through like marriage problems. He went to go see them and counsel them. And then on his way to take his mama $20, that's when he got killed. So like he would fill his day, like he was always busy, And so if I could understand, like if a pastor is doing that, like if he's actually like there for the people and that's his full-time job, he still has to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like things
That
like
I
that.
do get,
Yeah.
because I do know that, like, I'm not talking about your dad type of pastor, because I do know, like, some pastors, I have experience, especially like small church, like my godmom, she's in a small church, and like I do see her like, give back when she has it. Even if somebody bless her, she blesses other people. So I'm not talking about like your dad type of pastors or those type of pastors. I'm talking about the ones, like for instance, when the flood happened in Houston, Joel Osteen would open his doors to nobody in his congregation. Those pastors.
Yeah, I
And
don't think a pastor needs a mansion. I don't think a pastor needs a jet. I don't think a pastor needs all these fancy cars.
right.
Like the one thing my dad used to always say was that he ain't got no business driving a Cadillac when his members driving a Pinto. And I could say that my younger brother, he kind of reminds me of my dad. A little bit. He a little bit more conservative than my daddy was. He has my mom's religious teachings, but when it comes to making sure that his members are financially literate, does that make sense? So like if he's when he started like understanding the stocks and learning about that, learning how to like invest, he taught classes at the church, like make sure that the church members were able to understand it, and then he shares whatever stocks he's investing in, and so that the church members can invest in it if they want to. And he'll always say, this is not financial advice, I'm just sharing with y'all what I'm investing in so that you can do the same for yourself. And I think he got that from my dad, to make sure like I shouldn't be living better than you. And I think like I could understand making sure that if your pastor is full time, making sure they can eat, right? They can pay their bills, that they can live. But treating the pastor like he is a god, that I don't understand. Making sure that the pastor is filthy rich and like just constantly giving money and money to the church and thinking that that's okay, and the pastor has a bank account with millions of dollars in it, while there are members in the church who living on Social Security. That I don't understand. Expecting somebody who on food stamps to still pay you tithes because they get an income tax check, that I don't understand. Like and I don't even like when in the Bible, Jesus says to sell all that you have and give to the poor. Paul says, I know Jesus said this, but I think you should keep a little bit for yourself so that you don't make it hard for yourself. Still be a cheerful giver, but you got don't give it all to the poor. So, and then you have the story of Ananias and Sapphira, where they didn't give it all to the church, and the Holy Ghost killed them. So it instills that fear of, if you don't like, if you try to hold back even just a little bit for yourself, God is watching, and something gonna happen to you, because you can't lie to the Holy Ghost. I think it's that story right there that the church uses to instill that fear of even just holding back a little bit to take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like they're scared that something's going to happen to them if they don't give, because they feel like God can see it.
Right. That's where I'm at, which I've been trying to get. I know I'm new to this startup, but that's where I'm at, in a sense of like certain things with the fear monger, like, and that's what's been installed in me as a child, in a sense. And like my born mom, she would do that. Like she'll be like, the reason why these things are happening is because you help your mom, or like with the fear mongering of being queer, she'd be like, well, you'll be lonely all your life. That's not a blessed life. You're not going to be happy. You're going to be miserable. You're not going to be blessed. You're not going to be this. If you don't do this, this is going to happen. If you don't do that, this is going to happen. So, like, a lot of fear mongering has been like a part of my life. Like, even to this day, like, when good things happen, I'm always expecting something not so good to happen next. Or if I don't do this, or I don't do that. That's why when Fee gave me the advice about, with when I told myself I gave myself grace, and she confirmed about it's okay to give yourself grace about praying and stuff like that. Because I still have like that fear mongering part, like if I don't do this, or like even with me being my true self, like I do feel like it's that fear mongering part even towards my with my foreign mom as well. So I understand about that. It's just when it's installing you since a child, it's kind of hard to like give yourself like that grace, or that like, okay, you're okay type of assurance.
Delamora,
Yes.
I want to tell you something. It's it's not only indoctrination, of course. And if you don't mind, do you mind muting your mic while I talk? Because it's a little distracting to me thinking. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Um, you I'm sorry. I saw something. It's indoctrination. It is the brain trying to create new neuron pathways to different ways of thinking with different experiences now that you're outside of that. Earlier when you were talking, I realized something. Well, I realized something had been said before. If they don't use fear and suffering, then they have no control. You have no control over someone without giving them fear. And you can't constantly keep asking to pass the collection plate around if you don't use guilt. So they use fear to keep you there and guilt to keep you giving. It's a constant thing that they do. I just want to tell you that. Like I was telling the young lady that was here before, which I'm not going to bring up her story because she's not here, but it's interesting to me because I know and I can see that people really have a hard time with boundaries with people that they say that they love, or in their community, or so on and so forth. Boundaries are so important. To you, it's going to exercise that part of your brain that is suppressed. It's going to exercise that part of the brain that is used to just following instructions and not giving itself instructions. It is so important to create boundaries and stick with them. You have to ask yourself, if the person that I say I love is not showing that type of behavior to me, would I still be there? If the person could not talk, if the person was mute, does their actions towards me show that they love me. That's all I want to say.
And thank you so much, Kate. Is I am working on boundaries. I know, like I had told, think it before, with my poor mom, it's just like I've been pushed off to the wayside, but then it's like in a sense of like the right type of relationship she wants is like her type of relationships, and like I told her like I did put myself first in a sense when I started going to counseling, things like that, because I told her that I don't mind having a relationship with her, but I think we need counseling because of certain things that were done. And then she said no, so I decided not to like have a relationship with her.
And you went to counseling yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I'm still going through it. I'm still, I stopped for a second, but I'm gonna go back. And she's like, it's like a broken record with my born mom, and especially with my born sister. Like they depend on each other in a sense. And one time they had like a big falling out, and I guess I was like the void because I was helping her at that time when I was going through it. But now that her daughter's back, it's like, pushed me off to the side type of ordeal. But she called me during Thanksgiving saying that she needed my help, and I was like, girl, she was blocked, but she left a voicemail, so I had to I called her back, and she was like, I need your help, and telling me what's going on. I was like, well, girl, I can't help you. You don't even know where I live. You don't even know how I'm doing. We haven't talked since 2021. So for you to ask me for help, you don't even know where I lived. I done moved 3 times, actually, since we talked. You don't know where I live at. You don't know how I'm doing, but you're asking for my gay dollars and my gay help. And so it's like she's trying to come back in a sense, and I'm like I'm building back that block again. Wow. Of she'll try to I guess in the sense of the Christian way, you're not gonna stop my blessing, I'm still gonna check on you type of way, in a sense, because she is a person that believes in prophecy. So I'm guessing a prophet to tell her check on your child. They're not, the Spirit's telling me something, which I'm doing good. Ever since I have not been around her, I've been doing a lot better. I've been myself, rediscovering myself. But it's I do need something from her in a sense of certain papers that I need to get right. So I'm not trying to go off on her, tell her please, I don't care about building a bond with you anymore. That bond is over. So it's just she tries to her daughter had a child. It was oh, I want you to meet your nephew, and it's girl, I don't want that. I don't care. I don't consider you guys my family. I already built a family, people that I care about that consider me their family and check up on me no matter what. You don't check up on me until you need something. So that's where I'm at in a sense. And she also got me because I did feel bad for her when she called, because I was she is a lot older, what's going on. But then again, I guess when I told her I couldn't help her, she got back right with her daughter, and now it's a buddy thing, if that makes sense.
Wow. That was crazy for her to say, but I'm glad that you were able to, overcome that. I wanted to show something right quick. There was somebody in the comments that said that I was misquoting Paul about the offering. So 2 Corinthians 8-13. Paul says, I do not say this as a command, but I am, by mentioning the eagerness of others, testing the genuineness of your love. For you know the generous act of our Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sakes he became poor, so that by his poverty you might become rich. And in this matter, I am giving my opinion. It is it is beneficial for you who began last year not only to do something, but even to desire to do something. Now finish doing it, so that your eagerness may be matched by completing it according to your means. For if the eagerness is there, the gift is acceptable according to what one has, not according to what one does not have. For I do not mean that there should be relief for others and hardship for you, but it is a question of equality between your present abundance and their need, so that their abundance may also supply your need, in order that there may be equality. And as it is written, for the one who had much did not have too much, and the one who had little did not have too little. So Jesus says, sell all that you have and give it to the poor. Paul said, this is my opinion. And then, like, I find it funny, right? Like, y'all will type all this shit in the comments and say, lying on Paul again or misinterpreting Paul again, but you won't come up on the stage. Like, if you think I'm misinterpreting or lying on your book, why the fuck do you keep showing up?
But remember when you had the conversation with the guy and you told him, like, it seems like what you're saying to me, you're regurgitating what someone else told you?
Yeah.
I think, like, being a part of, like, being actively listening to your live and being a part of the community, some of the believers that's come on here, I think they have regurgitated what a pastor has preached to them. They really haven't read the Bible or try to comprehend on their own. Because remember, like, in church, remember he got offended when he thought you were talking to him when you said about, like, you do have degrees, you have done your research, and he got offended because, like, what does your degree have to do with this? And you really wasn't talking to him. You were responding to someone in a comment. Remember when I got on your live before, remember I would say they down people who have educations, or who does that research. They don't do it because they feel like that person who's preaching is chosen by God, and whatever they say goes.
Oh, yeah, you talking about the guy from yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and he was shocked when you had the recording and you replayed what he said. But I'm saying, like, they're saying they won't come up because they don't, I guess I would say they're not confident enough to go back and forth with you because they haven't done their research. And it is important for everyone to do research. Like, even if we're a part of deconstruction and we just can't take 100% of your word, you encourage us to research ourselves. So it's not, they don't do that, if that makes any sense. Some do, some really don't. And even the ones that do, they still have that thing in the back of their head, like, well, this doesn't make sense, but it's God. So it's that turn-off part in their brain that they do, if I'm making any sense.
I'm starting to think that they're just like troll accounts. It does make sense. Let me say that, Delamore. I get exactly what you're saying. But I'm starting to think that maybe they're just troll accounts to try to, like, make people think that, we in here just saying some shit. And that we're in here intentionally misinterpreting the text or just, saying anything that goes against what the church teaches. Like, to, like, plant, how Simone was saying, like, she may, like, put a scripture in the group chat to plant seeds, and in the minds of her family who are believers, like, to get them to see something a different way. Because they'll just, like, put shit right in the chat to accuse me of, like, being this, like, to say, to kind of, like, say that I have, like, ill intentions of, like, just misinterpreting or false teachings or something like that. I think that they do that so that if there are believers in here, that plants the seed in that believer's mind to make sure that they don't listen to what we say or take anything that we say seriously. I think because they like for them to show up every day and do the same shit over and over and don't come on stage, and then like even to the point to where when there's nobody in the box, they are still here. They don't scroll away when there's nobody to talk to. They're here for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like for some of them, that is their goal, is to try to like plant ideas in the heads of any believer that might be here for deconstruction purposes. And I think that might be their way of trying to fight deconstruction.
But remember, remember, they're fighting. Remember, like they'll be like, you know, we're in the end of time where we have to be Christians and preach the word of God. There are times that, you know, they feel like it's okay for them to get persecuted or be combative with other people. It's okay because they're defending the gospel of Christ. So they'll be on here even though you don't have nobody on the, you know, guest, or, you know, you could just be reading the Bible and then explain your interpretation of how you feel. Mind you, when you're reading with us, you're not saying you're going by how how, even though you do have other people who have researched it, you don't say it's whatever I'm saying is 100% correct. But I guess being that they feel like you're testing their faith, and that's how I've always asked, like, is your spirit less stronger? Like, remember when I said about like the gay spirit, the stealing spirit or whatever, is God's spirit less powerful than the other spirits that you claim that are working up against you or trying to come upon you? So like, yeah, they feel like it's a armor. Even when a post that you said that the lady who TMU was like, you know, God is using you too because it made her it tested her faith, it made her faith stronger. And it's like, you kind of don't know what you're talking about because I educated you on something, but you still feel like, you know, God wants you to interpret it this way and it's not making sense. So yeah.
Yeah, and I get that they're gonna like interpret the text the way they want to for themselves. Like it's them trying to force other people to believe their nonsense that irritates the living shit out of me. Like, believe what you want for yourself. Just don't like try to use my stage to mind fuck people. And what Fox, obviously you are a fanatic for me, because what the fuck are you even doing here? And then if y'all own this shit, right, then control it. Have your God control it. I don't give a fuck about no church. Like, have you not recognized that you are losing tenants? Have you not recognized that people are moving the fuck out the church voluntarily? Y'all are literally like crying because you can't pay your bills. Y'all out there trying to create laws and manipulate people so you can pay your fucking bills. Nobody gives a damn about no church. Like you literally you are here with Fox on TikTok. You came to see who you think is the devil. I don't step a foot in a fucking church with Fox. You who represent your God came to see the devil, Fox. Make that make sense. You don't control shit.
And if they did, why is there still so much sickness in Christians? Not even in the world, because they'll say, well, because of the sin and because y'all don't believe, blah 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 blah. But why are the people in the church sick?
Well, if it is church, then what the fuck are you complaining about? Sit the fuck down, get a fan out, take a highlighter out, and learn some shit. Shut the fuck up.
Did you just say fan and
Yes, ma'am,
highlighter?
honey. And the fan better have Martin Luther King or JFK on it.
I was just about to
Exactly.
say Martin Luther King.
But sometimes they be having people funeral advertised on there too.
Child, okay? And the crazy part about it is I sit back on my lives and on Thinker lives, and I see the Christians, and I just think to myself, all you have to do is pray to your God, and this live goes away, Thinker goes away, and all these atheists go away. One single prayer to your God should be able to eliminate the enemy. One scripture, as your book says, should be not only be able to refute, but banish the enemy. Now, I'm questioning myself if it worked as many times as I've been banned, but I just know that that's just trans hate. So I know for a fact it don't work because y'all don't have that same disdain for Thinker because she's not a trans woman. But one prayer should be able to just put us in our places. Baby, make it make sense. You know it don't work.
Girl, you know I was supposed to die a week ago?
Yeah, remember
Almost
the
a week
man
ago.
did say that. He did. Yep.
Yeah, she came in here and said God told her to tell me that I wasn't gonna be here by next Friday. Last Friday, I mean. That Thursday was my last day on earth.
Mm. And to think that, and I 110% believe you, and to think all of the Christians that used to come up to me when I used to work in Mississippi, my job transferred me. I was married at the time, and I identified as he, him, and I had a face full of MAC makeup with my eyebrows snatched for the gods, all this makeup on, and every person that looked at me stopped and came up to me. I just wanted to talk to you and tell you that God loves you. And Jesus told me to tell you. And at first I took it, respectfully. Oh, okay, thank you. I always denied their prayer. No, thank you. I don't want to pray with you. No, thank you. They always want to invite me over to their table to pray for me. The waiters are coming up to me because I was the general manager. Table 35 wants to see you. They're requesting you. What? I get over there. Hi, my name is so and so. We're part of this church, and we just want to know is there anything that you need prayer for? It was so frequent.
Ooh, I would have said yes.
My husband and I would sit up and gag and laugh all night long and make jokes about it. Um, and
Did
I
you
would
did you ever tell one of them to pray to tell their God to pray, for them to ask their God to give them the strength to leave you the fuck alone?
No, but I did
Oh.
begin saying this because y'all know I have a smart mouth. But I'm around these good YT folk. I'm trying to act like I got sense. Okay, I begin to tell them and stop them because they all have the same script. I don't know where they get it from, Jesus.com or something. I don't know. And they all start off with God told me to tell you, and I'll say, hold on 1 second, stop. And God also didn't tell you and warn you about me and tell you that I don't care and that I'm not the slightest interested in anything that you're saying. And then they will be offended. And then I became slurs and whatever else. And, they would clutch their pearls and get up and leave. And we're not eating here. And, we're not going to be served by the devil. I'm not your server anyway, baby. You're getting served by the girl that don't even wash her hands. I'm not your server. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
I would
Leave
have said
people
it. Hold
alone.
on for a second. I would have looked at their credit card. I was like, as taking their payment. I said, hold on. Is his name John Smith? Did you see? I think you forgot to sign that. Sincerely, John Smith. That's what I would have said. Like, you ain't talking to no damn God. Because last week, Carol Parker said what you said. Last week, the God's name was Carol Parker. And the week before that, it was Lawrence Fishburne. And the week before that, it was Jericho. Whatever the fuck I was like, I would just be naming shit. But have y'all realized that we have not had a Christian on stage since the crash out of series? Yep, right? It's been us, right? right? We just been having our own conversations about our own deconstruction journey, right? We have not had a Christian on stage since the crash out, but their motherfucking asses is still in here being nosy as fuck.
The Holy Spirit
It's
told
like
them to stay
segregation.
here and be
It's like when,
vigilant.
oh, I'm sorry. It's like during segregation. I did a video on my page. Segregation wasn't for us. It wasn't for them. For us, it was for them. Because we knew how to stay in our place. We knew how to stay where we were supposed to be. But them folks would come into our town, come across the tracks just to bother us and force us into their places. And
Yeah,
that's
but
what's happening
it's
right
not
now.
even white people. These are black Christians.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like that. I'm
Oh.
comparing. Yeah, I'm comparing it's the compare and contrast thing.
Oh,
That's what it
yeah.
seems like to me. Like we are the black folk. They are the segregationists,
Yep.
and they couldn't stay away. Stay
A
away.
whole collective of Karens. Christians acting like they Karen.
They are, baby.
What y'all
Paul
doing
was.
over there?
Paul was the first Karen, honey.
Huh?
I say Paul was the first Karen. They just following their leader.
Ooh, did you say
But
that?
Paul
You
told them to
did.
stay the fuck out of our business. They don't even listen. They don't listen to Jesus, and they halfway listen to Paul. Paul told them to stay the fuck out of our business because we don't believe in their God, and their business is their brothers and sisters in Christ, not us. Paul told them that they just do what the fuck they want to do. Their Jesus told them shake the dust off your feet. Like if they don't want to listen to you, then keep going. That's how you know that they make this shit up, right, in their own heads, and they are their own gods. Because they expect everybody to listen to them when their motherfucking asses don't listen. They don't even listen to the thing that they claim that they gave their soul to.
But I think some of them feel like they have certain powers and they're at certain levels. So like I know from my understanding, like if you're a baby Christian, they tell you like don't go looking for no demons. Don't go looking for, lead them people. They say leave them alone. But if you're ordained or went to minister school or you speak in tongues or you're at a different level, you can fight the enemy. But they have been, in certain sermons, some pastors have said like, if you're not ready for it, do not go after them. Leave them alone. I have heard that before, and people still go do it. They still go bother people.
Stop fucking tagging me about your damn Yahweh. You like a ant. Like you remind me of a bug. Like fucking stop. I don't give a damn. And if your Yahweh was truly the one true God, you wouldn't have to tell me that shit. It wouldn't be coming from a fucking mortal. Stop tagging me. I don't give a damn. Sorry, Delamora.
I'm trying to figure this out. Your God is the one true God. He's all powerful, but instead of him just telling me that directly, he sent you to tell me that.
Shit, like, don't disrespect our religion. Your religion? Is your religion the God? Is your religion and the God the same thing? And if so, then why don't so many of y'all don't want to identify as the religion? Like your religion is a system. You do realize that, right? Like you a system, a program, a fucking code, a bot. Like you do realize that? And Chris, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me what you gonna do, Chris, if I keep having these conversations? If I tell you fuck Yahweh, if I tell you I don't give a good goddamn, like what you gonna do? Because that, like, you know why you hear these words in your ears, Chris? You hear the words that you don't want to hear because you somewhere your ass ain't got no business being. You have no business being in here. If you think I'm disrespecting your God, then why the fuck are you here? What are you gonna do about it? Don't just come here and complain about the shit. You gonna come here and you just gonna keep hearing it because you can't do shit about it, Chris. What you gonna do about it? You just gonna keep pleading the blood? You just gonna keep on begging? I'm trying to figure out, Chris. What did you think was gonna happen when you typed that? What was the outcome supposed to be? I don't care if you go love your religion, Chris. Go love your religion on the next TikTok live. Go create your own Christian Jesus live. Put up a whole entire post that says I love Jesus or I love God or I love Christianity. What the fuck does that got to do with me, Chris? All like literally you are wasting your time on something that you can't do shit about.
If this religion is so powerful and it is the true religion and it is the true God, how could anyone how can anyone tear it down? I think Chris needs to ask himself that. How does anyone have the ability and the bandwidth to tear it down?
I don't understand how they can't see that they talk for their God. That they God don't have fingers to type the bullshit she's typing on TikTok. She got more power in her pinky finger than her God has in his entire non-body. I don't see how you don't see that.
I always say that Christians are nothing more than ventriloquists for God. He can't speak for himself, so they have to speak for him. Just ventriloquist, holding a dummy.
Heavy on the dummy. That was.
There was somebody in the guest request box who had a name, who had my mama's name, which I have never seen anybody named Desi before. And I was trying to bring her up, but she ain't in the guest box no more. DMV, how are you? DMV? No, it wasn't my mom. It was a young person. Like this person looked young. My mama don't got TikTok, and she not gonna get on no live either. And she's gotten to the point where she might not like the fact that I don't believe in God, but she ain't pushing it down my throat. She respects the boundaries, so she wouldn't do that. Aurelio? Okay, not there. Go ask your God, Chris. Like nothing, you can't ask me shit else. Your God gonna have to answer for you. Anything you want to know about me, ask your God. Uh, how are you? think we're in his back pocket or her back pocket.
I was going to say, they're walking in the snow.
It sounded like there was like maybe a hospital, maybe. I don't know. I heard the beeping. What's up, Adrian?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I thought I'd hop up here, since, TikTok's going away. Uh, and two things I wanted to talk about. The first one is, you guys were talking earlier about Ethiopia, right? And I know this comes up a lot when people are trying to connect Christianity to Africa. And that's fine. But my question, I never hear the pushback is, okay, Ethiopia is a part of the Christian faith. That's cool. But what else do you know about Ethiopia? Like, I don't even need anything like big. Like, hey, do you know what the capital of Ethiopia is? Or what's the Christian makeup of Ethiopia? Or what are some sites that I need to see that are very important to Christianity? Or what are some of the top traditional foods of Ethiopia? What else do you know about Ethiopia other than it's in the book? Because you use it as like a point, like, yeah, it was in Africa. What else do you know about Ethiopia? If it's so important. And it's just like, it seems inauthentic at times that you use it as a point, but you really don't know anything about it. You know nothing about Ethiopia. You just use it as a point to be like, gotcha. And it's weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like usually when they talk about Ethiopia, I just shut them down.
Yeah, because you don't know. You probably couldn't even. You probably could even. You don't even know where it is on the map. like you don't know. You just don't know, right? I just wanted to say that. Like, stop using Ethiopia if you don't know anything about it. Like, stop using it as a point. It's weird. And the second thing is, when you abandon us on Friday and Saturday, and I have to go to somebody else's live, I go to other lives and listen. And I even go to Christian lives. I don't say anything. I just sit there and listen because maybe I can learn something. And this lady was doing a read a Bible in a year thing, which is cool or whatever. She read Revelations 11. I hadn't read Revelation in years. What the fuck are they talking about in Revelations 11? It sounds like a young adult fantasy. Like, it sounds like they were elevated when they wrote that. What are they talking about in Revelation 11?
I don't know what does it say.
It's about like they're measuring things, like, oh, measure the temple, and then you do this and do that. It's like, why are you measuring stuff? Like, what's the point of that? Is to show ownership? Like, what? I don't get it. Let me pull it up.
In Revelations 11.
Yeah. It's about like the two witnesses.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Then I was given a measuring rod like a staff, and I was told, "Come measure the temple of God and the altar, and those who worship there. But do not measure the court outside the temple. Leave that out, for it is given over to the nations, and they will trample over the holy city for 42 months. And I will grant my two witnesses authority to prophesy for 1,260 days wearing sackcloth." I think the temple was like it wasn't that big, so maybe it's measuring that. Like it was
But why?
Because they were supposed to rebuild it. Remember?
Oh, okay. This is okay. Yeah. I just thought that was just strange. I'm like, what in the fuck? what are y'all measuring for? Like, what? And then it goes on to like talking about Egypt and like Sodom, and it gets really strange. Like the further you go down, I was like, man, what in the fuck? The main part was the first part I had a question about. Like, it's just like, why are y'all measuring shit? Like, what does this have to do with anything? And what, like, how long was the ride? Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's just weird, man. And like, the more, I read and read, the more I read, the more I'm like, man, it's a lot of fantasy in this book. Like, you kind of lose me in the beginning when you got a snake with legs that talks. I just, how come they don't talk now? How come? I don't know. It's all just weird, thinker.
They're just weird.
And I'm just like you in the regard of, hey, I don't want you to lose your religion. Please keep it. Like, if it gives you comfort, because it gives people that I love comfort, do that. Just stop all that harmful shit. Like, hey, let's not discriminate against people because of who they love. Let's not do that. Let's not discriminate against people because of who they are. Let's not do that either. Let's not condemn somebody to hell because they don't think like you think. Let's just not do that. Still go and celebrate and go to church and have the community and all that. Do all that. All that hateful shit, stop. It does nobody any good. And that's all I wanted to say. That's it. I appreciate you letting me get up
to
here
stay up and chill?
Blabber.
You want to stay up and chill?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Chris, you can add me to the list too. I disrespect your God every single day, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. I use his name loudly in vain. I promise you I do. So add me to the list.
You, Chris, and your God have low self-esteem. Like, if I was a powerful deity, there's no fucking way I would be giving a fuck about what a mortal has to say about me. You make your God look weak, Chris. And you make yourself look weak the way that you are frantically typing in my comments. And the fact that your God is like some dude that a woman has already told she don't want his ass, you make him look like the guy at the gas station that's standing out front talking about some hey ma and following me to my car, the type of motherfucker whose foot I would run over. You make Yahweh seem like the dude that nobody fucking wants.
The old man in the club trying to talk to the young girl smelling like baby powder and peppermints.
Yeah. Right. How do you pronounce your name?
You can just call me Knight.
How are you, Knight?
I've never had a bad day. How you doing?
It's good. Ooh, I like that. I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm actually an atheist. I just wanted to give you your flowers for like 10 seconds, and I'll drop.
Well, thank you. Can you give them to me and then pretend like they go to Chris, but just say Chris name and then say my bad. These are for Thinker.
All right, yo, Chris, you really are you the go, man. Nah, I'm just fucking with you, Chris. Nah, I'm gonna give it to you, Thinker. So, Thinker, just real quick, you be dismantling all these people that be coming up and shit. You really ought to go. You remind me of Goku from Dragon Ball. when you get ultra instinct and shit. You know what I'm saying? And he'd be dodging all those hits and stuff. That's what you remind me of. So I just wanted to say, keep up the good fucking work. And Christians, do a better job of representing your God, because y'all fucking suck at it. Y'all take care.
Thank you. Have a good day. Well, have another good day. Hey, sound. Sound.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I got brought up. Thank you. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. I, happen to be available 2 days in a row, so thanks for having me up again.
Yeah, you're welcome. What you got?
I know. Oh, yes, the app going away is sad. But I did want to mention to people, there's the Mastodon has a bunch of apps that people can control. It's sort of because Discord is a private service too, and so they can pull the same kind of things that uh, all the other systems have. And so I've been recommending to people who are wanting to create their own community that they can manage and be sure of, to check out creating a Fediverse server on PixelFed or Loops, which are new Instagram and TikToks for the Fediverse. And it's something that if you have tech people in the Discord, you can ask about, and it's a little bit of a safer way to maintain community, because you're not relying on a corporate master who wants to just sell all of our data. And yeah, I'm sad that the community is going to be dispersed again. But I guess that's the nature of humans. We migrate even in the digital realm, eh?
Yeah, I'm loving the digital rebellion. I'm loving it.
Yeah. And like I said, the Fediverse it can be complicated. It can be, but it also can be easy to set up a server. And I'm sure there's people in the Discord that are good and experts in this kind of stuff. And so I'm a lover now, actually. Am I eligible for the Discord? I can't remember.
You should be. Well, you're not a nerd, but I mean, you were here from the beginning, so I'll send you
I was gifted
an invite.
Oh,
So yeah, but
thank you. I was gifted a lever because I can't.
What is a
lot of
lever?
splurges.
What's a lever?
A lover is Christina's.
Oh yeah, me and Christina's Discord are different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
yeah, somebody gifted me
you were
a
here
lover
from the beginning, so I'll send you an invite.
And then I can chat about this in the Discord. But yeah, I just again I came up yesterday talking about the Christian nationalists, especially the young Earth creationists, right? And I wanted to bring this up again today because we have somebody in the chat basically being like, "You're disrespecting my religion," and I come up here often and I'm like, "Hey, we don't care about your religion when you keep it to yourself." But there is a massive effort to create a Christian nationalist fascist country, and that is related to this TikTok ban, right? The reason that this ban is coming is because we have a bunch of Christian nationalists and Zionists, and that they're one and the same a lot of the times, right? Who are saying this app is dangerous and we need to shut it down. That comes from Christianity. We are being shut down because a bunch of Christians who have apocalyptic beliefs think that the Jews need to take over Israel so that the end times can come. That is a Christian belief, and we are being affected by that. So I don't understand how you can come in here and be like, you're disrespecting my religion, with us talking about how your religion is harming us. We are disrespected on a daily basis and being told that we don't belong in this reality, in your reality. Like we are the problem for you, and you need to take us out by either converting us or getting rid of us somehow. And so like, where's the respect for us, right? We are being intellectually rigid and very respectful to people who are willing to engage with us. And as everybody up here has already said, we don't care what you believe. I'm a witch. Nobody on this panel has ever made any aspersions about my belief, because I don't really push it on people. As a matter of fact, when I was like an early witch, we joked about, well, I joked, like, I didn't go into proselytizing because it's like, my gods don't want you, right? My gods are selective. They want people who will actually like engage with them. And like, when I say gods, right, I'm speaking of energies. Your energy, the Christian Jesus energy, right, as a path that you are following, and you disrespect everyone else by saying yours is the only path to divinity. So like, get out of here with this disrespect stuff, right? It's we are fighting for our survival up here. Like Kate and me, we have similar, gender, dangers facing us. And I'm not going to shut up. I know she's not going to. And yeah, feel disrespected all you want. This is about survival for me.
Absolutely. And I told you, I got your back. Let me do the shit talking. And y'all, I mean, I know y'all strong. Y'all can hold your own. But if ever you need, y'all know I'm there.
Me too. I love shit talking. Like, it don't bother me. Like, I don't care what, like, it. I sit there and argue with them because at the end of the day, I'm going to sleep. Like,
Exactly.
If you want this to smoke, baby, I'm a chimney.
It helps me sleep. Like, I'm actually, and that's another thing too, like the reason I disappeared last year, Thinker, and I mentioned this when I came back, was like I ran for city council here in Seattle, and I'm trying to do it again, right? And I know that it is like, it broke me last year. I had a breakdown for 6 months dealing with it, and I'm coming back to it because I'm in it for this. Like, I have the privilege to be in a position that I worked for. This is a long range plan for me, right? I lived my life, but I lived it in such a way that I made connections and I put myself in a position where I can influence my community to the better. And I saw Christians doing that, right? Actually, it's funny. They taught me. Christian fundamentalists taught me how to be in the position I'm in right now. Because in the 90s, when I was watching them infiltrate school boards, infiltrate all of the systems, I'm like, I can do that. I'm a person who can go to a meeting, a planning meeting, right? I started in land use. I started going to, those meetings. You see the billboards. It's like, a building's coming here. Nobody goes to those meetings. I did. And then now I have enough, connections in the city to run for office and actually have an impact on influencing and bringing resources, bringing food, shelter, and fun, like parks. Like, that's what I'm trying to work towards. And I'm not Christian. And I'm fighting against a lot of Christians who are trying to do the opposite to that.
How is your food thing going? Your garden. How is
my
it
breakfast?
going?
The
What are you
garden
doing?
was
A garden?
destroyed.
The
The
garden
garden
was
was destroyed
destroyed?
last December. Yeah, the city destroyed our garden.
The garden where you were
It was
growing food for the homeless?
Yeah. Leslie, no, thank you, Savage. I kind of am. My friends tell me that sometimes. I'm also Kira Nerys from DS9. Where my partner and I were rewatching DS9, so we're like all in the Kira mode. But yeah, no,
Wait,
like
who
last
destroyed
December.
the garden?
So the Black Lives Memorial Garden popped up during CHOP, during the Capitol Hill Occupy protest here in Seattle in 2020. And so just, a black man who I'm friends with because that was his project, he just planted a seed in the ground. He started planting during CHOP. And that was the last like element of CHOP, other than the painted street. You know, we all got a painted street because that's not disruptive. But like we had this garden in Cal Anderson Park in my neighborhood for, 3 years or so, 2020 to 2023. And then in December 27th, 2023, the mayor personally ordered that the garden be bulldozed. And it was like, and that had been a fight. Like the Parks Department had suggested it, and they were going to do it in the fall, like in September. But like the community came out and did an occupation. Like we came back, and then when everybody was away for the holidays, the mayor was like, let's do it when they're at their weakest. And they did it. They have the power. They had the guns. Literally, they contained. And you can see a lot of this stuff. I put it on my TikTok last year when I was documenting all this stuff. It's all on TikTok, on my profile. And so what was I going to say? Yeah, so basically after the garden was destroyed, we maintained a warming shelter on the side street that butts the park, and we started to do our food events at the picnic table where all the rough sleepers and community hangs out. It's sort of like the bad picnic table in the community. So we started doing our foods events there and in the street, and the Parks Department harassed us all January, and then finally in March they were like, if you continue to create and March is like, when it starts to get warm. So they were like, okay, we're finally going to start cracking down on you. If you keep setting up this warming shelter, because they destroyed it like every week, then you're going to start getting charged. You're going to start like actually facing, stuff. And so we took a break from that, and we just focused on one event, which has now become our pancake breakfast on Mondays. And that started with the garden, and I took it over last New Year's. There's a video again on my profile that shows the Parks Department trying to shut down our New Year's pancake breakfast, and that's what we're dealing with, right? And
that is
the majority of people
insane. That is
right?
insane.
But here's the good thing, right? Because I'm stubborn as fuck. I kept maintaining the breakfast, and now that we have our garden back, the fence is gone. We have access to the shelter house, which is, like the public community space that in the middle of the park. But before the occupation, the city was managing that space, and they were charging like $90 an hour plus like fees and like, employee, fees and all that stuff. And nobody could use it. Like we couldn't have community council meetings there. When the CHOP happened, that whole section was shut down because the city was like, well, there's people we don't control, like being around here. We can't service this somewhere, and we can't maintain it. So there's a group called the Cal Anderson Park Alliance, which is like, the Friends of Cal Anderson Park group. And they negotiated with the city to manage it in such a way that if your event is free, you can use the shelter house for free. You can reserve it for a certain number of hours a month, and it's a public benefit. If you are charging entrance, it's like $20 an hour. And like that was a year-long negotiation for the city to set up with a group of like well-connected, successful, rich people who sit on a Friends of the Park board kind of thing. And like this is where like what we're dealing with, right? It's madness. But now because I, like I said, I'm stubborn. We've integrated ourselves as a pancake breakfast group, and we still have that spark within us. It's like we're still the garden group internally. We're out externally. We're park bunks, and we do their pancake breakfast every Monday. But like we're still discussing how to come back and actually create these resources of food and shelter for the community when we need it. Because we're also going through an incredible housing crisis, right? We have so many homeless people and we are trying to stabilize people while they look for shelter, while they look for permanent shelter, and we get harassed for doing that. And this is, again, majority of people that say they're Christian are doing these things to us. and most of us aren't, but one of us goes to church. We're a great guy, right? And he doesn't rub it in our face, and we all joke and laugh and talk about our religious beliefs. And that's what I'm working towards.
They don't care. Like, literally, there's a dumbass in the comments right now talking about why do you need to feed them if they're made out of stardust, and then just commenting over and over again, atheists can't do good. Atheists have no moral ground for empathy, as he exemplifies the behaviors that believers try to say that non-believers have, as you talk about doing the things that believers talk about believers doing. Does that make sense? Like, you are doing the work. You're going through the bullshit of having the city shut a garden down that, y'all were using to feed those that were hungry. The warming hubs to keep them warm at night. And then fighting with the wealthy to be able to do it, to build it back up. While this motherfucker just sits in the comments talking about what good atheists can't do. They don't
I'm not
care.
even an atheist. I literally said I have belief system. I
they
am
don't
a
care. If you don't believe in their
theist.
God, you're an atheist. Like, they don't
Exactly.
care. Yeah.
And that's they don't
all
look at words.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's that attitude. Like, it's that mindset. Like, they're willing to pretend like they're playing a role. They're willing to play the role of being what's good in society. Like, tell themselves, right? Like, that they are the ones that's doing the hard work to make sure that homeless people can eat. That, children aren't being essayed. Like, they run their mouth and say that they're doing these things, that their God is doing these things, while their actions, their bodies, are doing the opposite, the harmful shit. It's that right there. And I guarantee you that person probably voted for the fascists.
And yeah, so before I forget, my real name is Sanatina Sanchez. And the reason I don't mind telling you all that, because again, like I said, I ran for city council, so you can easily look me up. And yeah, I'm, it's going to be another long, hard year, but I think this year is going to be actually easier because this is the fucking thing about a lot of the people I work with, the liberals, the moderates, centrist kind of people. It's like when the left is in power, when Democrats are in power, there's a lot of center people who are like, well, I should make more of an effort to hear out the right side. And those same people tend to also, like, when a red person is in power, when a Republican's in power, then they're like, well, I don't want to go too much towards that side, so I have to look at the left. And so the liberal left side does fight harder when the Republicans are in power. And so that's what I'm trying to go into this next year, right? I represent the sort of radical side of the left, in that I want to take care of everybody and make sure that we all have opportunities to become our best selves. And that message goes a lot further in Seattle during the times when the Republicans are in power nationally than when Democrats are. So I feel like I might have an easier time this year running for office because of the political landscape. And I'm like, why does it take you being in danger to consider these kinds of things? Because that's really what it comes down to. They're like, well, now I'm in danger. It's like, there's no compassion. And yeah, I live in a largely a church city. Seattle's one of the least people go to church the least here. But I know that most of the people on the council are active churchgoers. And that to me is it's frustrating. I'm going to keep saying the same things over and over again, as we all know. It's like the hypocrisy, the disingenuousness, like what I was saying yesterday. they're the disingenuousness. I want to meet. I love genuine Christians. Like I said, my friend in the breakfast crew who's a Christian, cool, super genuine, no issues whatsoever. My best friend since middle school, as far as I know, still Christian. I've gone to church with her. We have great discussions. Love her dearly because she doesn't like try to. She doesn't. She's like, no, you have your thing. I have my thing. We're cool. Why can't why can't you Christians who are like, you're going to hell, be like that? Isn't that what love that your Jesus proclaims? Like, maybe we'd actually want to join you if you were, nice to us.
I wouldn't. Like, I don't think that they could be
we all
nice
have our own
to-
path.
Yeah. Like, the I don't think, like, being nice to somebody and their moral beliefs, like that, what they hold, that, like, I don't know, that just don't suit me.
I kind of see this whole thing around where, like, I think a lot of communities, they just don't like people who are poor and people who are homeless. And they spend so much time and resources to try to make it inconvenient for them. Like the city I work in, there was this guy who he just pitched a tent right next to the interstate. It wasn't right on it, but it was like, in the ditch or whatever. It wasn't bothering anybody. It was the talk of the town to get him out of there. The state finally came in, got all his stuff up and threw it away. The guy was bothering nobody. And a lot of people in this area, they live in like the woods, because I stay in the South. They live in the woods just so people don't see them, because as soon as people see somebody being homeless or not having enough, they want them out their sight because it makes them feel some type of way. It's very strange that this happens in the Bible Belt. It's very odd.
Yep. That, did y'all hear about that was some guys who did that to a an immigrant who was looking for sanctuary. Like, he was looking for a sanctuary. The church that he went to was supposed to be a sanctuary church. There were two believers in the church that took his stuff, threw it out, kicked him out. I forgot. I can't remember if they hurt the man or killed the man or did something like that. But they took his stuff, kicked it out. That didn't kill him. They said, "This is God helping you. Get out of the country." But the church was supposed to be a sanctuary. Like, and they literally said, like, this is God's way of helping you.
It's so strange. Like I always want to help. Like, even though I'm not a
Okay,
believer,
hold
I
on,
help.
Adrian, 1 second.
No problem.
BX Blues, your fucking savior was a refugee. Your Jesus was a foreigner. Your Israelites were foreigners. Like, the very fact, like, your God tells you, right, to be nice to foreigners, to be welcoming to foreigners in your land. Y'all don't serve your God. You serve your Jesus broke the law of Egypt. He was not a citizen in Egypt. And your God told him to break the law. Your God told him to go to Egypt. Actually, there wasn't even a law because they didn't give a damn. That's y'all. That's y'all. Your God introduced racist ideas. Your God is a racist. BX Blues. I'm sorry, Adrian. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm glad you said that, because, like, hold their feet to the fire. Like, I give every paycheck to local organizations. I give to cancer research, because I know, even though I'm very leftist and I'm anti-capitalist, but, like, I know what system we're in, and there's nothing I can do to change it. But I can work in it to try to do something positive for somebody. So if I can give, it's not a lot. It's like $30, $40 a month. But if I can give something and sometimes more, I'm doing something about it. I'm doing what I can as a human to try to help other humans. I'm not trying to rely on anybody else. I'm not trying to rely on a deity. If you do, that's fine. But I want to see the change. And I put my money where my mouth is every day, all the time, because I don't see people doing it. So I have to do something. It's not a big something, but it's a something.
I honestly think they're hanging on to this guy because it allows them to be hateful as bigots.
And
It
you know
it,
me,
it
it's
allows
always
them.
fuck bigots. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all bigots.
Yeah, that's why they hang on to the God. It justifies their hate. It justifies their desire. Like, it's not like nothing is actually making them, be all up in the LGBTQIA's business. That's them. Like, they want to. That's a desire they have.
It's so fucking weird though. Like literally, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to interact with anybody from the LGBTQIA. You don't have to talk to them. Nothing. You can just leave them alone, and that's it. But you go
Please
with
leave us alone.
them all the time.
Please.
But see, the thing is that if I were to take away my God and my Jesus, then I would also have to take accountability. So, sorry, telephone call. I want to keep my God and my Jesus as close to me as possible because it is my excuse. I hide my hate behind Jesus and God. The moment I take that away, I become fully responsible for my actions.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, um, I don't agree with the LGBTQ. I don't agree with these immigrants. I don't agree with the homeless. They shouldn't be there anyway. Yeah, my
And then the
God is
whole time, Jesus said, "Love thy neighbor and love thyself."
well,
Jesus
I mean,
said,
he
"Blessed are
wasn't
the
talking
poor in
about the
spirit."
LGBTQ. Now, he didn't, because God himself doesn't love sin. So you can't say that because he himself said that he despises sin. So who am I not to despise the sin too?
Shit, he didn't despise it when he was sitting with all of those sinners getting drunk. Jesus said, "In the club, we all sinners."
Isn't God's law above man's law too? So like what are the immigration laws matter when we know they were set up for specific political reasons, like to enrich certain people? We know the man-made laws that we are dealing with right now, and I do want to say man-made specifically, not human-made, man-made laws. Though, like, don't want to give white women, don't want to let them off the hook too much, but like we know why those were made. So shouldn't God's law supersede those? Shouldn't we ignore man's law and welcome our neighbor, our refugees, and love everyone as we would love ourselves?
Nah, nah, no.
Nope. I think sometimes, like, I know, like, it can feel like trying to appeal to them with the love seems like it would work. It don't. Because they just don't have it. They don't have it. I think I've had enough conversations with them over the year and I've talked to, just like, think, like, how many Christians do you think I've talked to over the course of 14 months, 11 hours a day, 5 days a week? How many Christians do y'all think I've talked to?
Thousands.
And thousands. And I can count on my hands how many have actually come across as decent people. And that's fucking sad.
Like the first one I saw that I was like, oh, she's cool, is Selena. Selena, when she was a believer, like I was like, oh, if everybody was like this, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with you guys.
The ones that we like ain't Christian no more. And we didn't tell them that they
Almost.
couldn't be Christian. We didn't say, hey, if you gonna chill with us,
You gotta
you
give it
got
up.
you got to give up this God. We didn't tell them that. They became nerds while they was still with the God. They like that's the crazy thing.
Like you've never said, hey, if you're a Christian, you can't rock with us. If you're a Muslim, you can't rock with us. But like, hey, if you want to get in on these discussions that we're having to just go deeper and have these deep discussions on why we believe this or why we think like this or why we talk the way we talk. And it's like you always encourage people to come up and think and have a conversation. But like the fact that a lot of people can't do that, that's a reflection on them so much. Like you can't sit
They're
here
afraid
and
of.
critically think. It's weird.
Sorry, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of thinking and coming to the conclusion that, ooh, I've wasted all these years.
Yeah, they're afraid of that, and they're afraid of us being able to do what they fucking can't, which is actually give a damn about people, and be what their God told them, His holy juice was going to help them do.
Like, do you know how hard it is to hold yourself accountable? To sit in, if you did something wrong or messed up, to sit in it and be like, hey, I messed up. I did this. How do I fix it? Or how do I go forward and either repair what I destroyed or messed up? Or, it self accountability is so hard, but it's something everybody should do.
I was going to say something a moment ago, but it has slipped my memory. But I do want to say this. I'm going to be honest with everyone. I decided in 2025 that I was going to continuously work on changing the way that I encounter and deal with human beings. And one of the things is that men in my life do not get a second chance. First time is the last time. And then another thing is that I will stop conversations the moment that I see cognitive dissonance, because you're no longer actually listening to the words. You're experiencing your emotions while I'm speaking. When people get to a certain point of emotional distress during conversation, it literally, the brain is trying to protect you, so it begins to shut off the frontal lobe to prepare itself for fight, flight, or freeze. And I know these things with my background. So I'm no longer going to continue to give on to others in which does not give back to me. If a relationship is not boomeranging what I'm giving to it, reciprocating what I'm giving to it, I end it. If I find myself repeating myself to you more than once, I end it. And that may seem harsh, but I don't. Christians always talk about Jesus is coming back. I think of it to myself like, I don't know when I'm going to leave this earth. And I refuse to leave this earth knowing I allowed people to treat me the way I did not want to be treated. You no longer have access to me. You no longer have a right to do that. I'm not saying that I'm all of this and that, but I am. And you will respect me as such. If you have an issue with it, just take it up with your God. That's all.
Kate, I do have to say I did like that accent. That was a pretty cool one. I giggled a little bit.
Y'all look. Hold on. Y'all know my ass been over here being messy. Hold on.
But also, just to Sound's point earlier, I think the diversity of having a diverse social media is what this TikTok ban should teach us all. Is that never rely on one source for either entertainment or information or community, right? Have a collection. If you can't, I know a lot of people can't have in real life like communities, but having a diversity of where you interact with people is going to be the key to not having something like the TikTok ban in the US being as devastating as it is. Because I use this app for a lot, entertainment, information, but I also kept my eyes on other stuff. So have a very diverse range of platforms, just so this like something like this isn't going to affect us in the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for those who weren't here earlier, I was recommending people check out the Fediverse. I'm personally on Mastodon, but there's a lot of different services related to the Fediverse, and it's kind of like its own little internet, right? Like websites kind of connect to each other. So like email, right? You have an email address, and you can email anybody at any email address. Um, so I would say check out PixelFed if you really like Instagram. That's a good way to get onto it. And I'm going to put it in the chat, the link. But the server that I'm on for Mastodon, if you want to come join us, and it's hosted by people I personally know, which is again another reason why I've been suggesting Mastodon, because you can create your own, server community like Discord, except you control it and own it. Yeah, but I'm on social.ridetrans.it, and if you read it out, ride trans it, but like we do appreciate the double meaning that ride trans dot it. So yeah, if you want to come onto the Fediverse, I'll put that in the link, and but you can also join any other server, and yeah, I like helping people with technology. I started my professional career in game testing and software testing, and so to me, like, helping people with tech problems is fun.
How's it going, tech friend? I know I had another ally. That's what I do. I like take big ideas in tech and try to knock them down to a level where people can understand it.
Yo,
That's what this is. Like, this is the same thing for me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Damn, I'm trying my best to figure out how to get. I don't know why it's all the way down here. Hold on, let me see if I can. I can copy. I can't. Why is it? Let's see. Can y'all? There we go. I'm gonna put that on the shirt. What y'all think about that?
I will buy it. $19.99. I buy it, girl.
I'm gonna put it in the merch shop today. Today. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Yeah.
Well, I know you did these lives too. I know it didn't start off with, you know, having believers come on stage or whatever. Do you think that decision helped you grow as far as in how you think about faith and religion and or how you interact with people?
What do you mean? Thank you, Esme. Esme, I'm gonna put that on the back.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
it's
No,
more like,
I'm talking to Esme.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I was telling them I'm gonna put I'm sick of it on the back. Thank you. What do you mean? What did it say it again? What do you mean?
I'm like, I know that in the beginning it was more just like a discussion with other people about deconstruction, but like since believers are starting to come on stage, like did it change how you approach belief or faith, or how you
Mm-mm.
approach people, as far as like, I know how to deal with people who come on acting like this and things like that. Did it help in any way?
Oh, uh, like honestly, like I didn't expect to have to cuss motherfuckers out. That's about the only thing. But it made me like I used to say that I didn't have a dislike for Christians because the only Christians that I really communicated with was my family. But now I don't like them. Like I love my family. I don't like Christians. And I'm not trying to say that I don't like everybody who is a Christian. And I don't know any other way to say that, but I do not like Christians. And
No.
I don't like the belief. I don't like the personalities that a lot of them have. But there are like I try my so I've always been the type of person like I'm gonna approach you for who you are and give you an opportunity, right, to teach me how to treat you. Like if you want me to not like you, then you'll teach me to not like you. But I don't like Christianity, if that makes sense. But I didn't feel like that before I started doing these lives. I didn't have a dislike
Yeah.
for Christianity like that before I started doing these lives.
It's like you approach them with reason and kindness, and if you happen to make them think about something they never thought about, they kind of just pile on like, you don't know, blah blah blah, and it's like, God, I'm just trying to have a conversation. Like that's it. Like, hey, let's talk about this. This stuff affects everybody, and I know a lot of people come on stage asking like, hey, why do you talk about it? This book is just as much ours as it is yours. We grew up in it. Even if you didn't grow up in it, it's everywhere in this country. So discussing it is a good thing because it's everywhere. Just like, I think we should discuss like water insecurity, but we don't. It's just, if it's something that affects everybody, of course we should be discussing it. Of course we should be talking about it. Of course we should be trying to do as much harm reduction as possible. Like, I don't understand what doesn't click.
Thinker, your comment about not liking Christians reminded me of the slogan ACAB, right? All cops are bastards. All cops are bad. I don't like to use bastard. I'm technically a bastard, so no, all cops are bad. But like, it's not like I don't hate individual people who are cops. I I hate the system that they belong to, and I don't want them to be cops because that's a bad system. But like if we actually looked at security, right? Like I I work a lot with anarchist security in my community, right? And they work in specific events that and are watching out for specific things to protect the community. They're not trying to like control anybody else. They're just being like, hey, is anybody going to mess with us? We want to make sure that we have a defense. And if the police, right, acted like that in a way, then I wouldn't think they're all bad. In the same way, like if Christians actually lived out your ethos, maybe I wouldn't think you're all bad. But like you act like this, and I don't know when I first meet a Christian if you're going to be a good one or a bad one. I just know you're a Christian, and so I'm wary in the same way that I'm wary of a cop. And like I might meet a cool cop, and I have met cool cops, but they're not good. They're representing a system that has hurt me and mine in my life. Like I said, they were protecting my garden being destroyed. That's what they do. And so like, how am I going to differentiate who's good and who's bad until I see your actions?
Exactly that. And what you're saying right there sounds exactly like what black people have to say about white supremacy. What women have to say about men. like the same characteristics. That's why I say like this religion, right, promotes supremacy ideology, supremacy culture, because it has the tenets. It like literally this God is the God of supremacy culture. Whether that is parents having supremacy over their kids, whether that is, men having supremacy over women, different races having supremacy over another, immigrants, over citizens. Like this God is supremacy. What was I getting ready to say? Damn. So one more thing, and then I gotta go. I gotta be somewhere at 11. But it was my memory. I am so tired, y'all. My memory's like been fucked up today. Shit. It was important too. Oh no, like, when in history has anyone have we ever talked to who in history has ever sat down and talked to multiple Christians in the amount that we have, and can honestly say that we've done the research? You know what I'm saying? And they always say, be ye also ready. But we've had several people who either don't believe or were on the edge of not believing, have conversations with people who claim to have this God, who claim to have what people need. And they have, with me, I can only speak for myself, they have failed miserably. And they didn't know that when I first started this live, that there could have been an opportunity, right? Had I seen something different, that there could have been an opportunity, right, to show me something different. But they fucking failed miserably with me. And before I started doing these lives, I wasn't comfortable saying, no, I don't believe in a God. I would say, I don't identify as Christian, right? But now I'm very comfortable with saying I don't identify as Christian. I don't give a fuck if you call me an atheist. The conversations, over the years, it just solidified, along with the knowledge, with the information that I found. Even if the information wasn't true, y'all still had an opportunity to fucking show that you had something even beyond that, and y'all fucking failed with me.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. And my mind is still open. Not about this one, but I'm always a person that if I get new information, I'll change my position. If my truth is whatever information I have at the time, and if the information changes, then my thoughts about the subject changes, right? Or it could change, could stay the same. I don't know. But the fact that when some people get up there and they say, oh, you don't know the Bible or you don't study it, literally, I'm with Thinker almost every day. We do this every day. Every day we look at this book. Every day we read it. Every day we study it. And to get up here and be inauthentic and just be dishonest about but you can understand what I'm saying right now, because we all agree that these sounds coming out of my mouth mean something. But when I say something like slavery or, people raping people, that's not what that means.
I'm sorry, Gia. Yeah, come to TikTok. Let me test your spirit.
Oh,
Come to
somebody wants to
TikTok. Yeah, come to TikTok. Let me test your spirit.
come get this smoke.
Yeah. Come on. And
Yeah, I'm
and
ready
then
to get
the crazy thing, right, is you saying that the one day, I'm gonna be responsible for the followers that I have, or whatever the fuck you saying, but you don't give a damn about the fact that y'all believers, of what I said, you believers that I've talked to on this stage fucking failed me. You and your fellow brothers and sisters had an opportunity and y'all fucking failed. And all you give a damn about is the fact that I provided the platform for the world to see your failure. And you can
Question
threat,
coming from inside the house, guys.
you can threaten all you want. If you got a spirit that you want to test, the stage is like, you're welcome to the stage. I got about 10 minutes to spare.
Come on, Cletus. Come on.
I can help give context. I know thinkers actually way more, but like I went to college. I went to college for religious studies at a Catholic university. So I do have a lot of context. I've done like glosses of individual words and how they translate in different languages from the original Hebrew, Aramaic, or Aromatic, as another person in another live said once. Sorry, that took me a lot. She was like, "You don't know the context. You don't read it in the original aromatic." Okay, thank you. That's what we're dealing with. So yeah, let us know what your credentials are in terms of knowing the context before you ask us for the context.
Girl, you still over there. You still over there running your mouth.
Yeah, I'm not as educated as sound. I went to school for foolishness. So if you want some, I got plenty of it. I got plenty of foolishness for you.
She said, I love when people test my magic. Well, it looks like the wicked Christian of the YouTube, I was going to say Wicked Witch of the West, but I'm not going to say that because I love sound and there's some pretty cool witches in here. But
Oh
Gia,
no, I love her. She's a role model. They used to whistle that to me as I rode my bike to school with my long black trench coat streaming out behind me.
So we're not gonna get a magic show today. I gotta get up out of here. I gotta go get dressed. I will see y'all tonight. I'm gonna put this t-shirt on the store when I get back. So it'll be on there before the end of the day. Somebody said that they've tried to buy from the store, but they couldn't. For some reason, Printify don't take PayPal. So if you're trying to pay with PayPal, you can't with Printify. I don't like that feature, but you got to use like a debit card or something. I think you can use Venmo maybe, but you can't use PayPal with Printify. But I will see y'all tonight. Thank you to the YouTube. Thank y'all for all the likes and shares and the comments. I hope y'all have a beautiful day.
Thank you for having
Appreciate you, Thinker. Love you.
You're welcome. Love y'all.
Thank you.
He thought that the app got infiltrated with bots and he thought that like we weren't real people. And then he got flooded with like over two.
Y'all, I'm so glad that I was able to discover it.